tried to write one program. When something went wrong, here she is lying, and a werewolf guy is trying to persuade her to have sex. What is going on? He is trying to justify his inclination to have sex. But he is in heat. He squeezed her throat so hard in his excitement that her thoughts became jumbled. But she croaked that she would not marry him in any case. Irma not only found herself in the world of animal trappers, having been reborn from the 21st century into the body of a werewolf girl, but also inherited the memory of her previous owner along with the body. How many times had she tried to commit suicide, wanted to hang herself, drown herself? The other girls of the tribe laughed at her, and what male would even look at this laughingstock? Mia was especially zealous. She bullied our heroine more than others, calling her so pathetic that it was easier to pretend to be dead than to look at her. How many times had she tried to kill herself this month? The werewolf girls talked among themselves, but even they soon got bored with it. Irma could not die. Even with fly agarics, it didn't work. No matter how much I chewed, death didn't come. Why does she need this life? It's a joke of fate. Who she was before and who she has become now. Irma was furious. Anger and rage were rolling over her. In the 21st century, she was a cool programmer. But who is she now? Stuck in the body of some kind of beast girl. Her head was splitting. She was going crazy. The old self of her previous personality was mixed with the feelings and instincts of the former owner of this body. At this time, they looked into the room, and the girl imploringly asked Irma to stop Ricky, because he was going to go to the lands of God's punishment. She jumped up on the bed, that where he was going to the land of God's punishment. These lands are a place of atonement for all hunters who have committed misdeeds, and the ice spirit flower grows there. If someone manages to get it, the beast god will forgive even the most monstrous mistake. But this place is very dangerous. Almost no one returns from there. Everyone tried to dissuade Ricky from going there. He had no sins that needed to be atoned for. It was all this Irma's fault. The elder also persuaded the best warrior of the tribe to stay. Irma is a healthy female, so why shouldn't he marry her? He said that he did not want to listen to persuasion about marriage. When Irma appeared, declaring that who was sending him to these lands, she or something. What a face he has. The girl thought, it's no wonder that the previous owner of her body tried to commit suicide because of him. Mia jumped out and pounced on Irma, accusing her of almost bringing Ricky to death. The girl firmly grabbed the accuser's hand and menacingly declared what right she had to interfere in her relationship with Ricky. Mia struggled and demanded to be released immediately. Mia's friend intervened. She calmed the girl down and accused Irma of depriving Mia of a male. She had gone too far, and now she still dared to open her mouth. But our heroine did not lose her head and fought back, declaring since when her male has any relation to Mia. She felt an unprecedented surge of strength, feminine charm, the fusion of her mind with her new body. Mia's friend Sophie continued to accuse Irma of dishonesty, but no male would mess with her. They are interrupted by a tribal elder who orders them to stop, but Irma must convince Ricky not to go to these lands. But the guy asked not to interfere, saying that he would not marry Irma anyway, to which the girl challenged him. Who said that she was going to marry him? Now it was Ricky's turn to be surprised. He said that this was why she tried to commit suicide the first time. Irma, with a sparkle in her eyes, briskly retorted that what had happened before was now history. Then she calmly added that he did not need to go to these lands of God's punishment and did not need to worry about marriage. Taking her as a wife was not at all necessary. Simply because she didn't need him, she was calm and confident when she looked into his eyes and said this. Ricky couldn't believe she was saying that. He said, "What the hell is she saying?" He did not like such bragging from this female, who was ready to die for him. He immediately demanded an explanation. or to go to these lands? The girl replied that she had just realized that she was not as bad as he thought. She and he are quite similar, and she is not going to keep him near her. If he is ready to die in order to get rid of her, she must let him go and allow him to live. The guy looked at her intently with his wolf eyes. He heard the elder's voice. You see, Irma doesn't hold a grudge against him for what he did. Then he looked at Irma and asked if she was crying. She was crying. The girl didn't even realize it. Tears were rolling down her ocean blue eyes. Obviously, these were the last emotions of the memory of the previous owner of this body. After this, the girl calmly turned around and said that since the matter was closed, she left. She just had to help the former owner make her dream come true. That's all. From today on, this body is completely hers. The ties with the previous owner, her emotions, her state are broken. Since she has been reborn, she must live with dignity. And so it will be. When the girl was sweeping the floors, a happy, smiling woman came into the house and joyfully chattered that she was so happy that everything was resolved. Now there was nothing to worry about. She chirped happily. Even if her daughter didn't succeed with Ricky, her mommy wouldn't marry her off to the first guy she met. At first, our heroine looked at her with eyes wide with surprise, and then it began to dawn on her that this was the mother of the body's previous owner. As far as she remembered, the mother and daughter did not have a particularly warm relationship. This woman lived with several partners. The girl answered the woman that she would manage her own life, and especially that she was not going to look for someone to marry. The mother screamed deafeningly. How could she not look for anyone? Coming of age in half a month, the tribe would not support an adult female just like that. She would be driven out, and in the end would be death in the forest. The girl was amazed by such laws, and her mother continued to lament that the forest was full of exiles and that she wanted to give birth to one of them. When she missed all this, the memory of the predecessor's body opened now, and the truth was shocking. If a werewolf reaches adulthood, he must find a mate. Otherwise, she is banished. Mom, having calmed down, matter-of-factly proposed the candidacy of her nephew Martin. She would give them 2 days to think about it, and in half a month they would be able to get to know each other. The girl replied that she wouldn't even think about it, noting to herself that, of course, she hadn't had a relationship for a long time, but she wasn't ready for such extremes. A squabble began between them. The mother lamented that since the tribe had taken care of her, she should repay them with offspring. But she would not marry anyone. The girl denied it. She would not want to support the tribe. She would feed herself. Irma was emotionally screaming. Why exactly the offspring? Couldn't she help the tribe in any other way? Mom replied that unfortunately not. It was about breeding offspring and strengthening the tribe. This is the greatest contribution a woman can make. At this time, the bugle began to play, which meant it was time to eat. Irma was hungry from all these worries. Mom stood there, perplexed, and Irma said it was time for lunch. The girl happily ran off, shouting to her mother that they would somehow return to the conversation. The mother shouted after her that she was a capricious child who was driving her parent crazy. When the daughter had already disappeared, the woman said that this girl does not understand that they want the best for her. She will go to dinner with Martin, and how she will go. The girl walked and thought, why did she get reborn in this Manhwa with such brutal laws? While other heroines sit in their cottages, sip cocktails, and don't give a damn. Seeing a berry on the tree, Irma picked it when suddenly it dawned on her. She is from the 21st century. She has knowledge, and she can use it for her own good. And she won't just give up. Irma turned on the program she had been working on for a long time, and it identified the unknown fruit as a grapevine fruit that contained a large amount of iron and zinc. Therefore, it was impossible to use it. Here's her saving program, on the development of which she spent 2 nights from her past life. In the system, she clicked on the image of the bag. but was unable to select it from the inventory because it was full. Oh, if she knew she would end up in this manhwa, she would have made her inventory bottomless. Then the girl clicked on the image of the sword. It was still better than nothing. As far as she remembered, in the world of werewolves, it was difficult to survive due to the lack of food. But now, thanks to her development, she will be able to conduct research and survive on her own. This will help her become as independent as possible without depending on the tribe or the male. Hooray! She doesn't necessarily need to look for someone to avoid dying of hunger. The headman cut up a boar ham, and when she saw Irma, the woman was glad that her appetite had returned. Irma, in turn, said that she had thought about her behavior and realized that she had acted wrongly. From that moment on, the girl promised to do everything for the good of the tribe. The headman was very happy with these words and asked to wait while she cooked the meat. But our heroine really wanted to start helping. Altruism was in full swing, and she decided to go and help with the cubs. When she arrived, she saw her mother, Mia, and Sophie, as well as other girls, there. They looked at her suspiciously and mockingly, and Mia, with a grin, blurted out, "Why such generosity?" Irma took one of the babies in her arms, saying that she really didn't know how to help, so she was hoping for support. Ricky and Jono walked past. The latter smilingly pointed at Irma, noticing that she had changed a lot. Ricky was a little embarrassed, and in order not to show it, he chuckled and said, "Oh, big deal." The headman shouted to Jono to hurry up and throw away the bones and giblets and not to forget the bamboo pots for the meat. Irma, hearing about the entrails, began to think. They must be useful. They need to be researched. The girl activated the program for researching new food, and the organs and bones of animals were transferred to a new level. She approached the boys and asked if they were going to throw it all away, pointing to the entrails and bones. Ricky told her discontentedly what she had thought up, but Irma replied that it was a shame to throw away such delicious things. Mia immediately appeared behind her, not taking her eyes off her rival. What other bones and entrails? They are inedible. She kinda covered the guy up by saying that she was just looking for a way to hit on Ricky. But the girl flashed her icy eyes at her and replied that she had nothing in common with Ricky. But that's where they got the idea that bones and entrails can't be eaten. Mia got excited and screamed that she was not stupid. The internal organs stunk, and there was no meat in the bones. If this was not so, then she would give her a month's share of salt. "Ha!" said Ingrid. "No one forced your tongue." Challenge accepted. The girl took one basket and went with Jono, throwing over her shoulder that she would wait for the monthly portion of salt. Sophie muttered fearfully to her friend that Irma looked so confident. And what if they really could be eaten? But Mia chopped off that it was all a bluff. She just wanted to get Ricky's attention, that's all. Anger and hatred towards Irma, as well as the fact that the guys were paying attention to her, clouded her mind. All her thoughts were occupied with making sure that everyone hated Irma. Jono lowered the basket of offal to the ground. Irma exhaled and thanked the guy with a smile for his help. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to carry everything herself. The young man smiled sweetly and replied that he was glad to help. Although he didn't know what she had planned, but he believes in her, and that she will be able to finish what she started. Irma blushed at these words. She turned her head shyly, pretending to fix her hair, and thanked him for believing in her. Jono looked at her with his beautiful brown eyes straight at her. At that moment, one of the girls walked past them, carrying an armful of mushrooms, lamenting that every spring so many of these mushrooms grow that they have to get rid of them. Irma looked at the girl, thinking about something, when suddenly she ran after her. She screamed at her not to throw away the mushrooms, opening a program inside herself, which showed the name of the mushrooms is a type of mushroom of the champignon family, recommended for consumption. Great. She uses them in cooking and shouted to the girl if she could give them to her. She was surprised by such a desire for these mushrooms, but when she gave them to her, she warned Irma not to eat them. But when Danny ate them, he started bleeding. Irma, shining like the sun, pressed the mushrooms to her chest, assuring her little sister that she would not eat them. Mia was watching her. She clearly didn't like such pressure and self-confidence. But what if she really succeeds? Irma asked Jono to help her crush the bones. He readily agreed, asking why she needed the mushrooms. With a sly wink, the girl replied that these mushrooms were not poisonous. She would make a delicious bone soup from them. He himself would appreciate the amazing taste. The guy scratched his head in surprise, not suspecting that mushrooms could be cooked in any way. The soup was ready. It had a wonderful aroma. The bones added a hearty richness. Irma decided it was time to try her creation, but before she could enjoy the taste, she heard voices and the sound of footsteps. Mia brought others, including her mother and the headman, shouting that Irma wanted to commit suicide again, pointing to the vat of soup. Running up to Irma, she angrily screamed that she had gone too far, saying that she was saying goodbye to Ricky. But in reality, she again wanted to attract attention with her death. But even if she died, he would never be with her. Mother ran up and hugged him, lamenting that he shouldn't do that. Irma tried to calm her mother down, saying that she didn't look like a person who wanted to commit suicide. These mushrooms weren't poisonous. The head woman said that Irma was very beautiful and that she shouldn't worry about a partner at all. But she was trying to kill herself like this and suggested that she marry her son. The girl started to freak out. No one heard her. These mushrooms are not poisonous. She saw a cuckoo eating them and nothing happened to her. Jono stepped forward and said that he believed Irma. She would not poison herself like that. Besides, he saw how she cooked soup, which looked great and smelled very tasty. Irma looked at the guy, and she was very pleased that at least he alone was not going crazy with everyone else. The elder approached the vat. The smell was indeed delicious, but she still did not dare to try it. Then Jono resolutely came up, took the bowl, and said that he himself would prove that the soup was edible. 10 minutes passed. The headman, without taking her eyes off him, said that the cuckoo had already sung 5 times how he was feeling. The guy, smiling and looking at Irma, said that it was very good. But there was one thing. Irma was worried, but then he said that the soup was very tasty. Inside, she was crying tears of happiness. Well, how could it not taste good? She had put so much effort into it. Mia, annoyed, told him that the poison had simply not worked yet. Not enough time had passed. The young man angrily rebuked her. For always butting in, Irma had come up with a new recipe, and he needed to thank her. "That's exactly the headman," Irma drawled, "and she doesn't need her son." Jono and the headman stared at her. The headman asked if this was really so, but the girl added heatedly that she really didn't care about her son's feelings. The elder asked Jono what he thought about it. The guy smiled, which made him even more attractive, and declared that he wanted to marry Irma, to which our heroine stuttered, "He's the headman's son." The memory of the body's previous owner contains no memories of any men other than Ricky. Irma said that she would not say anything when the headman asked what the girl herself thought about this. But her mother covered her mouth with her hand and did not let her finish, and said with passion that this poor child was nervous and was talking God knows what. They were waiting for Jono for dinner. The young man calmly said with a smile that he would be happy to have dinner with them. Irma made some kind of sound, but her mother continued to cover her mouth with her hand so that her daughter wouldn't blurt out anything. "You can't let a guy like that go." She said that they were expecting him for dinner, and dragged the resisting Irma home. In the evening, Irma and Jono were frying their dinner. The girl sighed heavily. The guy asked why she was sighing so much, because she didn't want to be with him. Irma convinced him that it wasn't about him. She just had no experience with a man, and besides, she didn't want to devote her whole life to raising children. Jono answered, was Ricky really better than him, for whom she tried to kill herself so many times? But he felt the pain for her. No, she convinced the young man that he was wonderful, but did he himself need a wife with such a reputation? And besides, he doesn't like her. Why force her to marry? Jono asked only if this bothered her. Irma nodded. Then he called her a silly girl and assured her that he liked her, and that was why he wanted to marry her, and not because she was being forced. Irma didn't expect this at all. She asked again if he was joking, but Jono seriously confirmed his intentions. Besides, he was captivated by her intelligence. No one would have guessed to follow the cuckoo and figure out that the mushrooms were not poisonous. Then he thanked the girl just as sincerely for the new recipe, which would add variety to his diet. Irma's heart started pounding, and the guy added that her discovery could save more than one life in the future. Irma added, embarrassed. He was exaggerating. She just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Jono beamed even more joyfully and said that Irma had changed a lot. He wanted her to become his wife, but he would not rush things. He would give her time to get used to him. Taking her hands, the young man looked tenderly into her eyes and added that he also hoped that she would give him the opportunity to get to know her better. Sally's mother, while eating mushroom soup, admired her child and how she came up with such a dish. She can eat 3 more servings in a row. Thanks to her daughter, they can now eat mushrooms. She really has changed a lot. Sophie held out her portion of soup to Mia, offering to share, but she nodded her head. Stepping aside, Mia cursed Irma with all her might, lured Jono to her side, but she would not see Ricky, convincing herself that she was the most beautiful and enviable bride in the entire tribe, and all the men were hers. Jono walked with a basket full of mushrooms, whistling a tune. Suddenly, Ricky blocked his way, offering to talk to Irma. He motivated his impulse by the fact that they were friends, and Jono was not obliged to enter into a forced marriage because of himself. Jono frowned and replied that Ricky had too high an opinion of himself and that he was not going to marry Irma under duress, but because he liked her. This answer was like a thunderbolt for Ricky. He likes her. Jono told his friend that it was time to open his eyes. Irma had changed a lot, and besides, she was wonderful. These words stung Ricky unpleasantly, and after a while her friend added, although she likes you, after which he corrected that he liked it, in the past tense. From these words, Ricky somehow felt an unpleasant flush of heat. Mia listened to their conversation, hiding in the bushes. She was bursting with anger. 2 guys were arguing over this female. A pale guy with a simple face took her hands and, looking into the girl's eyes, calmed her down. Why is she so angry? Let her forget about this Irma, because she has him, and no one will love her like he does. He is ready to give his life. The last words about life inspired Mia very much. She caressed him and ingratiatingly asked if he would really even give his life for her. She leaned towards his ear and cooed, "Let him come this evening," and then he understands. Jono walked happily from the hunt and brought Irma a plump hare. Having handed the trophy to the girl, he declared that she needed to eat more in order to become big and cute by winter. The guy explained that skinny werewolves can't survive the winter, unlike fat ones, so everyone tries to eat more. Being fat is good. Irma questioningly analyzed the information she had received. The hare squealed pitifully in her hands. Jono took the hare and pulled it towards himself, saying that as soon as he cut it up, he would immediately return it to Irma. Irma grabbed the animal by the side without giving it to the guy, saying that if the main problem of werewolves in winter is related to the lack of food, then she could help. She said that maybe they could make supplies for the winter, then the problem with the lack of food would go away. The girl explained in detail her plan on how they would collect the food and prepare it for long-term storage so that it would not spoil. Jono, in joyful excitement, happily shook Irma and shouted that she was a genius. If they made supplies, they would be able to survive the winter without any problems. He hugged her and lifted her up, squeezing her in his arms. The girl modestly said that she had done nothing wrong. Still in a state of euphoria, Jono grabbed Irma's hand and pulled her to tell his mother about this brilliant idea. The elder watched with a smile as they ran hand in hand and asked if something had happened. Jono held Irma's hand tightly and reported to his mother that Irma knew how to survive the winter. The woman became very interested and, taking the girl by the hands, began to listen attentively. Irma explained that these were mushrooms, but the headman doubted it. Even though Irma proved that they were not poisonous, many were still afraid to eat them. Our heroine explained that there are poisonous mushrooms and there are edible ones. If you dry the mushroom, then it will be quite possible to eat it after washing it first. The elder thoughtfully said that this could really be their salvation, and Jono happily said that Irma knew how to distinguish edible mushrooms from inedible ones. They could send the boys to gather mushrooms that could feed the tribe. The woman, in turn, agreed with the young men, saying that Irma had helped the tribe a lot, and they should thank her. Irma blushed and replied that it was nothing, and then noted that she knew how to preserve meat. The elder straightened up. But how? This is no joke. The girl explained that she knows how to make dried meat that will easily last until winter. Irma said thoughtfully that this required a lot of salt, and as she could judge from the memories of the previous owner, every year they exchange meat for salt. And it turns out that salt is more valuable than meat. The woman assured the girl that if they could save the meat this way, she would find a way to get salt. But meat was not an easy matter, asking Irma to forgive her for not being able to tell everything now for her safety. Irma was not offended at all. She said that she would go into the forest to see if she could find anything else edible. Then Jono's mother suggested that her son keep her company, since the forest was dangerous. Our heroine thought for a bit. She and Jono are together. Of course they don't mind. The guy exhaled and began to transform into his true form. A minute later, a huge bird stood in front of Irma. This made an incredible impression on her. Especially the size of the bird was simply amazing. The converted Jono said she was so shocked that she was speechless. With him, they would fly away in the blink of an eye. Oh, okay. Our nervous heroine climbed onto the bird's back, her heart pounding. Jono, getting ready to take off, told her if she was holding on tightly. The girl confirmed, thinking about how cool it was to fly on an eagle. If she told anyone, no one would believe her. They soared up. He asked if she liked it. Irma shouted that she liked it very much. She really experienced incredible sensations. His eye glanced at his companion, and he said that he liked her too, explaining that when a werewolf is in his true form, only his partner is allowed to sit on him. Therefore, will she be his? But he did not finish. Irma exclaimed in surprise. What a turn of events, she thought. Yet such rapid developments frightened her. They arrived at the place. The girl looked around in surprise. The trees were so huge. Jono explained that the werewolf forest began here, and that it was dangerous to go further. Even the bravest hunters don't go there alone. He suggested that she look around and find what she needed. Irma ran from one tree to another. Everything was somehow fantastic. Huge fruits and shoots. The local nature is completely different from the earthly one. It's good that she has an identification system. Approaching one of the sprouts, she scanned that it was a green sprout, which can be eaten after processing and removing the bitterness. Wait, isn't that bamboo? It occurred to her, and she waved at Jono to help her bring her some of the shoots. She would make something tasty at home. The guy was wide-eyed when he heard that if they were dried, they would last for several more years. He began to break them with diligence, anticipating another delicious treat from Irma. Next, Irma scanned another plant, and the program confirmed the edibility of these thin-leaved, sweet-tasting vegetables. Then she went to the sweet potato tree, which contains a high starch content. We also take it. It is edible. Then I saw huge eggs. These are cuckoo eggs. They are edible. But then an enraged giant cuckoo swooped in, not sharing Irma's interest in using her unhatched chicks as a snack. She wanted to peck Irma, but Jono arrived in time and covered her with himself. The bird sat down and glared at them menacingly, as if to say, "Don't even dream about it." Irma looked upset. They were so close. Just a little bit more. Jono leaned close to her and said that they already had enough. Irma blushed and pulled back, as if keeping her distance, and said that it really was time to go back. The guy asked, trying to look into her eyes, if she was shy. Irma, all crimson, tried to prove the opposite, but Jono smiled and said that it was the first time he saw a girl embarrassed. It was very cute. Irma asked again, quietly, as if for the first time she was surprised by this, and then again began to babble that she was not at all embarrassed. When they returned, the elder and others from the tribe met them and rejoiced that they had more and more food, thanks to Irma. One young man said that he didn't expect this from Irma. Now they will survive the winter without any problems. Irma spoke up and suggested teaching residents to identify edible mushrooms from inedible ones themselves, and then everyone would be able to prepare for winter without her help. The girl explained that if the mushrooms have light caps, light yellow, light gray, then they do not pose a danger. Mushrooms with bright caps are most likely poisonous. But if there are doubts, they can always turn to her. The crowd came to life. Young people raised their hands and asked about mushrooms. Irma answered and explained. While showing each mushroom from the baskets, she pointed out the type and color of the mushroom. Miyu's face twisted in anger when one of the males in the crowd said that Irma had changed a lot since she stopped chasing Ricky. Now she could be considered the most beautiful female in the breeding grounds. And how does this creature manage to distinguish mushrooms? It must be the headman who helps. If only this girl would marry her son. She wished her death. Danny was cooking dinner when Mia approached him, squinting slyly. She reminded him how he said that he was ready to do anything for her. Even die, he remembers that. The young man jumped up like a child, put his hands on Mia's shoulders, and assured her that he loved her more than anyone else and was ready to give his life. She clung to him and held out a fly agaric for him to eat. The guy stared at her and said, "But it's poisonous." Mia wrapped her arms around him and babbled in her most seductive voice. But he still wasn't ready to give up his life for her. When he realized that Mia was ready to give herself to him, he happily babbled that of course he agreed. He kissed her and babbled to her how he loved her. But she grimaced and thought with disgust how disgusting it was. If only he hadn't disappointed her. Irma was still conducting the training as Sophie ran screaming trouble. The girl screamed that Danny was poisoned by mushroom soup, although Irma said that these mushrooms can be eaten. But this is not true. The elder and everyone else were scared. How could this be? Danny was lying there, foam coming out of his mouth. He was pale and breathing heavily. Mia, feigning grief, shedding a tear, held his hand. Irma, looking at the young man, was sure that he had eaten a poisonous mushroom. But the mushrooms he showed her were not poisonous. She remembers that for sure, which means he ate some other mushroom. The head woman leaned over to the guy and asked how he was feeling. Mia realized that now was the moment to blame her rival. She ran up to the girl and swung her arm to slap her, insulting her with the most vile words. Suddenly, a strong male hand grabbed her hand. Jono covered Irma with his body, angrily asking what Mia had in mind. Frightened by the male power, she babbled that she wanted to give the poisoner her just desserts. He said sharply that the girl was not guilty of anything. Everyone had picked the mushrooms and eaten them too, and this had not happened to anyone else. But Mia screamed why then was Danny dying. She started screaming so that everyone could hear that Irma couldn't tell the difference between mushrooms and that they were poisoned. The tribesmen, succumbing to the words, began to groan and gasp, finding signs of poisoning in themselves as well. With his last strength, Danny stood up and said that everything was wrong. They shouldn't throw away the mushrooms, otherwise they wouldn't survive the winter. Jono approached the guy and asked him to explain everything. Otherwise, it was unknown how many werewolves would die in the winter. Danny broke out in a cold sweat at the words that then their tribe would simply die out. Tears rolled down his face, and the guy began to tell how it happened, that it was he who set Irma up. He deliberately added a red mushroom to the soup, so let everyone know that the mushrooms Irma indicated are safe. He repented before Irma with tears in his eyes. The girl asked him, they hardly know each other, so why should he set her up? Jono answered for him that he was not familiar with Irma, but with Mia, yes. And besides, he himself heard how Danny was happy yesterday that Mia agreed to be his partner at the coming-of-age ceremony. It was hard for Danny to speak, but he croaked out that he really liked Mia. But Irma didn't like Mia. He just wanted to help his beloved. Mia ran out into the street in anger, thinking of Danny as a useless piece of shit who would be more useful if he died. Irma asked the headmistress if Danny would recover, but she shook her head. We need to wait. We can't disturb him for now, and then we'll see. Irma felt very sad at heart, although it became clear that the guy had poisoned himself on purpose. Jono gave his friend a reassuring hug, saying that everything would be fine, and there was no need to be sad. Irma began to doubt whether it was worth starting all this. What if Danny was poisoned because of her? The guy stroked her head and said that there was no need to blame herself. Danny himself was to blame for his stupidity, and it was not her fault. The headmistress stood behind, watching her son comfort Irma, and she too sympathized with her. Here the headwoman remembered about Mia, by the way. Where is she? Her friend Sophie blinked her eyes, not knowing how to get her friend off the hook. Mia was having fun with one of the males in the meantime, asking him to console her because her heart was breaking because of Danny. He promised her oblivion, but she must also help him meet the guests from the Quay tribe. She began to ask Connor if Aya, her friend from this tribe, would come. Connor rudely put her down for the number of her questions. Mia whined that he was so cruel to her, and yet she felt so bad because of Danny. The male got mad that she kept talking about this Danny even during sex. Well, she's in a bad way, so why did she come here? Let her stay with him. She in turn sent him away, saying that Danny was dying, and he didn't care. While getting dressed, he threw it. Why shouldn't she really go to him? What if he really dies? She'll at least say goodbye. Yeah, right, thought Mia. Why does she always end up with unfeeling blockheads instead of caring guys? All her hatred fell on Irma. She had already taken 2 males from her. She would not forgive her for this. Filled with anger, she went to Danny. The guy was still weak. Irma's mother was with him, and when she saw Mia, she said that Danny kept asking when she would come. Taking the bowl from Sally's hands, she asked her to feed Danny herself. Mia tried her best to show her concern for the young man, saying that she would look after the guy. She let Sally go. Feigning grief, she asked the woman as she left the cave if Danny would recover, and she gave her a displeased look and replied that she didn't know, but he needed to be taken care of as long as possible. Squeezing out a tear, she thanked her aunt, adding that she would definitely take care of the guy. As soon as she left, Mia looked at the dying Danny with hatred and contempt. The next minute, she started beating him, calling him a piece of shit. Danny jumped up and looked with a smile at his beloved, who finally came. But her words and distorted face scared him. The girl screamed that he was a fool. He couldn't even do this little thing properly. Let him remember. He is not her equal. She is just using him. The young man turned whiter than from a poisonous mushroom. But how can she say such things? And what about their love? And the coming-of-age ceremony? Mia became like a monster. She mockingly said that he had been looking at his face for a long time, and no female would give it to him. If he died right away, there would be one less piece of trash in the world. This finally deprived the guy of the meaning of living. He said, "You," and suddenly grabbed his stomach. He felt sick. Mia pretended to start wailing for him not to die, and called for help. Connor came running. The intriguer, looking mockingly at the dying Danny, babbled to Connor that she was very scared because Danny was dying. The last tear came down Danny's face, and the last thought in his fading consciousness was how pathetic he was, in the hope that his death would not be in vain. Danny was buried, and Mia cried loudly at his funeral. But the next day, she was seen having fun with other men. Life went on as usual, but not for Irma. She sighed sadly. A stone of melancholy and heaviness lay on her heart. Jono encouraged her as best he could, because the werewolf world is a dangerous place. Today, you are talking to a friend, and the next moment you see him in the jaws of a beast. To dispel her sadness, he took her by the shoulders and told her that it was time to get up and move on with her life. After all, Danny died a natural death, and she also told her what to do with the green sprouts. He grabbed her hand and led her. Irma asked him not to pull her so hard. It so happened that she tripped over a stone and flew straight at him. He deftly pressed the girl to himself. Irma blushed and apologized for such awkwardness. Jono, feeling her so close, looked into her eyes and asked if she would marry him. Irma felt like the heroine of a TV series who was caught off guard and kissed. And now someone has to make the first move. Her lips parted for the kiss. She felt Jono's breath, but she said she didn't know. He pulled back and said good-naturedly, "Well, if she doesn't want to." Feeling disappointed because of the failed kiss, she said that she didn't mean to express herself that way. The young man was not at all offended. He took her hand and said that he did not expect reciprocity from her right now. He understood that she needed time. Let her tell him when she was ready. Without giving her a chance to answer, he grabbed Irma by the hand and led her to cook until the sun went down. That's right. Today she planned to marinate the giblets with fruit. Irma took over the marinating process, with Jono standing nearby, always ready to help. He became very curious about what smelled so delicious. Irma smiled mysteriously. Then she poured it into a plate and announced that it was a stew made from the very same intestines that they were carrying to throw out. Having seated the guy, Irma placed a plate of stew in front of him and offered to try it. Jono was noticeably nervous, even though he trusted Irma, but he still asked if it was definitely edible. But when he put the first spoon in his mouth, his eyes lit up with bliss. It was delicious. The guy was delighted. The guy felt the spiciness. It was unusual for him. He asked if these were really the same intestines. Could such a delicious thing really be made from them? Irma added that the secret was in a spoonful of spices. Jono, surprised and interested, tried to find out where Irma got such culinary knowledge from. The girl turned away so as not to give herself away and answered that it was just intuition. It seems he believed her, but she can't tell him about the identification system. The satisfied headman, gobbling up the stew, officially announced that from now on they would cook from bones and offal, and then no one would die of hunger in the winter. After eating, she approached Irma and sincerely thanked her for such help, because so many males get injured while hunting, and how many old people cannot hunt. This is why there are so many deaths, because werewolves feel like scum in these situations. But now that they know they can cook mushrooms, they can just go and pick them while the trappers are hunting. The elder called Irma a true savior and heroine, not holding back her tears. Irma warmly assured that she was simply sharing her knowledge. And besides that, she and Jono brought other food from the forest. The woman was surprised. Did she really know anything else? Irma said that she knew how to preserve. You can dry it in the sun, as they did with green sprouts and mushrooms, or you can make dried meat and ferment cabbage. But for this, you need to use expensive salt. The headman assured Irma that there was no need to worry about salt. The Quay tribe would come next month, and it would be possible to bargain with them. All the food had to be taken to the cave where the supplies were stored. Irma was taken with them and, as a trusted person, was shown where all the food supplies were stored. Irma gasped in admiration. Who thought of this? It's an ice cellar. The headman explained that this was due to the efforts of elders of past generations. Every autumn, water is brought here so that it turns into ice. Since it is always cold in the cave, the ice does not melt until autumn. Then Irma saw a basket of vegetables and gasped. She swallowed nervously and asked to take a look. They were secretly watched by Mia, who was burning with envy and could not calm down because this bitch was doing everything she could to attract attention to herself. It infuriated her that the elder was on Irma's side. It was as if the whole tribe had gone crazy. Meanwhile, after scanning the vegetables, Irma exclaimed, "Yes, this is sweet grass, containing a lot of sugar, edible." And in her other hand, she held a potato. Irma asked how much of these products they had. The headman answered that they had a lot. The elder explained that sweet grass spoils quickly. You can't collect much of it, and the mian root grows in the mountains. Irma, excited and with shining eyes, told the headman that this was a real treasure. Mia listened and wondered what was so special about this root. Irma told me that from the sweet grass they would make non-perishable sugar, which both babies and pregnant females could eat. Having heard that the mian root would make very filling vermicelli, Mia immediately decided to tell the Quay tribe about it. Her thoughts were interrupted by the approaching Jono, who sensed someone's presence. Mia realized too late that she had been tracked and did not have time to escape. He looked at her suspiciously and asked what she was doing there. Mia was shifting hysterically, trying to come up with a lie, when she suddenly blurted out that she had come to fulfill a promise. With the words, "Here she fulfills her promise," she certainly rejoiced at her resourcefulness and insight. She held out the bowl of salt, declaring that she had lost the bet and was wrong. She hurried away, thinking about how to get to the Quay tribe as quickly as possible. Jono found all this suspicious and came here with salt because she could have just brought it home to Irma. The elder and Irma discussed salting meat using the girl's method. In a small cave at the top of the mountain, meat was stored. Irma sniffed the meat and said that it shouldn't smell. First, it needs to be taken out into the sun and dried. The elder said that she would tell the men to do this, so that all the meat from the hunt would be dried in the sun. She lowered her voice and said that she had a couple of questions for Irma, hinting at privacy, remaining where they would not be heard. The woman thanked Irma for the knowledge she shared. But where did she get it from? The girl had changed a lot. Irma had to lie about the beast god who appeared to her during another suicide attempt. It was something like an epiphany. The old woman burst into tears from this revelation, declaring that she knew that the beast god would not abandon them. She once again warmly thanked Irma for her knowledge and revelations. The girl brought to the tribe not only food but also good news. Irma felt ashamed of her lies. She apologized for her limited knowledge, thinking how awkward it would be to deceive the headmistress, who trusted Irma so much, but also couldn't tell her about the built-in program. The headman gently stroked the girl's head, saying that she had nothing to apologize for. Thanks to her, they now knew how to preserve food supplies. This was a huge contribution. She warned Irma that there were many dangers in the outside world, but she could stay in the tribe. They would bring her food themselves, and the girl would only need to determine whether it was edible Irma agreed, adding that she just needed to get busy with the starch. There would be no time for forays into the forest. The head woman breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that this child would not run away. The tribesmen brought baskets of sweet grass and mian root. Irma was cooking food in a cauldron. The boys felt hungry from such a fragrant smell. The men stood and waited impatiently for their portion. While serving the portions, they asked what the food was made of, and the girl replied that it was offal. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Could offal really smell so delicious? One of the young men grabbed his portion, declaring that since Irma makes amazing soups from bones and mushrooms, he would be happy to try this dish. Irma was pleased when the males, like children, piled on her cooking and were delighted with the delicious dish. Only Mia couldn't find peace, calling Irma a damn bitch. She told Connor to go and wash the entrails, and when he was done, let him bring them here. They would cook it much tastier than Irma's. Connor washed the entrails in the river. The stench was overwhelming. Mia was angry that he hadn't washed them well. She didn't see any problem with making something from bones and entrails. If that bastard had succeeded, then she was worse. The girls watched this picture, shaking their heads. They thought that Mia had gone crazy after Danny's death. Connor was stirring the intestines in the vat. Mia was covering her nose and constantly nagging him about how badly he cooked. He didn't even clean it properly. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and slammed the cauldron with all his might, yelling that he wasn't a female to cook, that it was her job, and how much longer could she spend bothering him with Irma all day long? Why the hell did she stick to her? In response, she pounced on Connor, yelling that she had stuck to him, and another round of mutual abuse ensued. The girls, listening to their dialogue, agreed that envy and stinginess do not lead to anything good. Jono praised Irma, how great she was. The girl replied shyly that it was easy. He lifted her up in his arms, declaring that she was the genius of the tribe and that she could do it. But of course he understood that it was not easy. They joked and laughed while Ricky watched from behind. Irma really did become different. Her chest became somehow painful and annoying. He thought that apparently the changes affected not only their tribe. Even Irma's feelings changed. He looked at the happy and laughing girl who was once in constant depression and did not give him a break. He should be happy for his friend. He really chose a wonderful girl. Irma went to the vat where, according to her recipe, sweet grass was boiled and mixed to make sugar. Irma thought that she only knew how to make brown sugar, but how to filter it was a problem. If only they had gauze. Besides, it is needed for preparing starch powder. At that moment, Jono patted her on the head, joking that she was starting to smoke from the thoughts of a genius. But there was nothing beyond her control. She looked thoughtfully at the smiling young man, with whom it was always so easy and relaxed. Suddenly it dawned on her, of course you can make baskets from bamboo. She told Jono that she needed his help. They went to a bamboo grove, where the boy explained that they needed to cut bamboo to weave baskets for straining sugar and starch. It was all simple in words, but it became more difficult when the guy started cutting bamboo. He cut the bamboo with his claw, but it was very difficult to calculate the force. Many shoots were damaged. He puffed and grunted. Irma watched his suffering. She completely forgot that all the tools here are primitive, and the Iron Age does not exist here. When suddenly she remembered the dagger in her inventory. Well, of course. Approaching Jono, she handed the surprised boy a dagger so that he could try cutting with it. Things went quickly and smoothly. The bamboo was cut like clockwork. The guy was delighted. This thing is much sharper than their claws. Irma calmly explained that it is called a dagger. This thing would be very useful on a hunt. But never mind. They'll finish the job now. At this time, the sugar production process was in full swing. Irma and Jono were busy weaving baskets, and the elder supervised the sugar-making process. The boys told the elder that everything was ready. She asked them to use up the firewood in 3 days. But why such a rush? Why exactly 3 days? Irma was surprised. The elder remembered that Irma was always with the tribe, so she explained. Sweet grass and mian root grow only in spring. The summer sun burns them out. Since the beast god turned away from werewolves, winter has lasted for 5 months, so death can be threatened not only by hunger, but also by the claws of wild animals. And in the summer, during the rainy season, due to the rising water level, there is a great threat of landslides. A huge number of tribes died from floods. And in the summer, there is a problem with obtaining meat. And in the winter, it needs to be stored, and it spoils in 5 to 6 days, even though they are in the highlands. But some hunters die when going hunting, and those who are missing are considered dead. The world of trappers is very harsh, but even it has its own built system. Irma began to understand these laws, which were necessary for survival and reproduction. A semi-state and semi-private social system was created. Juvenile trappers are dependent on the tribe. Males bring the necessary daily food ration, but if you don't have enough, then that's your problem. Females take care of the young and cook. The main goal of this species is reproduction. All females must choose a partner and give birth to him. But it is entirely acceptable to have more than one partner to guarantee conception. But Irma didn't want to get married or have children, or she was just stalling for time and fooling Jono. My God, how simple everything was in her world. Whether you want to give birth or not, there was a choice. But here there simply isn't one. Jono watched Irma and finally decided to ask if she was okay. Irma smiled tensely and said that everything was fine. She needed to go and see how the sweet grass was doing. While mixing the brew with the rest in the vat, the girl could not help but think that she needed to have a frank talk with Jono. Irma was very tired. Her hands could no longer stir the viscous mixture. At that moment, Jono came up behind her and took her stick to help the girl. He was close. His breath touched my face. How could I bear all this? Mia watches this process from behind a tree. She is infuriated by the very fact that the males are not paying attention to her. She angrily shared with Sophie how much she hated this girl, because of whom the sick now also work. They should not stick their heads out at all. Sophie explained, hesitantly and awkwardly, that Irma had given them the opportunity to work, to help, to be useful. Mia hysterically attacked her friend, screaming that she could see it perfectly well. It turns out that now this girl is better than her. Timid Sophie began to reassure her that she didn't think so at all. She was her friend. Then she threatened Sophie that if she found out that she was planning something behind her back, the frightened Sophie, who was frightened by Mia, tried to assure her that under no circumstances would such a thing happen. Mia smugly praised her friend, noting that only with her did she have a future. She had already told Jacob to choose Sophie at his coming-of-age ceremony, and she beamed with joy, knowing that Jacob didn't like her. But thanks to her friend, she would still choose her. The elder and Irma supervised the preparation of the sugar. Now it must be dried in the sun, and then cut. Irma confirmed the sequence of the process, adding that the same thing should be done with starch water. She called it a day and invited the workers to stay for dinner, and the wounded werewolf happily volunteered to help tomorrow. But the guys refused. They were sincerely grateful to the girl for the fact that now they did not feel useless. One of the boys added, with tears in his eyes, that before they hid out of shame and ate leftovers. But now, thanks to her care, they boldly come out to their fellow tribesmen without fear of condemnation. Irma replied that they had suffered enough and deserved gratitude. The guys said a warm goodbye to Irma until the next working day. The head woman watched with admiration how Jono looked at Irma and asked if he liked her. The boy answered that he liked her very much. The old mother was very happy for her son, who finally wants to start a family. But Jono told his mother that Irma had not yet given her consent, at which point the girl called him. At the threshold of her house, she thanked the young man for his help, saying that they needed to rest. Irma happily went to take a shower, but when she began to undress, she saw a twig on her wrist. When it appeared, it was not there before. The girl's head was spinning, wondering what it could be. It was probably some kind of serious illness. When the branch moved, she screamed so loudly that a frightened Jono flew in. Irma showed a strange moving tree branch on her hand, asking what kind of illness it was. Jono joyfully exclaimed that it was not an illness. She would soon become a mother. He pointed to his hand and explained that this was a sign that she would have children. If 3 leaves were moving, then there would be 3 children. This is not only true for women, but also for men. He repeated affectionately that she would become a mother. Irma started to get hysterical. How could this be? She didn't even want to get married, and now she has 3 children. And they are from Ricky. And here's what to do. Now, Jono stroked the gloomy, almost crying Irma. Wasn't she happy? No need to worry. And Ricky wouldn't want her anymore. He offered to tell him about the children himself, but Irma stopped him with a scream. Horror struck her. The existence of these children was proof that Ricky had forced the former owner of the body. And if the children asked about their father, what would she answer them? Irma firmly told Jono that she wanted nothing to do with Ricky in this life and did not want these children. Jono stopped her seriously and said that it was impossible to say that. A female who does not want to give birth to children is not worthy of being called a female. Those who cannot give birth are expelled from the tribe. Children are the most valuable gift of the beast god. The girl explained that she does not want the children to grow up without a father, and besides, she will not be able to raise them herself. She burst into tears and said that she was not yet ready to take on such responsibility. The former owner had left such a mess, and she needed to clean it up. Jono began to calm her down, apologizing for scaring her. He pressed the sobbing Irma to his chest. When suddenly it dawned on him, he said that he wanted to show her something. As he began to transform, he added that she would now see one place. Irma was very ill, but Jono carried her through the air. When they landed, the young man said that she probably didn't know that before they were born. The cubs were in an egg, in the sanctuary of the beast god. Standing on top of the mountain, the boy pointed to the cave sanctuary that he wanted to show her. They arrived at a cave where there were many eggs, future cubs. The priestess, smiling, also came to look at the eggs. Pointing to 3 eggs lying nearby, she noted that they had only appeared today. Taking 1 egg, the girl held it and did not understand what she felt. These were her future children. It's so unusual, her pregnancy, which she holds in her hands. Jono explained that the baby and its mother are spiritually connected. If the mother is happy, then the baby is happy too. If it is sad, it feels the same. He looked at her, asking if she didn't feel anything while holding the egg in her hand. She understood that she didn't feel anything for Ricky. The children would be without a father and how to deal with that. But Jono smilingly said maybe he would be suitable for this role. She looked at him in surprise. The guy beamed with happiness, declaring that he really liked her, and he hoped that her choice would fall on him. He confidently declared that he was ready to repeat this even 100 times and would never change his mind. Jono said he dreams of them hunting together and raising children. He asked again to become her partner to take care of her and the children. Irma pouted and muttered so that he wouldn't regret this choice later. But Jono, in his joy, grabbed her in his arms and flew up, shouting that it was simply wonderful. Irma asked to put her on the ground, as she reminded that bears are afraid of heights. He carried her and joked with a smile that their new house would not be built on a tree then. The girl asked again about the new house, and Jono enthusiastically said that they would build their own house. Left alone, Irma covered her face with her hands. How long had she been in this world if she agreed to marry this trapper? A happy Jono entered, dragging bags of iridescent colored stones. When the bewildered Irma asked why he had brought all this, he explained that since he was now her partner, then while they did not have their own home, they would live with her, and he would protect her and the cubs. Irma couldn't come to her senses. He was going to move in with her right now. He poured stones onto her bed. The girl stood there indecisively. She was not ready for such drastic changes. He took her hand. Irma looked into his eyes and asked if they were in a hurry. Before she had time to come to her senses, Jono, undressing her, whispered that yesterday she had agreed to become his partner, but today she was taking her words back. How quickly everything happens. These hunters are so treacherous. The girl, already naked, found herself in his arms. Then, nervously, Irma asked why he thought she was taking her words back. Without letting her finish, the guy covered her lips with his own in a voluptuous kiss. Irma, not knowing how to get out of it, asked again, "Does that mean he likes her?" The guy replied that he does. He added that he doesn't expect her to love him today. He just wants to know that she likes him more and more every day. Irma asked him to wait. He began to kiss her body. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she bit her hand to keep from screaming. Jono kissed the hand tenderly, saying that he shouldn't bite it, otherwise it would hurt. Jono looked at her with lust. He was also very excited, Irma thought, kissing and whispering words of love and tenderness. Jono begged her to become his. He would accept her cubs, and then they would have their own. Irma sighed heavily. She was very ashamed. They lay together, her head on his chest, and she heard him tell her not to worry. He wouldn't do anything else until the ceremony. Stop the earth, I will get off, what just now was and is. The next day, Ricky overheard everyone discussing Jono and Irma living together, and that they were expecting a new addition to the family soon. He looked at Jono in surprise, wondering if they were already living together. He approached a guy who was carrying a basket of mushrooms and whistling a tune. Jono became very angry when Ricky clarified whether the rumors that he and Irma were living together were true, stating that Irma would be his partner. Ricky sensed a warning that the female was taken and reassured his friend by stating that he was not making any claims. As he was leaving, he said that he wouldn't bother them since he wasn't interested in Irma. Jono was worried that sooner or later he would see Irma's mark and then become her male. He said to Ricky's back that they had known each other for a long time, and that couldn't be changed. And he really hopes that he will remember his words. Behind the bushes, Mia listened to their squabbles, furious that the males were fighting not because of her, but because of Irma. Well, never mind. She has a friend, Aya, the daughter of the third elder of the Kui tribe. You think she'll get away with it. Irma was preparing noodles and pouring out portions. One of the boys said that he didn't think that noodles were so tasty, which means that in addition to meat, you can eat other food. Mia came up and asked if Irma was busy. She asked what she needed. Mia, shedding a tear, began to press on the pity that she could neither eat nor sleep because she had angered her little sister Irma. She had made a mistake, but they were still friends. Our heroine remembered melodramas from her past life. The words are exactly the same, but she can't be fooled by such a cheap trick. Throwing Mia's hand away, she replied that she had a clear idea of her personality, so there was no need to humiliate herself and put on a show, and they had never been friends, so there was nothing to talk about. But Mia didn't give up. She tried to gain trust and told Irma how she wanted to contribute to the tribe's cause, and in general, she had such a heavy heart that she couldn't tell right away. She continued to babble and ask him to teach her how to cook. God, why are you so clingy? Irma thought. When asked what she wanted to learn to cook, Mia pointed her finger at noodles, but she was quickly sent for a walk in the forest. Irma stated that the headman had ordered not to spread the recipe. At this time, Sophie was showing Jacob the skin cape that she had been sewing for a whole month. He did not even look at her, as Mia called the girl in a commanding tone. Jacob ran towards her voice like a little dog, and then Sophie came up, feeling humiliated and trampled. Mia ordered Sophie to go and find out how to cook meat in starch. Then they would cook it themselves. In a low voice, Sophie asked what she could do if Irma hadn't told Mia about the recipe, as she immediately reminded her friend about the coming-of-age ritual and that she might be left without Jacob. He barked rudely at Sophie, telling her that if she wanted to please him, she should do what Mia said. Sophie lowered her head and muttered that she would go and try to find out. Mia approached the girl and pretended to encourage her, saying that as long as she was with her, everything would be fine. Approaching Irma, Sophie asked her to teach her how to cook meat so that others could try it, and she replied that it was no problem. Having poured the meat soup, she handed it to Sophie, who was genuinely happy. Irma explained that everyone could come and try it, while for now she could only treat them. The headman said to prepare vermicelli before winter, so she is busy now. Having given the bowl to Sophie, Irma returned to her work. Approaching Mia, who was waiting for her, she held out the bowl, saying that she had brought it for her to try. The next second, Mia looked like a fury, knocking the bowl out of her hands. She yelled at her friend that she was a complete fool. She didn't need Irma's cooking. She was told to find out the recipe and not beg for food. Irma and Ricky witnessed all this and scolded Sophie and Mia for being so shameless with the food they worked so hard to earn. Caught off guard, Mia began to feverishly think of what to answer. Immediately wriggling out, she shifted the blame onto Sophie, saying that she gave her a hot cup and almost scalded her. At this time, one of the werewolves ran through the village shouting that the Kwe tribe was already at the gate. Jono ran up to the boys and told Irma that the headman was waiting for them and wanted to tell them something. Mia grinned maliciously. Her friend Aya came. Now when their tribe unites with the Kwe, then we'll see who wins. Jono walked anxiously, leading Irma by the hand, who was asking about this Kwe tribe. She saw that the guy was worried. He said that the Kwe tribe is the most powerful in the Uelo Mountains because they are more numerous and have better resources. At the same time, they are powerful and insidious. Someone clearly secretly warned them since they came here so suddenly. Irma thought out loud, remembering how today, Mia, who had been avoiding her, suddenly began asking her to teach her how to cook noodles. Jono screamed and punched the tree. It was definitely her. If the Kwe tribe finds out where they keep their food supplies for the winter, they will take it away. Then he saw that he had frightened Irma with his harshness. He apologized and hugged her. It just made him very angry. Mother told him to delay the Kwe tribe as long as possible to find time to hide the food. They arrived. A gorgeous blonde female with huge blue eyes extended her hand and introduced herself as Aya, the wife of the new elder of the Kwe tribe. Irma, a little nervous, extended her hand and said her name, not knowing what to say next. But Jono embraced her and proudly continued her speech, introducing her as the future wife of the elder of the Osawa tribe. Irma and Jono invited the guests to the table. Aya, looking mockingly at the snacks, said, "This is all the hospitality of the Osawa tribe." Looking ingratiatingly into Irma's eyes, she cooed about the rumors that said that things were going well for them lately. Jono got excited and responded sharply that things were indeed going well for them and demanded that they bring more food. They brought dishes prepared according to Irma's new recipes, including a stew made from intestines. Aya, seeing these dishes, asked haughtily, raising her eyebrows, what it was. A young male sitting next to her added that apparently the Osai tribe had become so weak that they could not hunt normally, since they ate bones and entrails. Irma smiled and suggested that they try it first, and then they could talk. Jono quietly whispered to her that the Kwe wanted to use them to take the animal's fur, but they could offer them mushrooms and bamboo shoots in exchange for salt. But he can't bargain at all. What should he do now? Mother knows how to do it well, but she's busy now. Hearing the bargain, Irma's eyes lit up with excitement, and she said to rely on her. Aya ate the soup and blushed with pleasure. She could not hide her admiration. Irma, smiling warmly, explained that making soup from entrails is quite a task, just like making a stew. The entrails need to be processed correctly, and the mushrooms sorted. Aya offered a deal. They would teach them how to cook this delicious soup, and the Kwe tribe would offer an equally valuable product. Irma began the bidding, one recipe in exchange for 100 bamboo sticks of salt. The guy sitting next to her was Aya's younger brother. He told his sister not to mess with this lustful female. He could teach her that now. The girl answered her brother that he was still too young. They could dry dried bamboo shoots and internal organs themselves without any problems. What was much more important was the method of preparing them and the trapper who knew how to do it. Aya studied Irma, thinking that since the tribe trusted her, maybe she could take more than just Mia. She approached Irma and said that the deal suited them, but there was a request. Could they carefully study the entire process in order to avoid mistakes? Of course, let everyone come here. Irma happily agreed to teach them, and they will start with mushrooms. The males approached, led by Pete, Aya's brother, who bared his torso, showing off his body. Jono instantly flushed and shouted at Aya what it was. One of the young men, a cute and timid guy, noted that they just wanted to learn all the intricacies of cooking from their sister Irma. What's wrong with that? There was no stopping Jono. He was shouting at them to just try to do something with Irma. Threats rained down on all the males. Irma whispered to him that this was a business meeting. They were here for 2 days. No nerves. The modest boy immediately began touching Irma while she was talking about mushrooms. The enraged Jono looked at him like a beast, ready to tear him apart. The young man said that he could not study in such conditions. Aya approached Jono as a young elder. She accepted his conditions, so let him accept her conditions. Irma was constantly provoked into close contact, so it was difficult to see the mushrooms. Aya's brother seductively put a fruit he found into Irma's mouth, ostensibly for her to try, provoking Jono. Then he hugged her from behind without any embarrassment, cooing in a velvety voice that the scent of her body was so enticing that he wanted to try it. Jono restrained himself with all his might. Irma, moving away from him, politely asked him not to allow himself to go too far, otherwise she would not be able to teach. Jono didn't let her get a word in, closing her mouth with a kiss, and shouted at his rival to take his paws off his woman. Then he grabbed her and declared imperiously that she was his. Aya noticed how Ricky was watching this, and standing next to him, she smiled slyly and told him that he was jealous. After all, Jono has a partner, and how he defends his rights to her. Then she introduced herself and said that she liked him. He could become her partner and go with her to the Kwe tribe. But he only chuckled and went away muttering that the offer did not interest him. How could a female not interest a male? Aya was indignant. Well, only if he was not wounded. She thought and glanced at Irma. It was quite possible that this male had his eye on her, too. She analyzed her competitor. What was so special about her that men were so hung up on her? Who is she? The further you go, the stranger it gets. As usual, Mia was furious and watching from under the bushes, wondering why Aya wasn't doing anything, why she was swarming her with males. Maybe she wanted Jono to leave her like that. At this time, Aya's brother approached her and said that he wanted to talk. Mia was happy. They probably wanted to take her to the Kwe tribe. But the guy replied guiltily that he hadn't yet figured out a way to transfer her to his tribe, but he served his sister, so he would quickly solve this problem. His last words were a blow to Mia when she learned that Aya wanted to take Irma with her because people like her are needed by the tribe, as they are useful and therefore valuable. Trying to hide her humiliation and resentment, Mia said as indifferently as possible that it wasn't that important to her in principle. She needed to go about her business. She was ready to kill anyone she met now. That damned Irma who put dope in the soup. She pierced the doll with a needle, imagining that it was Irma, wishing her death. Jacob approached her and asked her worriedly if that guy from the Q tribe was bothering her. Deciding to take advantage of this, she asked him for a favor. The male courted Irma, despite her requests to keep his distance. He hugged her every now and then, under the guise of training. Jacob called out to Irma that he wanted to talk to her, wondering what kind of female she was, who first stole Jono and Ricky from Mia, and now shamelessly coveted other males from another tribe. He tried to give her a bouquet, saying that he wanted to apologize for Mia. Irma didn't want to take it, but he literally shoved it into her hands. A pleased Mia showed this to Sophie, who was crying because her beloved was being taken away. Mia slyly threw to her friend that this Irma is no slouch. Not only did she take all the males of their tribe, but she also has her sights on the Quay tribe. So if she died, then Jacob would stay with Sophie. Sophie, in tears, repeated Mia's words. There will be no Irma. Jacob will be with her. The first day of training was coming to an end. Irma was tired and did not know how to get rid of the annoying male of the Quay tribe, who clearly wanted to continue training, but not on mushrooms. She thought that today, Jono was beside himself, if it would be like this next time. Irma didn't notice how Sophie approached her with a clearly unfriendly look. She suddenly pulled out a knife and rushed at Irma. The girl tried to reason with her, asking her to put away the knife, but Sophie kept attacking. She slashed Irma's arm and screamed that she shouldn't be there. Blood spurted from the wound. Irma tried to talk about how she had offended Sophie, what the misunderstanding was between them. Anger and malice clouded Sophie's mind, who rushed at Irma with a knife, screaming that that damn bitch had decided to seduce her, Jacob. She saw him giving her flowers, and they are given during courtship. Irma fell to the ground, dodging another blow, explaining that he gave her flowers because he wanted to apologize for Mia. She stopped in a stupor and slowly repeated Irma's words on how to apologize for Mia. But a minute later, she was chasing Irma again, shouting that she was lying, and Jacob would be hers. Irma ran into the forest, sobbing and holding a bloody knife in her hand. Sophie shouted at her to never return to Osawa. Sitting down on the ground and throwing down the knives, she burst into tears, muttering that Mia would not calm down and would not let them live in peace, and Jacob still did not love her. She just wanted to do what was best. Jono came to Irma and immediately declared that he had managed to intercept the prey from his competitor, but no one answered him. She's not here yet. She still hasn't come. The guy was surprised. He went out into the yard worried and saw red droplets on the grass. He sat down and took the liquid on his finger and realized with horror that it was blood. The tribe went out to look for Irma. It was already dark, so they lit torches. Jono was on the verge of a breakdown. His old mother was worried that he would do something stupid. Jono was filled with anger at himself. He had failed to protect his woman. Ricky tried to calm him down by suggesting that perhaps Irma had found new food, which was why she was late. He punched Ricky in the face with all his might. Mia screamed for him to stop. Jono screamed that Irma was pregnant with his children, and God forbid something happened to her. They would both go to the lands of God's punishment and repent to the corrupt God. Mia and Sophie exclaimed upon hearing that Irma was pregnant. Sophie started crying and said that she had harmed the baby and that she had no right to live. Mia, feigning concern, took her hand and replied that Irma had no right to live, lured Sophie's male, and took her guys away. So she did everything right. She would not tell anyone that she killed Irma. Irma wandered through the forest of animals in the darkness. It was huge, and she could not find the way out to the tribe. The wound on her arm was bleeding heavily. She could no longer walk. She needed to rest and bandage the wound. Irma was bandaging the wound with her built-in equipment, while the creature watched her, wondering how a female pregnant with triplets could come into such a forest alone. She probably lost her male. She'll start crying now. How annoying it is. The wolf rushed at Irma, growling and baring his teeth, intending to tear her apart on the spot. Irma slashed the beast with her metal knife. She understood that her blood would attract new predators. The creature was already watching Irma with some interest, wondering why she wasn't crying. Irma tried to drive away the wolf with a knife, thinking that this was how her life would end. The creature covered the girl and threw the wolf back with its huge snake-like scaly tail, growling at how he dared to rush at its prey. Irma stared wide-eyed at the defender, who casually tossed over his shoulder whether she was okay. The huge snake's tail shimmered with a silvery glow in the gloom. She could only utter the word snake. The creature looked at her with condescension, wrapping its powerful tail around her. What else can you expect from trappers? He thought, looking at her. He was about to leave, and when he turned his back, Irma saw that he was wounded. She remembered how he hugged her, declaring that she was his prey. Irma stopped the strange defender. He threw what she wanted. His snake eyes were filled with some surprise. What else did this female need? The girl asked permission to bandage his wound, but he threw away what was unnecessary. With words this won't do, she confidently grabbed his hand, stopping him. She said that she wanted to thank him, so let her sit down now, and she will do everything. Irma bandaged his wound. He watched silently and thought to himself that she was pretending. He didn't say a word while Irma puffed and knitted with a bandage. Finally, he loudly asked Irma why she was bandaging the wound if she was so afraid of him. Irma was really afraid of his unusual appearance. She timidly asked if he was also a hunter. He answered, "Doesn't she know? There are rumors that hunters are born sinners and were punished by the beast god, which is why some parts of their bodies changed. They committed atrocities, they created tyranny, so all this was imprinted on the bones." But suddenly a legendary hunter appeared. Irma sincerely answered that she really didn't know anything, so she asked again if he was a trapper. He turned away and condescendingly replied that everything was clear, giving advice not to approach the fallen hunter. It's not hard to tell them apart. They have a crystal on their foreheads. Next time he sees one like that, let him run away. It began to dawn on her. Then the girl replied that the hunters were not evil and that this crystal was very beautiful. You can't judge someone by their appearance. He saved her, so he's a good and decent trapper. He exhaled and said that she was complicating everything. She was a woman who needed to be returned to the tribe and given birth. Irma didn't lag behind, so why did he save her when he saw that there was danger? The stranger snorted and threw that simply because she was pregnant. Then the girl replied that she saw in him a noble warrior who saves women, and not at all some despicable hunter. The guy inside burst into tears. He never thought that a female would call him a noble warrior. Irma extended her hand with a smile and stated that since they had resolved the misunderstanding, she wanted to introduce herself. She is Irma from the Osawa tribe. And what is his name? The guy didn't respond to the handshake, turned away so as not to show his excitement, and introduced himself as Reich. They came to the cave where the meat lay. Irma asked if this was all his food. He thought, yes, she is the epitome of delicacy. Now she will be disappointed. Of course she will not like a hunter like him. Irma stretched out his name, thinking and analyzing something. Then she said that let her teach him how to store food, saying it with such a sincere desire to help. He calmly asked how to do this, and Irma took his hand and began to explain in a businesslike tone. Reich was surprised by her revelation, because these are the secrets of the tribe, and disclosure is punishable. To which Irma replied that he was not a stranger, but her savior, And moreover, she did not consider that the fallen hunters were unworthy of knowing them. This touched Reich very much, and he also decided to open up to Irma. He said that he came to the forest of animals for a reason. He found salt deposits here. Cool. Irma jumped for joy. It means now he will be able to salt a lot of meat for himself. He gently stroked the girl's head and said, "She shared precious knowledge with him, and he is ready to share with her." Jono and Ricky called Irma as they wandered through the dark forest with torches. Suddenly, Ricky put his finger to his lips and looked at his friend. Someone was approaching them. Suddenly, they encountered fallen ones who were carrying huge barrels. The guys said that they didn't come to fight. They lost the female. They've been looking for her all night. If they know where she is, let them tell. The fallen looked at each other without answering. Within a couple of seconds, they rushed at the hunters with their weapons. Dodging the attack, Jono shouted that if they fought now, more fallen would come running, and they needed to get out. Ricky began to cry, looking at the fallen. A phantom began to separate from his body, and a giant figure rushed at the fallen with a menacing growl. The roar was deafening. The fallen fell to the ground in horror. Jono realized that Ricky had mental magic. While the enemies were lying on the ground, Ricky shouted that they needed to leave before the phantom dissipated. They turned and soared upward. Having arrived in a safe place, the guys were able to rest. The fallen would not find them here. Jono noticed that some grains were shimmering on Ricky's hand. They sparkled in the darkness of the night. Ricky tasted the crumbs with his tongue and exclaimed, "It's salt." They went to the elder and reported to her that there was salt in the animal forest. The guys said that the fallen found it and secretly mined it. The elder thought for a moment, and Jono immediately imagined Irma, alone in the forest. And if she had already met the fallen, terrible pictures appeared before his eyes. He stood up and, without listening to anyone, resolutely went to continue searching for Irma. Ricky decided to go with his friend, telling the elder to tell everyone about the fallen trappers. The elder prayed to the beast god that Irma would soon be found alive and well. The tribe gathered in the square where the elder told about the fallen. Everyone was horrified. The headman said not to go out unless necessary, not to stray from the group while hunting, and her thoughts were occupied with ensuring that the Kwei tribe, which was still here, did not find out about the salt deposits. Sophie was beside herself with fear. She heard that the fallen were so cruel that they killed the males and forced the females to give birth to many children. Standing behind Mia's house, Sophie was worried about what to do if the fallen captured her. Mia answered indifferently, and what did they care about her? Well, if they caught her, then she was unlucky. Sophie was shaking with horror. She had wounded her and driven her into the forest. What had she done? She remembered how Mia had tricked her into believing that Jacob was supposedly courting Irma, and she realized that she had gotten rid of her competitor with her hands. Sophie told Mia that she had deceived her and forced her to banish Irma by telling her that Jacob was hitting on her. She grinned smugly and said that she was only expressing her opinion. Is that considered cheating? So don't shift the blame onto her. Sophie screamed hysterically that it was not her fault. It was Mia who said that if Irma left the tribe, then Jacob would love her. While accusing each other, they did not notice how a crowd led by an elder stood behind them and heard everything. She said in anger that she did not expect this from them. Sophie follows Mia's orders, and she, with her manipulations, forced the pregnant female to run away into the forest. Sophie stated that Irma was now alone in the forest with the fallen because of her. The girl tried to deny it. The elder punished Sophie. According to the laws of the tribe, she must give birth to 10 cubs for disabled males who have not found a mate. Then she turned to Mia, who forced Sophie to commit a crime. But she, not listening to the headman, denied that it was all Sophie's fault, since she really wanted to marry Jacob. The headman was furious. she didn't even repent. Since she insisted on her innocence, then let the god beast judge her. Mia will go to the land of God's punishment. She screamed in horror, into the land of God's punishment, but this meant certain death. In the morning, Reich asked one of his fellow tribesmen if he had ever encountered any trappers. He confirmed that yesterday night the porters met hunters who were looking for a female. Reich wondered if they were probably looking for Irma. A still sleepy Irma appeared behind him, stretching and asking him why he got up so early. The fallen female, seeing her, screamed in horror. Reich asked why she woke up so early, since pregnancy takes a lot of energy. Irma replied that it was simply the first time she had spent the night outside and could not get enough sleep. Reich's fellow tribesmen could not understand what the female hunter was doing with the leader and why he was taking such care of her. The guy thought that she was his female and asked the chief what he was hiding from them by calling Irma mistress. Irma explained that it was not what he thought. It was just that last night, Reich had saved her from a wild animal. Reich gave the order for everyone to stay at home and for the miners to bring as much salt as possible. As he left, the young man wondered why the chief had reacted so sharply and what the female was doing so late at night in the forest. It dawned on him that the two trappers were looking for her. Reich was frying meat for breakfast and asked Irma why she was wandering in the forest alone and so late. Irma sighed and began to tell how it all happened. Reich got excited and shouted who had harmed her. At first he thought it was a male. Then he found out it was a female. Irma said sadly that she didn't think that things would go this far. Handing the girl her breakfast, he invited her to stay in his tribe, promising that they would never hurt her. But she refused because the tribe treats her well. It was just a misunderstanding. Plus, she remembered Jono and their home, the family they were going to build. Reich asked if her partner was offending her, but Irma shook her head. No, Jono is wonderful. When no one believed her, he alone stood on her side and supported her in everything. She remembered how they collected food. The guy trusted her completely, did not doubt, did not ridicule her ideas. Although he can be naive and jealous at times, that makes him cute. Reich felt some pain, turned away, and asked Irma how he could have allowed this to happen. Irma explained that no one expected this, and Jono was hunting. Irma's words about her male made Reich experience strange feelings. What's wrong with him? Why does he feel uncomfortable when Irma talks about her partner? Does he like her, or is it just animal instincts? He glanced sideways at Irma, chewing meat. In such a short time, he had become attached to her. The girl stood up, saying that she had eaten. Now she needed to determine the direction from which she had come. Reich remembered that yesterday he had promised to take her to the tribe. Irma said that it was dark, and she didn't remember where she came from, and Reich looked at her and wondered if he would regret letting her go. Coming out of the cave, Irma looked around, trying to understand where she came from. Suddenly, Reich took her hand. Looking into her eyes, he apologized, but said that he could not return her to the tribe. Irma asked why. He replied that there had been a report that something was wrong with the salt deposits. He had to check. Holding her hands, he tenderly asked if she could go with him. The girl lowered her head, not knowing what to answer. Reich reminded her about the food she was talking about. He blushed and added that he wasn't sure he remembered everything correctly. Irma also stood there, embarrassed, with her eyes downcast, and she thought that he was right. It was difficult to remember in words how to cook everything correctly, how to distinguish mushrooms. But the guy couldn't hold back and told her not to worry about it. He would learn with experience. He turned away so as not to show his sadness and said that he would take her home. Her hand took his hand, and he heard her say that she would stay with him for now. The fallen was sincerely surprised. But what about her tribe? She so voluntarily stays with him. She held his hands trustingly and simply explained that once she started, she needed to finish the job, and she didn't want to return empty-handed. Then he asked if she wasn't afraid that he wouldn't let her go. There was so much sincere trust in her eyes when Irma answered that she completely believed him. Reich was embarrassed by this confession. This was the first time someone had said such words to him. In order not to give himself away completely, he put on a serious look, coughed, and said that then they would not waste time. And they went. But Reich warned her to stay close so as not to get lost again, and the girl asked him if he really was the leader of the fallen. While she was asking how he had achieved the rank of head at such a young age, and what he needed to do to achieve this, they came to the salt deposits. Many fallen were working in the cave, mining salt crystals and putting them into sacks. Irma was amazed at how many fallen trappers there were. The fallen, seeing Reich with the female, joyfully perked up and began to greet him and his partner. They surrounded the girl and chattered. They never thought that the chief would find the girl so quickly. Irma objected. There is nothing between them. Reich darkened at these words. Did she really not want to be with him? But on the other hand, she was not fallen, which meant that her partner should be the same. He then introduced Irma to his people, stating that yesterday she had told him the secret of her tribe, and now she wanted to share it with everyone. Irma began to tell the secrets of preserving food, and Reich ordered that one group should mine salt and the other should learn from her. Reich's assistant, looking at the girl, admired the head's wife, to which Reich refuted his words. She was not his wife, and in a few days he needed to return her. He was horrified. How could he let her go? She was so charming, or he didn't like her. Reich muttered darkly. What difference does it make whether she likes it or not? She already has a partner, and he has to get her back. He tried to object, as he had no right. He saved a life. But with a gesture of his hand, the leader made it clear that the conversation was over. Then, looking down, he said that he was fallen, but Irma was not. He was not suitable for her. He saw how hard it was for the boss to say this, and said that he had no right to tell him what to do. But wouldn't he regret it if the girl left? Will he regret it? Thought Reich. This girl had become very dear to him, but if she is happy, he will have nothing to regret. Irma supervised the fallen, explaining how to salt meat, prepare mushrooms, and bamboo. One of the guys brought a mian root, asking what to do with it. I was told to strain it through a sieve, and then, ding, a new product opened up in the system. It will produce starch, but this vegetable, bai luo, is spicy, crispy, juicy, and edible. The girl without a system thought that it was a radish. She asked the guy where he found it. He thought that he had brought something wrong and replied that he had accidentally dug it up with the Milanese root. But Irma praised him. They will also dry this vegetable bailuo together with the Milanese root and store it. The men were delighted, which meant that now they would be able to eat their fill all year round. Irma was surprised, but they explained to her that in winter it is most difficult to find food. And why don't they want to leave these products? Until this period, they live in the northwest of those places. The path to the nearest forest is not close. Even if they take meat supplies, they will quickly spoil in the sun. A huge number of the fallen are dying from lack of food, but there is another problem if they are to survive. It was necessary to gather supplies for sale. Now Irma understood why they were attacking, causing harm to others without having much choice. Then the girl animatedly added that she knew what other products could be stored for a long time. They looked at the girl, fascinated and with wild delight, but Irma said that they needed to collect some plants for her. Irma sincerely wanted to help them so that they could survive. It didn't take long to persuade them. They ran so fast that Irma didn't have time to add anything, after which she talked about using another fruit, which can be dried and marinated in sugar, and the system recognized the unknown fruit as poisonous, so the girl explained that it should not be eaten, as it would cause stomach pain. The sound of a bugle sounded. It was the call to dinner. One of the fallen ones gave the girl his paw and gallantly invited her to dinner. Reich was already sitting at the table. Irma's dish was being laid out. It smelled very delicious, and everyone wanted to try it quickly. When everything was served on plates, the tasting began, and at first there was a concentrated silence. Reich was delighted. It was very tasty. He had never eaten anything like it before. Everyone clapped their hands like children and admired Irma. She not only knows everything about fruits and vegetables, but also cooks wonderfully. The mushroom soup is delicious. Irma became embarrassed, assuring him that they were exaggerating, and Reich's friend whispered to him that his happy life depended only on him, persuading them not to let go of Irma, who is not afraid of them at all, and her knowledge can still help them out. But the chief was unwavering. He promised to bring her home, and he would do it. Although Reich understood his friend's words perfectly well, and his heart was heavy that Irma would leave them, he broke the spoon in frustration. But first he decided to punish her offenders, and he had a plan. Late in the evening, the hut where Mia was placed as punishment before being sent to the Valley of God's punishment was noisy. She indulged in lovemaking with one of the males, from whom she took a promise that he would take her out of here. Enduring the guy's uncontrollable sexual ardor, she thought about running away and showing everything. Outside the Osawa tribe, the fallen were watching. His assistant approached the chief and whispered that he had learned how the chief of the Osawa tribe punished Sophie for wounding Irma with a knife. Now she is a slave for the birth of cubs from disabled males. Reich thought, if that's the case, then she can be left alone. But what about Mia? But Mia will be sent to the Valley of God's punishment, and Reich really liked this. But it would still be better if she were a guest of his city. Mia quickly got dressed, muttering that it was so late, but he, you see, still wasn't enough. He again tried to kiss her, saying that he couldn't help himself when she was around. But the girl hurried him. They needed to get to the Kui tribe. Aya wouldn't refuse them. The guards were asleep, and they jumped out of the house. Next, there was a second guard post, and the fugitives hid behind the bushes, waiting for the right moment. They didn't hear how a huge club rose up from behind them, and in just a couple of seconds, they were unconscious with huge bumps on their heads. Reich and his assistants did not let them slip away. The leader appreciated Mia's ability to make acquaintances. He ordered that this female be taken to the Dark City and that she be kept under close surveillance. The order was understood. Mia and her friend were lifted onto their backs and carried. Now, Reich was thinking about the message he needed to leave. The elder was beside herself. Jono and Ricky had been combing the forest for 2 days, but there was no news about the girl. Suddenly, something caught her attention. It was a piece of paper on the table. The woman, with trembling hands, unfolded the note which said that Irma was fine and would return in 2 days. When she showed this note to the boys, they screamed in horror, "Irma, in the Dark City!" The elder was also extremely frightened. The Dark City itself is equal to death. The trappers associated this place with the sinful capital of fallen trappers, where the inhabitants were more ferocious and despotic than anywhere else. And the head of the Dark City is vicious and cunning, and the guys didn't even want to listen to what he could do with Irma. But Ricky stopped Jono. If the fallen wanted to harm Irma, then why leave a note? But the guy flared up. Then why doesn't she return to the tribe? Maybe they just want to throw dust in the eyes and drag out time. Here the elder barked with a call to stop the commotion. One thing is clear, that Irma is in the clutches of this monster, and she insisted on holding negotiations with them. It was night. Reich was not sleeping and saw that Irma was thoughtfully looking at the sky. Approaching her, he asked why she wasn't sleeping, since it was already late. Irma smiled. He was not sleeping either, and he sat down next to her. The girl again raised her eyes to the sky and said that she was admiring the stars. She was busy and did not notice how beautiful the starry sky was. Before she could finish, she gasped when she felt his hand on her shoulder. Then came the fear of what was happening. He took her in his arms without taking his eyes off her. Before they could come to their senses, they quickly rushed forward. Reiche replied that he would take her to one place. When he stopped, the girl saw incredible beauty. Myriads of stars in the dark night sky shimmered like diamonds. The girl was delighted, asking how he knew about this place. And he, without taking his loving eyes off her, replied that he simply knew. Their eyes met. They were so close to each other, and Reich almost kissed her. Irma didn't resist at first, but then the realization of what was about to happen flashed in her eyes. Frightened and embarrassed, she turned her face away, muttering, "Maybe he'll let her go." Reich didn't answer, but a look of sadness crossed his face. They walked, and he did not let go of her hand. The girl continued to chat happily, and he said that there was a cliff here, and it was hard to walk alone. It would be better if he hugged her. Irma agreed. Standing behind Irma, who was admiring the sky, Reich replied that this place was discovered when they were looking for salt deposits. Irma enthusiastically walked forward and stretched out her hand, laughing that she could reach the sky, not hearing how Reich tried to say that there was a cliff ahead. Then she gasped as she hit her foot painfully on a rock and felt herself falling into a ravine. The girl screamed, and Reich, frightened, jumped up to her and managed to grab her hand. Pulling the frightened Irma closer, they collided faces in a kiss. It turned out that Irma was lying on him, and their lips touched. Both of them were overcome with embarrassment. Irma, still crimson, recoiled from him, thanking him. He had saved her again. He covered her mouth with his hand, saying that she should not thank him. The girl was surprised, but why he saved her? Reich, overcoming his embarrassment, blurted out, "Because he likes her." Holding the astonished Irma by the hand, he said that he wanted to protect her constantly. Therefore, there is no need to thank him for what he is obliged to do. Irma turned away and, all tense, said that she already had Jono, and she didn't need anyone else except him. Reich smiled tenderly and reassured her. He wouldn't create problems for her, just let her know that he liked her. But they were still friends. Irma happily confirmed, and he promised that she could always turn to him when difficulties arose. He would always help. Irma woke up this morning yawning. They went to bed so late. Today Reich has to take her home and give her some salt. But what was her surprise that she slept on Reich's chest? But she remembered that she clearly did not fall asleep on him. In the morning, Reich admired her sleeping, and unable to resist, placed her on his chest. The girl began to make excuses, but Reich assured her that she had simply turned over, but it was comfortable for her. He stood up and asked her to go, but Irma felt so awkward. Reich clarified that she definitely wanted to go to the mine to say goodbye to everyone. The girl nodded. Everyone was kind to her. She couldn't just leave like that. The assistant chief was frightened. The guards noticed several dozen trappers heading towards the mine. Irma and Reich exclaimed in unison. The chief asked if they were really hunters. He confirmed. Moreover, they were behaving very cautiously. Perhaps they were already near the mine. Then Reich gave the order to kill them. If they could get away from there, they would surely tell everyone. Irma cried out. It was possible to come to an agreement. Why kill right away? But Reich declared that she was too naive. There could be no peace between the fallen and the hunters. If they didn't kill, they would kill them. He hugged her and said that unfortunately he couldn't see her off, that she needed to go to the others. But Teros, his very own assistant, would do it. How terrible this war is, Irma thought. How many people have died on both sides? Reich gave the order to take Irma to his people. Safe and sound, Teros bowed and promised to do everything. Irma felt very heavy in her heart. At this time, the elder, Ricky, Jono, and the other trappers were walking towards the dark forest. Suddenly spears appeared near the elder, and everyone rushed to protect her. Jono shielded his mother while Ricky deflected the flying spear. He turned around only partially, breathing a sigh of relief that nothing had happened to the elder. Jono shouted that this was the hospitality of the Dark City. The Fallen with spears surrounded them, declaring that everything depended on them. Reich appeared and told them that they were tired of living. Jono and Ricky screamed to give Irma back right now. They received a message. Besides this, they lost another female. They hope that she will also be returned. Teros cried out. If Irma hadn't left, then these were her fellow tribesmen, and Reich realized that these hunters were from their Osawa tribe, after which he reported that he had only one female, whom he saved from a wolf, and according to the laws of the continent, she now belonged to him. It was the law. Jana was depressed, and Ricky spoke up, but she was pregnant by him. Reich looked at Ricky, thinking that this was the same Jono, Irma's partner. The elder smiled and told the worried youths that everything was under control. Approaching Reich, she agreed that by law, Irma belonged to his tribe. But what did he think about an exchange? He inquired about the offer. The woman replied that they would keep their secret about the salt deposits, and they would return Irma. Reich replied that it sounded good, but he had a better idea. He offered half the mine in exchange for Irma. The trappers were outraged. They didn't need the mine. They needed Irma. The situation was heating up. Jono, Ricky, and other warriors of the tribe shouted that if they were not given Irma, they would use force. The Fallen advised them to think carefully, since there were more of them. Red with anger, Jono shouted that one of them would still escape, and then the whole tribe would come here. Reich calmly replied that this made sense. And then he smiled and added that the Dark City does not choose easy paths. He teased the already agitated Ricky by saying that he was always eager to fight, so let him fight him and try to take his Irma. Reich, like Ricky, activated his totem. He was already imagining how he would give this hunter a good beating. Jono was also eager to do so, but his mother stopped him. They had to trust Ricky. He was their best warrior. The lion totem and the snake entered into battle. Reich thought only about what right he had to be Irma's partner. The lion lunged at the snake, which deftly managed to dodge. The snake tried to wrap its tail around him, but the lion released its claws, intending to bite into the snake. Suddenly, they heard the screams of Irma running. She asked them to stop. The snake and the lion stopped, saying her name in unison. Jono was already running towards her. Irma stood by the tree to catch her breath. Ricky, having turned into a human form, ran after him, chattering about where and how and what had happened to her. But Jono got ahead of him and hugged the girl, tears welling up in his eyes. The elder smiled with relief, seeing the girl healthy and unharmed. Jono tenderly asked if Irma was hurt anywhere. Ricky stood to the side, waiting awkwardly. He thought that he was not her partner, so he had no right to stand next to her and take care of her. While the girl stood surrounded by her own people, Teros guiltily reported to the dissatisfied Reich that he had been unable to stop Irma, who had decided to return halfway. Although, on the other hand, seeing the current picture, he added that she had already met with her relatives. But it seemed the head was not happy. Reich, without taking his eyes off the girl, replied that the main thing was that she was happy. At this time, Irma told everyone that she was able to survive in the forest, only thanks to Reich. Taking the embarrassed leader by the hand, she led him to her people and formally introduced her savior. Irma praised the fallen Reich as a very kind-hearted and decent warrior. Everyone from the Osawa tribe didn't know what to answer. For them, in principle, it didn't fit how a fallen one could be kind-hearted. Jono turned her words over in his head, looking at Irma with disbelief. The rest of the fallen stood and heard the whispers of the hunters. Did they really treat Irma well? There were even suggestions that it was a conspiracy. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Irma explained that it was she who asked Reich to write a message that she was okay, but she did not notice that there was a mark of the dark city on the skin. The elder now understood that they had misunderstood this message, so she thanked Reich on her own behalf, as did Jono, who said that the Osawa tribe does not forget kindness and will definitely repay. Reich said that this was unnecessary, since Irma had already helped them a lot, and he was surprised when he saw that Jono and Irma were holding hands. Approaching the girl, he gently stroked her head. Jono immediately flared up, pulling Reich's hand away and declaring that Irma was only his partner. Then Reich clarified that he was indeed Jono, her partner, but he thought to himself that he had made a mistake. Then Reich, pointing at Ricky, asked who he was since she claimed that Irma was pregnant by him. He nodded. Yes, he was the father of Irma's children, but not her partner. Here, Irma saw three men who were dividing her like a toy. One was the father of her children, the second calls him, and the third wants to become one. Then she intervened, saying that yes, Ricky was not her partner, but she was pregnant by him, realizing that this fact could no longer be hidden. But approaching Jono and taking his hands, she declared that only he was her partner. Ricky jumped out of the tent, clearly upset by this confession, to the surprised looks of those present. The headman interjected that after Irma's disappearance, a lot had happened in the tribe, and Jono, having perked up, hurried to tell her everything. Reich interrupted him and said that he could not believe that a female like Irma had only one partner, and was about to say something else. But he blurted out that he couldn't protect his woman. When Irma and Jono were left alone and he told her about the punishment of her offenders, she was horrified by Sophie's punishment to give birth to 10 cubs from disabled males. She didn't agree with such a punishment, after all. It was Mia who egged her on. Jono explained that even if Mia was the provocateur, then Sophie attacked the female to get the male. If this goes unpunished, then there will be chaos in the tribe. Irma rebelled. She screamed, but did not have time to continue. Jono hugged the girl and seriously continued to explain that he understood that she felt sorry for Sophie. But such are the laws. You need to take responsibility for your mistakes, and Mia will be sent to the Valley of God's punishment. Afterwards, he asked his beloved how she had lived among the fallen, whether they had offended her, to which the girl assured him that she had lived well. Everyone had been kind to her. Moreover, they were too protective of her, not letting her do anything. It was too sweet. Irma looked at the guy and shared that the rumors about the fallen were untrue. They were abandoned only because they looked different. It's not surprising that they hate the trappers and treat them cruelly. If you show them kindness, they will be grateful, Jono thought. Such thoughts had never occurred to him. In addition, Irma told how Reich saved her from a wolf, putting himself in danger, and when he saw that she was afraid of him, he wanted to leave. But in the end, he took her to the cave to feed her, and then told her about the mine. Jono somehow frowned, and the girl realized that he was jealous of her. But overcoming himself, he asked what else this snake had done, and Irma said with a smile that nothing more. But the others had also been kind, and there was something else. She tenderly kissed the guy on the cheek. He blushed in surprise. Sincerely hugging Jono, Irma confessed how much she missed him, and he whispered that he missed him a lot, too. Looking into her sky-colored eyes, the guy admitted that he was very afraid of losing her, because he was not there. Their breathing quickened and their lips were almost close. But before they could kiss, they heard someone cough. It was Ricky watching them, not knowing how to approach and speak. Jono turned around and asked if he was looking for him, but was very surprised when he received the answer that it was not him. Ricky approached Irma and said he wanted to talk to her. At this time, in the tent, the elder was negotiating with Reich about work at the mine. The plan was that they would send trappers to the mine and be responsible for provisions. and then the fallen would give half of what they got. The elders still could not understand why Reich made such a decision, and he in turn asked why she was hesitating. The elders still could not understand why there was such generosity, but he said that Irma told them about the food, but said out loud that they would not tell anyone about the salt deposits, since they were also to blame, since they misunderstood the situation with the note. Reich lost his temper, calling the trappers slow-witted. If they don't want to cooperate, then let them say so. The woman stood up and replied that of course they wanted to, and the snake replied that then everything was wonderful. They shook hands to signify the beginning of their cooperation. Afterwards, Reich headed for the exit, saying that they were done for today and that this was no place for games. The elders shouted after him, asking if it was true that he had wanted to bring Irma back from the very beginning. Reich only replied that they should take care of her, and if the girl got hurt again, he would take her away. The woman thought that maybe he had no intention of letting Irma go at all. Her face reflected anger and realization of what was happening. Well, of course he was looking for excuses for Irma to go to the mine. Reich called her to the mine and left a note that they would return in 2 days. It dawned on her, a message, a sign from the dark city, a picture came together. She remembered how he offered to exchange half of the mine for Irma. He persuaded them to exchange her for salt. She cursed him to the hilt. What a scoundrel! He wanted not the girl herself to want to stay, but for the tribe to reject her. At this time, Jono and Ricky were courting Irma, fulfilling her every whim. The woman thought with apprehension that the guys should defend our female. Jono wished Irma and Rika a pleasant conversation as he prepared to leave. The girl was nervous, because they hadn't had a normal conversation before, but she was pregnant with his child. To remove the awkwardness, she decided to thank the guy, considering that he was worried about her and was looking for her together with Jono. After all, he was worried about her and looked for her together with Jono. To remove the awkwardness, she decided to thank the guy. He asked how she felt, which touched Irma. He was worried about the children. Then he approached her without taking his eyes off her, took her hands and told her not to worry, that on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, he would become her partner, take care of her and the cubs. Here, Irma was already scared. The previous owner of her body was running after Rick, who did not want to see her. Moreover, he wanted to go to the Valley of God's Punishment just to avoid being with her, and now he is making such a compromise for the sake of the children. Irma, still in tense awkwardness, removed his hand and said that it was not necessary. He did not understand why she was rejecting him because of the act that resulted in pregnancy. Then she tried to convey with all seriousness that it was not about hatred, but being together just because of children was not necessary. A partner should love, and not just feel responsibility and obligations. And Irma asked him if he liked her, if he loved her. This made the guy think, because at first he hated her, but then she began to change, became smarter, more independent. Irma continued to say that he doesn't like her, that he is driven only by duty, but getting together only because of a sense of duty and responsibility will not make them happy. After which she turned around and walked away and told him to think carefully about her words. And Ricky stood there and played over her words, wondering if he liked her. Irma was surrounded by the fallen, and she showed them flowers and roots that could be added to soup and how to prepare seasoning. She told them everything she knew. She had nothing more to add for now. The system responded, an achievement for identifying 200 species in the form of a star chain X1. A chain with a pendant appeared in front of her. The girl beamed. Well, I never. The system gives gifts for identification. What generosity! The girl began to say goodbye to her new friends. They did not want to let their favorite go. They asked to stay. They even offered to bring her as many males as she wanted. Irma asked one of the guys if he had seen Reich. She had business with him. The guy pointed at the tent, saying that he had recently had a conversation with an elder, and it seemed he was not in the best mood. Our heroine thought about whether to go to him or not. She wanted to give him a chain. Maybe it would cheer him up. Having decided to enter, she saw Reich sitting with his back to her, and from the threshold, she cheerfully chirped that she had something for him. He asked hopefully if she would stay with them, but Irma denied this, saying that she had helped sort out the plants so that the work of his compatriots would not be in vain. But that's not the main thing. She doesn't want to leave without giving anything in return, and hands him the chain. A blush appeared on Reich's cheeks. She gives it to him. The girl nodded and helped him put the gift around his neck. Reich immediately felt that the suspension seemed to give him strength. He felt rested. But then, he took it off and told Irma that he could not accept such an expensive gift, but she assured him that it was simply a piece of jewelry given from the heart. She urged him to accept this gift as a gift from the beast god for their heavy burden, and the boy agreed. He, in turn, also handed her a box, saying that it was for her coming of age. Opening the box, Irma gasped. A beautiful blue flower shimmered inside. Then she froze with her mouth and eyes open. The system was telling her that the tear of God was open. If she entered the system, it would reward her. The girl thought, now she did not touch the flower. Usually, the system requires touching the object in order to identify it. The system also offered an item for exchange if she brought the tear of God into the system. She saw before her eyes an inventory of what could be selected: fabric, gunpowder, weapons. It seems like this thing is very important, but maybe she shouldn't rush it yet. Suddenly, she heard her name, Reich, calling her, worried that she was not responding. The girl replied that she really liked the flower, but she could not accept it, thinking about such strange results of the system. He took off her chain in an offended tone, declaring that since she could not accept his gift, then she could not accept hers either. Irma immediately reacted and said that she just wanted to know where he got this flower. She couldn't tell him about the system and its reaction to this flower. Reich replied that it was the tear of the beast god. The girl clarified that this tear was taken from the mountain of the god beast. This is a legendary place where God himself lives. All the treasures on this mountain have extraordinary power. Some give the opportunity to be reborn. Others bestow power. But they cannot be obtained so easily. One must undergo difficult trials. You must climb to the top of the God Beast Mountain, and only the worthy will be able to receive a reward. Holding the box with the flower, Irma wondered if the system was connected to the beast god. Does this mean that everything she said, starting from the conversation with the elder, when she told her that she received revelations from the beast god after her suicide attempts, and everything else up until the current conversation? Irma was shocked. It can't be. Most likely the system is simply interested in the treasures. Yes, that's probably true. Would she offer her such good things in exchange for a tear? Reich, seeing Irma's internal dialogue, gently stroked her head and asked if everything was okay with her. The girl had to lie about the enormous value of his gift. Reich advised her to take the flower to a place blessed by the god beast, where the eggs lie. The young will absorb the energy of the tear and become even stronger. Irma scratched her head and clarified that this could affect the family tree. But she didn't receive an answer because an angry elder entered the tent and asked the headman if he had kidnapped another female that they couldn't find. Then, seeing Irma, she softened and a smile appeared on her face. The girl asked the woman if it was true that Mia had disappeared. The elder explained that she had disappeared the same day they received the message. The trapper who was guarding her was found stunned, so it was possible that she had escaped. Irma thought, Mia is cunning. She doesn't look like a trapper who will sit and wait until he is sent to the Valley of God's punishment. She began to defend Reich. What did he have to do with it? But the elder explained that traces of the fallen were found on the night of Mia's disappearance. Therefore, the stern woman once again asked the head of the Reich whether he had taken Maya. But Irma again began to defend her friend, trying to explain that the traces were left by the fallen who brought the note. And then, suddenly interrupting her, Reich replied, "Yes, Mia is with him." Irma almost lost consciousness from such a confession. The head woman indignantly pounced on him, asking why he needed Mia. She had nothing to do with him. The fallen leader arrogantly replied that she was the cause of harm to Irma, and therefore, when she tried to escape, he stopped her. Now she is his captive. And when he said that he would not return this female, the woman, shaking with anger, wanted to say a lot of things, but held back. After catching her breath, she asked as calmly as possible where Mia was now. Stroking Irma and not looking at the headman, he replied that he was in the dark city and would get what he deserved, so he shouldn't worry about her. Irma stood with eyes full of horror. According to rumors, females are punished cruelly. They give birth to males. They hate trappers and treat them cruelly. She didn't want to believe it, and looking at Reich, she wondered if he would really do that. The indignant elder added that since the head had already made such a decision, she could do nothing. As she left the tent, she muttered that when this was all over, she would leave her post. Irma carefully asked Reich if this was too cruel a punishment. Mia was very proud, and bearing the cubs of the fallen could be a blow to her. Reich refuted her assumptions, calling them distorted. Most of the fallen are abandoned and have no time for offspring. Still gently stroking the girl's face, he added that admitting her guilt before the beast god was too lenient a punishment. Let Mia think about her crimes in the dark city. Irma felt awkward and apologized for her assumptions. Reich asked her about the coming-of-age ceremony. In a couple of days, she would become an adult and marry the father of her children. But Irma categorically answered no. She dreamily said that she would marry Jono. He is kind, reliable, and the first to extend a helping hand to her. And the most important thing is that he doesn't offend her. She thinks that this is probably love. Reich, watching her, noted that Irma looked happy. Irma noticed how he darkened, and she called out to him. Putting her hand on his shoulder, she winked and said that if anything happened, he would be the godfather. He was embarrassed by the surprise, but the girl explained that she and Jono did not have enough life experience to take care of the babies on their own. They held hands, and Reich, flattered by this offer, promised to help. Looking at the girl with love, he thought that at least this way he would protect her. It was time for Irma to leave with her fellow tribesmen, and she said goodbye to Reich and his tribe. Returning to the Osawa tribe, the girl was surrounded and asked if she had been tortured. Her mother could barely hold back her tears. Irma hesitated and replied that no one had tortured her. The mother hugged her daughter and lamented how worried she was. But now she's back alive and well. Afterwards, the woman asked if her daughter had been to the sanctuary with the babies. She learned from the elder that her daughter's babies were there, so why would she learn this not from her daughter? The girl tried to calm her mother, who was crying, promising to tell her first next time. She thought that since this was now her body, it was worth improving her relationship with her mother. But her mother wouldn't let her go so easily. In 2 days, there was a coming-of-age ceremony, and she chose another partner for herself. Irma's jaw dropped, as if she needed another one. Having come to her senses a little, she replied that she no longer needed anyone except Jono, but her mother waved her hand. The better the female, the more males she should choose for herself in order to leave more cubs for the tribe. Irma tried to explain that she only had one loved one, but her mother screamed, "What about Ricky? What did that bastard do again?" She told her mother that he didn't do anything. She made a choice in favor of Jono. She wants to live with him all her life and have a child with him. Sally screamed so loudly at these words that everyone in the area turned around. The woman, red with anger, screamed how difficult it is for a female who relies on only one partner. And if he is wounded, he will get sick or be eaten by an animal. Irma somehow didn't think about it, but she has a system. She'll manage somehow. A picture of three males who liked her appeared before her eyes, and Mother kept nagging that such a beautiful female as Irma couldn't have only one male. Jono stood behind the tree and heard the conversation, wondering if he could really make Irma happy and protect her. The words of Irma's mother haunted him because he had already failed to protect her once. The girl ran up to him joyfully, asking if he was prepared for tomorrow's ceremony. Jono sat there depressed, and she asked if everything was okay with him. Suddenly, he asked her why she didn't agree to marry Ricky. She grabbed him by the ear, which means he already wants to push her off. The guy tried to justify himself. It's just a question. The kids will just want to see their father, and Ricky will realize his mistake and become a good father. Irma flared up with indignation. If he was ready to share her with other hunters, she would not marry him. She did not need a harem. And she ran out of his hut. The guy shouted for her to stop. He caught up with her in the forest, hugged her and apologized. He didn't want to make her angry, but the girl was upset. He started kissing her, calling himself a fool, and asking her to forgive him. He was always afraid that Irma would want others, which meant that she really loved him. Looking into his beloved's eyes, he said that he would make her happy, but Irma corrected him. They would do it together. They sealed their promise with a strong kiss. Lying on the grass, when the fireflies began to shine, Jono covered the girl with kisses and confessed his love to her. The next day, the coming-of-age ceremony began, and the youth gathered at the statue of the beast god. The girls had wreaths of flowers on their heads, and everyone was in high spirits. Irma came out. Everyone gasped in admiration. There she was, the most beautiful female. The guys complimented her. Mia is nothing compared to her. Jono gasped when he saw the girl. How beautiful and seductive she was that day. He came up and hugged her, trying to express his delight. But she gently covered his lip with her finger, whispering that she would tell him everything in the evening. Ricky looked at them with annoyance, as the boys looked very happy. Meanwhile, the elder began the ceremony, asking the beast god to bless the Osawa tribe and send them good offspring and good health. Irma was nervous. Soon it would be her and Jono's turn. And it was at this moment that the system announced the download of updates. Why now? She loses consciousness. This is bad. The last thing Irma saw was Jono's frightened eyes. He held the girl in fear, trying to bring her to her senses. Irma found herself in a daze, not understanding where she was. She had just been at the coming-of-age ceremony. It was just her turn for the blessing, and the system had launched an update. And then she remembered how she lost consciousness. Come on, system, appear. The system announced that the update process was underway. The last time the system crashed was because of the tear of God. And now what? Suddenly, the system beeped that there was not enough energy. The update was stopped. What the hell energy was missing? Irma screamed in horror. She was flying somewhere down, hearing the system say that the priests from the tribe of hunters did not have enough energy for the sacrifice and blessing of the coming-of-age ceremony. While a terrified Jono, Ricky, and the elders stood over her, Irma heard the system say that she must lead the tribe so that it could develop. Jono begged her to open her eyes while holding the girl's hand, and Ricky asked if everything was okay with the babies. The headman looked at Irma with alarm and said that she examined her. There was no evidence of poisoning or a curse. Everything was fine with the kids. Apparently, this was the blessing of the beast god. Then she added somewhat hesitantly, if only she fell silent. The guys unanimously picked up on it. If only just then. Then the elder thoughtfully said that Irma herself could have just been nervous. At that moment, Irma spoke up, saying, "System, system." The frightened guys ran up to her and asked her to wake up. She was having a nightmare. But Irma did not open her eyes. She only said this word. Strange to them, suddenly she stood up and found herself face to face with Ricky, who blushed in surprise. But the girl immediately found herself in the arms of Jono, who asked what to do for her, and Ricky only muttered that he would go and make bone soup for her. The elder asked the host of the ceremony what happened, and she reminded them with a smile that they were young. And when you want to please a man, anything can happen. The girl stood at the altar again. Her mother worriedly asked how she was. Did anything hurt anywhere? Irma tried to calm her mother down, but she was crying because the priestess said that she could die with the babies. What is this system doing? Now everyone will think that she is head over heels, in love. The wedding ceremony began, and Irma had to go to the altar, but her mother still hoped that she would choose another male for herself. Jono stood with a bouquet of flowers and asked the girl if she would agree to accept him as her partner. By accepting the bouquet, she confirmed her consent. The guy in love made a vow that from now on he would take care of her and make her every day happy. Then, a whole group of males ran up with bouquets, and each began to offer himself. One was a great hunter, another shouted that he was an excellent cook, and a third declared that he had no equal in bed. The girl still couldn't get used to such straightforwardness. Blushing, she replied that she already had a partner. They wondered if just one would be enough for her. They could bring someone else. But the girl clearly answered that she didn't need others. When the boys walked away, Ricky approached with a determined look. Irma, not letting him start, asked him if his conscience was bothering him again. If so, then she had already said that she would not be with him for the sake of the children. He looked at her holding the beach and said, "What if he marries her, not for the sake of children?" This confused her. If not for the sake of the children, then why? Jono and Irma looked at him with their mouths open, not understanding what he wanted then. But they were even more overcome when they heard Ricky confess that he liked Irma. Irma stuttered and asked again if he liked her, and the male firmly confirmed. Then she repeated again that there was no need to do this for the sake of the children, and that it wasn't funny at all. But he looked her in the eyes resolutely and poured out confessions that he didn't like her before. But then she changed, and he began to watch her. He thought about their conversation for a long time, and when he sees her with Jono, he feels lost. And now he is sure that she is the one he needs. He reminded her of her words about how partners should like each other. He likes her, and he will be a good father. Jono heard his heartbeat, realizing that he was not lying. But Irma, freeing her hand, replied that she could not choose him because she had fallen out of love with him. He cried out, "How? Why did she fall out of love?" But the guy didn't give up. Let it be so. She herself said that the main thing is that he likes her. Confused, Irma tried to explain that he had misunderstood her and that feelings should be mutual. Gently pressing herself against Jono, she said that she already has someone she likes. Jono looked at his beloved with tender gratitude. Ricky sincerely did not understand why she could not choose him as a second partner. The two of them could take care of her, protect her. The girl thought, what a disaster. He's offering a harem. She watched as most females chose at least two partners. But the concept of a harem in the 21st century was different from the concept in this world. Then Irma tried to explain that her love was selfish, which meant that partners could only love each other and no one else. Here Ricky was already indignant. How could this be possible only between each other? She only advised him to choose another female, of which there were plenty in the tribe. If he looks closely, it is quite possible that he will find his happiness. After which she whispered to Jono why he was standing there like a pillar and why they were pestering her in front of his eyes. But Jono, looking at Ricky as he left, explained that according to the rules, only a female can reject another partner. Finally, the pairs were formed. The girls of the tribe were surrounded by several males, and only Irma stood with Jono. The headman asked if she was sure that she wanted to be only with Jono, and Irma confirmed it. Then the woman told her son to take care of this girl. She had sacrificed a lot for him. The priestess announced to the couples that today, under the watchful eye of the beast god, the partners would mate with each other. Someone shouted, "Wait!" Everyone turned around and saw Ricky. The tribe already knew that Irma had rejected him. Jono, closing the girl, said irritably that Irma had answered him clearly. There was no need to create problems. The elder also asked Ricky to calm down already. But the guy said he had a reason for doing so. Everyone stared at him. The headman asked what was the matter. And then Ricky, putting his hand on his chest as if making an oath, said that he wanted to become Irma's guardian. Everyone rolled their eyes and repeated in chorus as if they were guardians. Only Irma didn't understand anything. While everyone was in a state of shock, Irma asked what other keeper. The headman explained that the keeper is much closer than the partner. The guardian first takes a vow of acceptance and then stands next to the one he has chosen. The guardian can sense your location and condition, and if the ward is mortally wounded, he takes away the ward's pain. And then he dies instead of his ward. Jono reminded Ricky that if he became a guardian, he would not be able to choose his partner. Did he really think it through? Otherwise, he would bring the curse of the beast god upon himself? But Ricky was adamant that his decision had been made. Irma heard the hum of voices. Someone said that the guardians appeared on the continent so long ago that they had already become a legend. He agreed to this, for Irma. So touching. Irma stood in front of the guy and categorically stated that she did not want him to be her guardian. But he said that it was his decision and she could not change it. The girl looked questioningly at the headman. How could she not want it? Let the headman cancel it. But the woman explained that the god beast says that if the spectator gave an oath voluntarily, then his decision cannot be influenced. The headman asked Ricky if this was his final decision. Then he needed to prepare for the ceremony. Irma was depressed. What kind of laws are these if the interests of the other party are not taken into account? She can't do that. The keeper is almost a partner. As a last resort, she prayed to Jono. He and Ricky were like brothers. Let him talk him out of it. Approaching his comrade, he said that Ricky needed the status of a guardian to seduce Irma, and if it didn't work out, he would be tied to her forever. He really thought everything through. He replied that he never thinks about the past or the future. Since he cannot become Irma's partner, he will at least see how happy she is. Jono shrugged. He did what he could. Then the elder said that the wedding ceremony needed to be completed, and after that, Ricky would take the vows. Irma didn't know what to answer. Everything was against her will. And how did everything turn out this way? Everything so quickly and irreversibly. The priestess spoke the solemn words of the ceremony, binding Irma and Jono in marriage, so that they would support each other in sorrow and in joy. And now they must take an oath to the beast god. Jono sincerely thanked Irma for choosing him and wanting to connect her life with his. And they swore before the god beast that he would make her happy, and she would follow him and maintain happiness. In the end, the priestess declared them husband and wife, wishing them happiness, carefree life, and healthy offspring. Jono spun the girl around in his arms, and they finally became partners. Now it's Ricky's turn to swear. Irma made a sour face, but Jono didn't seem particularly worried and told the girl to go. She approached Ricky with difficulty and said that she hoped that he would not regret it. He knelt down before her and decisively replied that he would not regret it now or later. The claws on his hand began to lengthen, after which he slashed his hand and blood appeared. He placed Irma's hand on his head and swore an oath to always protect this woman, never to betray her. Then he took her hand in his, and energy appeared, enveloping their hands, sealing the oath. A lion sign was imprinted on Irma's hand, and she realized that everything was serious, just as the headman had said. Later, around the fire, the youth had fun celebrating coming of age and marriage. Irma invited Jono to dance, but he, holding her hand, wanted to go home. Irma was surprised that he was tired, and what was he doing at home so early? But he looked at her with a devouring gaze and mysteriously replied that they would find something to do. Well, of course, the wedding night. How could she forget? They held hands. Irma's heart began to beat faster. Irma heard some rustling and shouted to Ricky to come out. She knows it was him. It was indeed Ricky. The girl asked him not to follow her. He replied dispassionately that as a keeper, in addition to hunting, he had to watch over her so that he could always be ready to protect her. No, she needs to somehow convince this guy to be her keeper. Apparently, she needs to be more rude. Then, clinging to Jono, she sarcastically declared that they had business to do at night, which newlyweds do, and that she would also keep an eye on them. She looked at Ricky's face. She didn't want to hurt him, but she also didn't want to see him suffer. He clenched his fingers into a fist and heard a crunching sound. But then he reported that if necessary, he could watch from the sidelines and could also join Jono, and then from there. Irma saw a picture of herself, Jono and Ricky making love. She turned red as a tomato, waving her hands, her voice breaking. Then Jono intervened, telling the girl that he would go away for a couple of minutes to talk to Ricky. When they walked away, Jono told his friend that he got carried away. Let him be a guardian. But that does not mean that Irma should be deprived of personal space. Ricky said that he was just doing his job, but Jono continued to say that in this way, he would only distance Irma from himself. It worked. The guy in despair asked what he should do then. Bring an animal, flowers. Jono explained that Irma is not like an ordinary weak female. She has her own ideas about life. You need to observe her to understand what she really wants. He could not even imagine that he would help his rival in love affairs. Ricky thanked his friend for his help, and he replied that he just didn't want Irma to be angry. And then Ricky seriously stated that they would hunt in turns. Someone had to be with Irma, because one of them might not return from the hunt. They shook hands, protecting the cubs and Irma as a priority. Irma languished in anticipation of her lover. He came up from behind, hugging her. Everything was fine. They could go about their business. They had talked to Ricky, and he understood. Irma screamed that this was great and they could go home. But Jono stood there, breathing deeply, and had no intention of moving. He carefully laid the girl on the grass and whispered that he couldn't wait any longer, offering to do everything here. He closed her unspoken question with a kiss. Jono, succumbing to passion, began to kiss her. Irma tried to call him. It was already dark, and thousands of fireflies surrounded them. Jono covered her tenderly with kisses. He lay down on her chest, closing his eyes in pleasure. The next step he wanted to take off her skirt was to reach for the rope. But suddenly Irma jumped up and pushed him away, shouting that he shouldn't do that. Jono asked why not. Isn't she happy? Embracing her as if in a dance, he did not take his loving gaze off her. Irma explained that she didn't want to be outside, thinking to herself that she wasn't ready for such extreme situations. Jono looked at his embarrassed wife with a smile and added that, let it be as she wants. Suddenly, Irma took him by the hand and, cheerfully starting to run, dragged him along with her. They ran along, laughing merrily until they heard some growling. They were apparently hunters, as they saw shadows nearby. When Irma saw Sophie tied to a tree and the trappers near her, she was horrified by the realization of what was happening. The girl was exhausted. Tears were rolling from her eyes. Irma stood there, unable to utter a word. She felt so sorry for the poor fellow. Jono came up and hugged her from behind, saying that yes, this is Sophie. And for her mistake, she must give birth to at least 10 cubs from disabled people. Jono took her hand and led her, no need to look at it, and Irma thoughtfully thought about Mia, who was now in the dark city. I wonder if she regrets it. Meanwhile, Jacob approached the house where Mia was and listened to the voices. What he heard horrified him. Mia asked him to go faster, moaned and praised him for being better than all these hunters. Jacob's face twisted in disgust and realization. The next minute, he kicked down the door and burst into the room shouting that she had done this to him. He found Mia hugging the fallen, who stood frozen in shock, looking at him. Mia hurried to cover herself, and the fallen man calmly and even smugly began to pull on his clothes, saying that it was a shame that they were interrupted. As he passed by Jacob, he deliberately bumped into him with his shoulder. But the words of the fallen man at the door, that Mia was a darling, and they would repeat it again, enraged Jacob. He pounced on Mia with a scream. How could she, with her bloodline, have sex with a fallen one? They didn't even have the right to touch her. But she let out a fake tear and whined pitifully that she had no choice because the fallen one looked at her so strangely. Jacob was angry and helpless. These fallen ones forced them to do all the dirty work in their city. Mia told him that she had found out the location of the dark city guards and that they could escape. Jacob hugged Mia, who looked miserable, and declared that thanks to her, they would get out. She chuckled to herself. Ha! As soon as she escapes from here to the Kwei tribe, there will be nothing left of the Dark City and the Osawa tribe. At this time, Jono brought his wife to their new home, which he decorated for their first night. Irma was delighted. He prepared and did it for her. The room was decorated with flowers, and there were gems on the bed. Irma gasped as Jono picked her up and carried her to the bed. Irma realized that Jono was unable to admire the beauty of their new home. Having laid her on the bed, he declared that now they would begin the most interesting part. Jono, blushing, hugged Irma, who closed her eyes. Already, as husband and wife, they enjoyed each other. Holding hands, they did what the beast god blessed all newlyweds to do. Seeing that Irma was shrinking, John spoke kindly to her so that she wouldn't be afraid. He promised to be careful, and also that she would like it. And the next morning, they woke up covered in scratches and hickeys. Opening her eyes, Irma thought that she and Jono had become a couple. They have now become even closer and will live together. How quickly her life has changed. She was brought out of her thoughts by the voice of a waking Jono, who said that he wanted more. Irma ducked under the covers, which was pretty dangerous, she thought. Jono didn't understand her reaction when he saw the top of her head sticking out from under the blanket. She had to surface and ask again if he was joking. Her husband greeted her with a good morning hug, and he sealed the morning greeting with a sweet kiss. Irma, flushed, greeted Jono with a smile, feeling a little awkward. But it seems that her husband was not joking. He said that since they woke up so beautifully, he could continue. Irma assumed the militant look of one who intends to resist, as was predictable, she thought. Then she threw the blanket over her husband, fooling around, after which she announced that it was already daytime, and it was time to get up. At this time, Ricky was standing at the door, not daring to knock. He heard their voices. Irma was grumbling how she could show herself to the hunters with such scratches. And Jono was saying that he had a wonderful ointment. Ricky heard her scream that he shouldn't go in there without her permission. She would clean it all up herself. And he realized that it would be better for him to come back later. The door opened. Irma, with the air of a wife, scolded her husband like a disobedient child, giving orders for the day. Seeing Ricky walking away, she wondered what he was doing here. As a guest struck her, he hadn't been standing at their door since yesterday evening. Irma, all tense, poked Jono in the side with her elbow, who cheerfully greeted his friend. He looked at them with a sly smile, as if to say, I know how well you had a good night. Irma was beside herself. Why did Jono call him? She approached Ricky and asked when he arrived. He replied that he had just brought the animal. The girl sighed. Well, at least not from yesterday evening at the door. Jono thanked for the prey. The guys worked harmoniously. Jono butchered the carcass, and Ricky went to warm the soul. Irma was amazed. They behaved so calmly together. Do they really work so harmoniously to make her eat? They sent her into the house to rest, and they themselves began to prepare food. She could not understand how two men could live in harmony with one woman. No, in her opinion, this is still wrong. Ricky needs to return his oath. She was looking for an ability to free him from his role as a guardian. Irma sat down to breakfast, but her gaze was distant. Jono saw her eating without appetite and asked if the meat was not tasty. She glanced at Ricky, wondering if it was a good idea to leave him at the door. The guy replied that he had already eaten, so everything was fine. And Irma again asked her husband to talk to his friend and give up his guardian status. Jono said with a smile that he didn't like it when other males were around her either. But a keeper wasn't a partner, so there was no point in pushing him away. But he doesn't need to be either a partner or a keeper. He needs to have his own life and family, Irma countered. But Jono continued to insist that he had made this choice himself, and that he himself would feel calmer if someone were with Irma while he was hunting. Without giving her a chance to answer, he shoved pieces of food into her mouth, saying that she was thinking a lot and needed to eat. While chewing her food, Irma thought that even Jono did not take her side. But did Ricky really have such boundless patience? While in the elder's house, the girl said that the edible plants found by Reich and other fallen ones could diversify their diet. They could be dried and left until winter. The elder was moved and shed a tear, saying that by cooperating with the fallen they have salt, and they will be able to calmly survive the winter. And all thanks to Irma. But the girl simply replied that she was a member of the tribe, and it was her duty to help. The woman said that she would not be able to hide it for long. She needed to hide it behind the priestess's inspiration and tell the outside world about it. Rumors would spread anyway. They remembered that Mia was now in the Quay tribe, but the elder was still worried, and Irma said that this made her feel better. She and Jono could live peacefully. The elder remembered that the trappers had brought more plants and left them in the cave. They needed to see which of them were edible, and Irma voiced the idea that the inedible ones could be used to create an ointment for treating wounds. Suddenly, the elder saw Ricky on the threshold and asked what he was doing there. The guy said that he is Irma's guardian. That's why he is next to her. Then the headman asked him to take the girl to the cave, and he happily agreed. Irma irritably said that there was no need to go with her. She could get there on her own, just fine. But Ricky said that he had to accompany her while Jono was hunting. Oh, someone save her! What can she do to convince him? Irma came to the cave where the roots and herbs were collected. Ricky stood behind her. Taking the prickly fruit, she said out loud that it could be eaten. Only the hard skin had to be broken and the pulp dried and stored. Ricky wrote down everything she said with complete seriousness. Carefully writing about each fruit, she tried with special diligence not to miss a word. The girl didn't even imagine that Ricky would be so patient. She even thought that he would want to take notes. Damn, how can I make him leave? Now he will remain her shadow. Taking a pine cone, one of those that lay in the basket, she showed him that he also needed to write it down. She started talking about this plant when she suddenly sneezed. Ricky came up and threw his cape over her, saying that it was cold here. Irma followed him in protest. He himself then remains undressed, but he did not even turn around. It turns out that now, because of her, he will remain naked and will freeze. Taking Irma by the hands, he calmly reminded her that as a guardian, he must take care of her. Therefore, he forbids her to take off this cape. She must wrap herself up more tightly. This is the first time he has gone against her since becoming a guardian. Arriving home, Irma stretched. Finally, she would take a bath and go to sleep in a cozy bed. Then, seeing that her husband was not there, she asked Ricky. It was already so late and Jono was still not there. He replied that Jono said in the morning that he would patrol the area for 2 days, so her safety was on him. Let him call at any time. Irma wondered if he was saying this on purpose to spend time with her. Then she yawned and told him that she didn't need anything. She wanted to sleep. He protested. It was dangerous for a female to stay alone at night. But the girl reminded him that the tribe was guarded at night, and that could happen. He calmly sat down on a chair and declared that he was staying, which made Irma angry. How would she sleep while he was looking at her? They glared at each other. No one wanted to give in. Finally getting up, Ricky said that he would be outside. If anything happened, he should call. As he was leaving the house, he thought about what he could do to prevent Irma from pushing him away. Irma was angry with herself. What could she do to make him give in? She was apparently not rude enough. Last time, on the day of the ceremony, he agreed to her terms. Lying on the bed, she wanted to take a hot bath to wash off the day's dirt. Calling to pull herself together, the girl pulled the bucket. She was tired. It would be nice to ask Ricky to make a fire and heat up the water. Ricky stood behind the door and heard her gasp. He tensed up. Is that how trappers go to bed? He didn't know what to do, whether he should go in. What if she was ill? After the second gasp, he decided he needed to go in. Something had definitely happened to her. Carefully opening the door, he peered through a small crack. Irma groaned as she took a bath, rubbing herself with a washcloth. Ricky was embarrassed as if he was crouched on the ground. That's how she washes herself. And then Irma noticed him. Her hand stopped. She turned pale. Covering herself with a small blanket, she jumped up, calling his name and stuttering. He turned away and said, embarrassed, that he simply heard sounds outside the door and thought that something had happened. But she wouldn't think anything like that. And then her foot slipped on the wet floor. Irma screamed in fear and felt herself fall on her back. Ricky turned around and shouted her name. The next second, he caught her as she fell, holding her with his hands. And then Irma realized that she was standing in front of him naked, barely covered by a thin towel. She got dressed in silence, angry, hearing Ricky justify himself by saying that it wasn't on purpose. He just wanted to make sure that she was okay. Her palm was imprinted on his cheek, but the guy insisted that she didn't need to wash in cold water. He would heat it up for her. Her patience came to an end, shouting, "Okay." She was about to slam the door. He desperately tried to justify himself, choosing his words carefully. The girl, without looking him in the eye, said that she understood that he cared about her, so let her go home and not hang around on the street. After what happened, it's awkward to talk, but maybe thanks to this, he'll leave. But Ricky didn't leave. He said that Jono wasn't home, trying to formulate a thought. Irma replied that she would take care of herself, but were females really helpless without males? These words shocked Ricky. He looked at her not knowing what to answer. Does she really think she can handle it on her own? Then he meekly said that he would go home, much to Irma's surprise. Already on the street, he thought about the need to find another way to protect her, and Irma watched him with surprise, wondering why he obeyed so obediently. Irma couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in bed, angry at herself for it. She has insomnia when Jono is not around. Lying with her eyes closed, she suddenly tensed up, and the door creaked. There was a shadow standing on the threshold in the darkness of the night that he had forgotten here at night. In her hand, the girl clutched the handle of a small knife given to her by the system. Ricky leaned over her and gently covered her with a blanket. He felt that she was not sleeping, but was only pretending to, apparently because of him. As he left the house, he was dejectedly thinking that she would forgive him. Upset, the guy left, said her name, and asked for forgiveness for everything. Going outside, he closed the door. All this time, Irma lay tense. Opening her eyes, she wanted to call him, but the words stuck in her throat, wondering what this would change and whether it was necessary. The girl sat up in bed and looked into the emptiness of the night. He left. After that day, Irma never saw him again, but every morning a ready breakfast was prepared by the time she woke up, and by the door hung the skin that she took for her trip to the cave, where it was cold. And upon returning, dinner was ready and the water was heated. Even though he didn't show himself, she felt his presence. The girl, lost in her thoughts, sighed heavily, which did not escape the attention of the headman. Finally, the woman asked sympathetically whether something had happened. Irma didn't know whether she should open up to the elder. She was, of course, on Jono's side, and she had a lot of experience. The girl hesitantly began to choose her words and began to tell her story, so she told everything that was bothering her and what happened to her and Ricky. The elder thoughtfully said that she herself had not seen Ricky for 2 days. Irma literally begged her, asking how to make him pursue her. But the woman replied, "Is it bad that he takes care of her from the shadows like this? Because he doesn't come between her and Jono." Irma replied that it was not about her, but about Ricky, who should find his happiness, build a family, and not be attached to her. The woman thoughtfully noted that Irma considered it unfair, but she thought about Ricky himself, because it was his choice. Didn't he say that he was happy to be her guardian? And before the girl's eyes flashed the memory of Ricky's oath. Or maybe she really did misunderstand him, and he enjoys doing it. The woman continued to say that nature here is fickle and dangerous. Why not give a chance to both him and herself? And then Mother said that there was no need to resist Irma at all, but to accept Ricky, and the 3 of them would live happily together. Irma jumped up, but it wasn't the best idea to share with the headman. It would be better to talk to Jono when he returned. And to change the subject, she showed a red fruit and said that it is called red gao gao. It is sour, but if you boil it in sugar, it will become an appetizing snack that even the cubs will like. The elder, turning it over in her hands, was delighted and said that it was necessary to collect as much of it as possible. Phew! The change of topic was successful, and the woman never returned to the topic of living together as a threesome. At that moment, the system rang, informing that 500 species had been successfully identified, and she was entitled to a reward. Irma froze. For processing products, what does this mean? A food processor appeared in front of her in the inventory. What a gift! How much time she would save. Then again ding, and the system announced an update. But no, it shuts down again. She felt dizzy, and everything started swimming before her eyes. The head woman jumped up in alarm, holding the girl back. She tried to reach her by calling her name, but she didn't respond. At that very moment, Ricky flew in, screaming. He sensed her condition. Irma rubbed her head, which was hurting. Where was she again? Apparently in the program. Again, like last time, she lost consciousness, and her consciousness is here in the system. After Irma heard someone's voice saying, she woke up. "A child trapper stood before her," she exclaimed. She asked who he was, and he replied that she didn't recognize him. The child, looking at her with wide eyes, blurted out in surprise that it was he who brought her into the world of animal trappers. So he is the system, but it was not quite so. The soul of this boy was imprisoned in the system. So, if his soul is locked in her program, then who is he himself? The child introduced himself as Baina, the younger brother of the beast god. He said that he was born into a large tribe, and from childhood he was prepared for sacrifice. The relatives noticed that Ben could communicate with spirits and decided to send him to the mountain to the beast god. Maybe he would take him as a student. But instead of a student, the beast god made him his younger brother, ordering him to study well and not disappoint him. Ben took the oath of obedience and learned that he had 3 more older sisters. They were all kind to him, so he lived a carefree life. But one day, the sacred mountain shook and the temple collapsed, and then he heard the voice of the beast god in his head. She told the frightened child to run away and not to trust anyone, not even his sisters. Ben didn't understand what happened then, but he went to look for the master, but couldn't find him. And then he felt a strong pain. Someone stuck a dagger into his back. The shocked Irma asked if he knew who killed him, but the boy shook his head. No, he felt himself dying but did not see the killer. And then, as if in delirium, he saw the master who was holding him in his arms and said that wherever Ben ended up, he should live his life happily. After he died, his body remained in the palace, and he himself was in an unknown place. Irma guessed that the master saved him by trapping his soul in a program. The child began to cry and said that his body could no longer be revived, and the master sent his soul through a time portal to another world, so the enemy could not harm him. But the master, and he fell silent. Irma stroked his head, comforting him. It turns out he was sent to the 21st century and he remained in the program. But Beta said that at first, his soul was in the water stones of the bracelet. And then time passed, and he began to accumulate strength. And Irma remembered that these were the bracelets that she wore in her past life. Afterwards, the boy said that it was unbearable for him to watch her stay late at work and then die. Thanks to the accumulated power, he was able to collect her soul together. Then Irma realized that the previous owner of her body committed suicide, and her soul was transferred to this body. Bino noticed that this body was the best fit for her soul, but the girl was haunted by the question of how he ended up in her program. He explained that when Irma died, she turned the computer over, and it so happened that he was drawn into the moment of transition. Then Irma began to hug him and thank him for the opportunity for a new life. The boy replied that he could not do otherwise, but she also had to help him. The girl asked how. Bino asked to avenge the beast god. Irma was taken aback by such a request, but how could she do it? She must continue to find new species and develop the tribe. The gratitude of the trappers makes it stronger. That is, to accumulate strength, he needs faith. She herself wants to develop the tribe. But she did not finish her sentence. Irma explained that the tribe was not strong enough, even with their current reserves, and she was afraid that the Kwe tribe would turn its attention to them. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Couldn't he give her a weapon? She remembered that in exchange for a tear, the system gave various items. But Bino thoughtfully scratched the back of his head and replied that he gave everything he had. He was still quite weak. Irma was ready to kill him, but he had been pulling the wool over her eyes all this time. But the frightened Bino replied that there were other ways to increase the strength of the tribe. Irma came to her senses and asked which ones. The boy answered seriously that the totem would increase the strength of the tribe. At this time, the priestess and the elder were leaning over Irma's body, and Ricky was also restless. They went over the options, maybe hypothermia, but the priestess said that she examined her. Everything was fine with her. She just lost consciousness, like back then at the ceremony. The elder couldn't understand what had happened. Well, okay, there was excitement at the ceremony. Well, they were just sorting through fruits in the cave, and that's all. Ricky asked if Irma had told her something. The head mistress simply replied that she had convinced her to accept Ricky, but she didn't think the girl was so fragile that it would have shocked her so much. At that moment, the door slammed, and a frightened and out of breath Jono appeared on the threshold. He ran up to his lying wife, asking what was wrong with her. Ricky guiltily apologized for not protecting her. Jono, beside himself with anger, grabbed him and roared. He entrusted Irma to him, but he did not protect him. The priestess stood between them to prevent a fight, stating that Ricky had nothing to do with it. Irma was with her in the cave when she lost consciousness. But Jono didn't want to listen to anything. No matter what happened, he had been gone for several days, and now his wife was unconscious. At that moment, Irma moved and called out to Jono. Everyone froze. She sat up, rubbing her head, looking around and trying to piece together the picture. Jono hugged her and she woke up. He anxiously asked if she had slept well while he was gone. Irma replied that she had slept well. She was not little enough to fall asleep with someone. But Jono continued to interrogate her about how many days she had been eating poorly and how much weight she had lost. She looked at Ricky, who had been doing his job so conscientiously and was probably now blaming himself for what had happened. She told her husband that Ricky fed her well. It was very tasty, and in her opinion, she gained weight. Jono looked at them, frozen in place. After these words, he felt very pleased and he smiled. Irma turned to the elder and the priestess, asking if she could ask a question. They nodded, and the girl asked if they had a tribal totem. Ricky and the priestess gasped. How did Irma know about the totem? After which the guy, not without pride, declared that he was a totem warrior of the second rank. Jono and Irma asked in one voice, he is a totem warrior of the second rank. So that's why Ricky is so strong. The guy just smiled. Afterwards, he said that the totem is a precious power given to hunters by the beast god. Totem warriors from ranks 1 to 9 are valuable warriors given to trappers. And the higher their rank, the more power the beast god gives them. Once upon a time, there was a civilization that built tall houses and had food in abundance. But all this was destroyed in an instant. Civilization fell, and the city was lost. There is a part left in the city of the Beast Lord, but the residents keep it a secret. The guy asked Irma how she found out. Jono and Irma thought, wow, 5,000 years have passed. And the girl remembered how long Bena has been dead. And she replied that the disciple of the beast god told her this, and he also taught her the technique of connecting the totem. Everyone spoke in unison, the disciple of the beast god, and stared at Irma. Afterwards, the priestess breathed a sigh of relief. So that's why Irma loses consciousness. The disciple of the beast god is teaching her. The girl confirmed the priestess's conclusion. Jono also happily hugged Irma, and she decided not to talk about revenge for the beast god for now. The priestess was pleased that with the totem, their power would increase, and asked Irma if she knew how to assemble the totem. Irma replied that she needed jade for this, and the more, the better, since the totem would have greater power. Jono replied that there was no jade in their vicinity, but in the rich lands, there might be trappers selling it at the tribal market, where it could be exchanged for food. Then Ricky spoke up and said that he would find the jade. Jono protested. The boy was strong, but it was dangerous for him to go through the mountains to the plains. He would go too, but Ricky reminded him that he needed to protect Irma. The elder suggested waiting for other trappers who would return from salt mining. They would go with him. But Jono objected that after mining salt, they needed to deal with sugar, which was very rare and was not available in the Beastmaster's city, and so he would exchange sugar for jade. That's where they left off. Ricky promised to return with the jade, and the elder warned him that he should be extremely careful. Ricky was confident in his abilities and went to pack his things. Irma suddenly ran after him, and he stopped in surprise. Running up to him, her speech became confused. Her thoughts were confused. Then she said that there was no need to go alone. He stroked her head and said tenderly that he was doing this not for her sake, but for the sake of the tribe. As long as she has valuable knowledge, including about survival, then nothing terrible should happen while he is gone. The girl stood with her eyes wide open. She understood correctly. Her keeper decided to surrender. Looking at Ricky's retreating back, she asked Ben if he knew how to take back the Guardian's oath. Ben said thoughtfully, and with a businesslike air, repeating her words. Irma, seeing a ghostly spark of hope with glowing eyes, said, "Don't bother me with how to do this." And she received an answer that demoralized her, that the oath is canceled only after death. When she and Jono were at home, the girl shared with her husband that she should have rejected Ricky from the very beginning. Jono gently placed his finger on her forehead. She still couldn't stop thinking about this oath. Irma confirmed that she had only just learned that the oath would only be broken after her death and could not be broken. She said she felt sorry not only for him, but also for Jono. Her husband gently consoled her. There was no need to worry about him. He was even glad that while he was gone, Ricky would protect her. Irma looked up at him in surprise. He was happy. The guy explained that he was incredibly happy that she chose him, but the continent was full of dangers, and females could not transform into animals. It is the female's duty to bear offspring, so he will prefer to share her with other males in exchange for safety. So this is what was tormenting Jono, and Irma was beginning to get a picture of what was happening. Jono went on to explain that if he wasn't there, Ricky would be there to take his place and take care of her. Gently taking him by the cheek, she inserted that she would not be calm. She shares that the continent is unpredictable, but his thoughts are too dark, and the more he encounters it, the more he has to work for her and the cubs. The girl, turning to her husband, reminded him of the vows at the ceremony and that she did not want to be left without him. He promised at the ceremony that they would be happy together. Jono was inspired by these words and with shining eyes declared that he would put in even more effort. He laid her on the bed, telling her that he had missed her very much these days. Approaching with kisses, he said that tonight was just for them. In the morning, the headman saw Ricky off, having collected sugar, salted beef, and a few other products for him for the journey. Ricky brought a bag of medicinal herbs. They are poisonous for food, but good for healing wounds. When he found out that this was Irma's doing, he began to look for her in the crowd, and their eyes met. He thanked the girl for these herbs, and Irma asked him to be careful. He unexpectedly hugged her tightly, saying that he would return safe and sound. Irma did not resist. She was sad and hard to let him go alone, and the girl reminded him that the whole tribe was waiting for him. Ricky was pleased by her concern and promised that he would not forget. Jono came up to say goodbye to his friend, and Ricky asked him to protect Irma. Afterwards, Ricky soared into the sky on his wings. The headman, Irma, and Jono saw him off, and everyone prayed that he would return safe and sound. Irma exhaled, while Ricky was looking for Jade. She couldn't help him here, and Jono reminded that they could help the trappers here live better. Here, the elder suggested that the boys go to the opening of the Q tribe market and buy something interesting for themselves. Irma remembered that this tribe was a haven for Mia, so why not really go and find out about her? The market had everything from fruit to rare snow-white fur. Irma's eyes widened. This was the market of the Quay tribe, but Jono explained that trappers from other tribes came here with their goods. Irma thought, even though they have a food processor and food, something else wouldn't hurt either, like wheat. Jono, seeing her focused look, reassured her, no need to worry if they don't find anything. After all, Mother sent them here to have some fun. He took her hand and said that she could choose whatever she wanted. Irma's gaze fell on the round vegetable, and she thought about it. Taking it in her hands, she received an answer from Ben, who reported that it was mountain peas, had a healing effect, and there were also tubers underground. The seller, smiling warmly, said that the peas had been picked today. They wouldn't find any fresher ones, and Jono was going to buy some. But Irma stopped him. She had her own plan of action. Irma's question whether they found only these peas or something else confused the seller, who replied that it can only be eaten with fruit, so why should they take anything else? Irma needed to know this. They don't know about the tubers, that's luck. She said that she wanted to buy everything, and would he tell her where it was collected, to which the seller evasively replied that it was collected by the trappers of his clan, and that he himself knew nothing. Then Irma started the bidding, offering 20 skins in exchange for the information. The seller was shocked. Peas are, of course, a valuable product, but this female was ready to pay even that price. And after 20 skins, the seller's memory immediately cleared up. The peas were collected near a black tower, not far from the northern mountains. Although he knew that he had already been completely collected, he refused 20 free skins. And they shook hands. Jono, looking at his beaming wife, asked why she needed to know where the peas were picked and why she was so happy. Irma shared with him that peas have edible roots underground, and no one has yet guessed about their existence. Jono was as happy as a child. Great. Then they would collect these root vegetables from the black tower. He picked her up in his arms in a fit of happiness and spun her around. He said that when he got home, he would tell his mother, and they would send someone for potatoes. He led her to a shop where there were skins and precious stones, asking if she liked anything, since she deserved a reward. Irma's eyes were dazzled by the abundance of stones and jewels. She really liked the green fabric. It felt as soft as silk. The seller explained that it was made from silkworm threads, the pride of silkworm hunters. One craftsman can make only one piece in a year. Irma sighed sadly, thinking that this was apparently very expensive. Jono saw how the girl became sad and understood what she was thinking when she said that if she liked it, then they would buy it. The seller, hearing that her name was Irma, did not take his eyes off her. Apparently, this was the female from the Osawa tribe that Aya had spoken about. Jono wanted to buy this fabric. Then Irma would have new clothes or could leave it for clothes for the cubs. But she pretended that she didn't like the fabric that much and dragged him away from the shop. Suddenly, the seller handed Irma a piece of fabric, saying that it was a gift for her. Irma was completely confused, but refused firmly and decisively. They don't even know each other, so she can't accept such gifts. Then Jono came forward and said that he would buy his wife what she needed. The seller was confused by this interesting female who did not accept gifts from other men. They were already leaving when the seller called out to them again, asking if she was the same Irma from the Osawa tribe that Aya had told them about. Irma stopped and asked if he knew Aya and who he was then. The boy introduced himself as Zemo, the 8th son of the elder of the Kwe tribe, again holding out a gift. Then an enraged Mia jumped out, screaming that he was her partner. How could he give gifts to anyone? Irma and Jono opened their mouths in surprise. Here was Mia. Jono tried to grab her and shouted that she shouldn't think that she would get away with this. He would make sure that she went to the Valley of God's Punishment. An indignant Maya snapped back that she was now the partner of the 8th son of the elder of the Kwe tribe. After she threatened that the Kwe tribe would come for revenge, Zemo told her not to talk nonsense. Besides, they were not partners. Jono said that luck had turned away from her. She would answer for all of Irma's suffering. Mia squealed for Zemo to help, reminding him of the elder's words. Then he reluctantly said that they could not take Mia. She was now a female of the Kwe tribe. Jono objected. Everyone knows that she is a female of their tribe. When she managed to become a female of the Kwe tribe, Zippo explained that she was saved from the fallen by their warriors, and according to the laws of the continent, she now belongs to them. Irma realized that Zemo did not want to help Mia, but when he heard about the elder, he changed his mind. This needed to be sorted out, but now was not the time to sort things out, and she told Jono that it was time for them to go. Jono didn't understand why Irma was behaving this way, but he agreed, and Mia sternly said that now, as a hunter of the Kwe tribe, he should forget the past and live in the present. But she warned him that if he resumed his old behavior, he should expect no mercy. Mia turned purple with annoyance, thinking that this bitch was threatening her. In the house of the elder of the tribe, Mia shed tears, declaring that Irma had seduced Zemo. After she said that he needed to get rid of her, the man said that he would not help her. Now the main task was to ensure the safety of the breeding market. And if they don't do this, they will lose the traders. Mia screamed that they promised her that if she tells about the salt deposits, the elder will provide her with a partner. He confirmed his promise and said that he introduced her to Zemo. But if he didn't want to be with her, he couldn't do anything. Besides, he reminded that until his people returned with news about the salt deposits on her tip, and therefore maybe she deceived them. She screamed what a deception. She found out about everything in the Dark City. Then she arrogantly declared that it was their business. The continent was full of tribes that would gladly accept her with such knowledge as hers. She turned around as the man stopped her, trying to calm her down. Why rush? He didn't say that he didn't trust her. He meant that they couldn't break the laws. Irma grinned maliciously, thinking that this was a different conversation, and that soon she would not leave a shadow of Irma. Irma remembered that her mother was also at the market today and offered to go and help her. Sally stood there looking dejected, and there was not a single customer around. Irma felt very offended. Not a single customer. Why is this so? The woman was very happy to see her daughter, and Irma and Jono approached the bench. The girl asked why there was not a single buyer, because the market was very busy today. Sally replied sadly that while she was gone, the Quo tribe had moved the benches. Now, there are large tribes there, and she pointed her finger in the direction where there were a lot of trappers, and people like their tribe were given this place. The trappers realized that the larger tribes had a better choice, so they didn't come here. Jono was outraged. Wasn't this an infringement? The woman, with a note of resignation in her voice, reminded them that the Kyo tribe had always felt its power, so they had to put up with what was. But at that moment, Irma's eyes lit up with excitement, and she suggested trying something. The trappers smelled a delicious odor without knowing where it was coming from, until one female pointed to Sally's bench. Jono was grilling shashlik, and Irma was inviting customers to try the Osawa tribe's shashlik with secret spices. The trappers happily approached and exchanged their goods for delicacies. Everyone really liked the shashlik, so those who tried it came back for more. As a result, a whole line of people wanted to buy from Irma and her mother's shop. Irma's mother happily held a product presentation. In addition to meat, she also had dried fruits and other products that can be eaten even in winter. Products that can be eaten even in winter surprised visitors. The trappers happily bought up mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and dried fruits. Trade was booming, and Sally was barely able to let go. Watching them, Irma thought that people and trappers all loved to eat well, and therefore they would be able to exchange everything they brought to the market. Suddenly, someone screamed shrilly, tearing Irma away from her pleasant thoughts. The hunters surrounded the screaming people. At first, few understood what was happening. 2 trappers were lying on the ground and screaming that their stomachs hurt, and it was all because of the shashlik. Judging by the look of the poor fellows, everyone concluded that the pain was truly unbearable, and they were poisoned. Irma was in complete despair. How could this happen? She vouched for the quality of the meat. Suddenly, she heard a painfully familiar shrill voice that it was them, meaning Irma and her family. Mia pointed at her with her finger, and next to her stood the hunter responsible for maintaining order in the market. Irma frantically tried to figure out that if it was a patrol, then it was on the other side of the market. They couldn't have gotten here so quickly. Seeing Mia's maliciously triumphant look, she realized that, of course, it couldn't have happened without her. She got back to her old ways and did such a mean thing to her family. Mia savored the victory, believing that Irma was already a corpse. The market guard barked menacingly at Irma that they dared to poison the trappers at his market, for which they would be arrested. The patrol's hands were already approaching her. The girl understood that if Irma's people captured her, she would not be able to prove that it was a setup. Irma started asking Ben to give her an idea of what to do. He said thoughtfully that he had a truth serum, and if anyone drank it, they would not be able to lie. Irma began to act, saying that the sick needed to be given a serum to remove toxins. She had a tincture. The chief was against it, saying that he would take them to the healer himself. The girl insisted that it would take time. They could die. And her arguments convinced the trapper. He thought that if they really did die at the market, it would undermine the reputation of the entire market. Mia was worried, blurting out why Irma decided to help those she poisoned, and was not afraid of their testimony. Irma was losing her temper. She wanted to give this female a good beating, but she shouted that she was not crazy enough to poison someone at the breeding market. They were interrupted by the market chief, who said that the most important thing was the safety of the trappers. He allowed them to give the medicine, but if something went wrong, her tribe would know the wrath of the Quatrabe. Ben gave the signal, saying that these trappers were not poisoned. They were pretending. Irma guessed about this and wanted to quickly bring Mia to justice. She lifted the trapper's head and poured in the serum. Immediately, the recently dying trappers came to their senses. The crowd gasped. They woke up, came to their senses. Mia was overcome with rage. They had agreed that they would pretend until the end. Irma immediately asked if they remembered what happened to them. They were poisoned by Shashlik. Without giving the guy a chance to answer, Mia ran up, cooing that the beast god himself had brought them back from the other world, whispering a reminder of their agreement. She said louder, to refresh her accomplice's memory, that he felt ill after he ate the fried meat. But the guys started to lament that Mia, through threats and her connections with the elder, forced them to pretend that they had been poisoned. The crowd buzzed. It was all a pretense. Mia's eyes darted around in fear. Why did they suddenly decide to confess? Mia took the usual action in such situations, shed tears, accused Irma of wanting to blame everything on her, and why they decided to talk if she had threatened them. Then Irma put in her word, publicly declaring that the medicine was not a medicine at all, but a truth serum, and they confessed thanks to her. The crowd gasped. According to legend, such a serum was blessed by the beast god himself, and Mia flared up as this serum ended up in Irma's hands. Triumphantly, our heroine offered her a drink of the serum so that she could understand whether Mia was finally going to leave her alone. Irma called on the market chief to detain this female, pointing at Mia. He hesitated and muttered something like, "We need to discuss everything in private, because the elder likes this female." He heard the disgruntled indignation of the trappers. Apparently, this female had been bothering everyone for a long time. If nothing was resolved, they would never set foot in the market again. Mia grinned insolently, telling Irma that she was now a member of the Kui tribe and that they were no match for her in terms of strength. Yes, Irma understood that the Kui tribe itself was despotic, but how long could they endure Mia's antics? Then they heard a cry of "Stop!" and turned their heads. Zemo approached them. Mia happily rushed to him, saying how great it was that he came. She herself already wanted to call him. The guy said that he heard everything, and that one must have courage to break the rules that he himself established. Zemo publicly stated that the main rule is fair trade. Anyone who breaks deals and creates problems must be punished, and gave the order to take Mia into custody. Then, approaching Irma, he apologized on behalf of the Kui tribe for such a mistake. Mia, in a rage that clouded her common sense, thought about how Irma could take away her males here too, and why everyone was on her side. Suddenly, she fell at Irma's feet and began babbling that she was wrong, begging her to forgive her. Then, before anyone could come to their senses, she pulled out a knife and ran towards Irma, screaming, "Die!" Jono watched in horror as the knife approached Irma, and at the last minute tried to push her away. He managed to cover his wife with his body and hold back Mia's hand with the knife. Then he grabbed the attacker's wrist so hard that she screamed in pain, and the knife fell out of her hand. Jono screamed, how dare she attack his wife, and he kicked her with his foot so that she flew away. After catching his breath, he examined Irma to see if she was injured, and the girl reassured him that she was fine. Everyone was watching this scene. Jono said, "How dare she attack a pregnant female? Where is her control, adequacy, and brains?" Afterwards, he asked Zemo what he would say about this. His ward not only persuaded him to frame his wife, but also attacked her, knowing that she was pregnant. Zemo apologized, stating that he understood that it was their fault and that he would not just let it go. And he ordered the trappers to tie Mia to a tree and whip her. Mia babbled, her eyes wide open in horror that he couldn't do this to her. She was his wife. He turned away as she was led away, but she continued to beg him for help. Mia was tied to a tree. Trappers came to stare at her. Her fame spread throughout the market that all she does is cause trouble and mate with young males, and then they have no strength for anything. As she was being flogged, she cursed Irma and vowed to take revenge for today's pain and humiliation. At home, the elder sternly asked his son if it was true that he had ordered the beating of Mia because of a female named Irma. Zemo told about how everything happened, what Mia did. Besides, the salt deposits that Mia talked about were never found, but Irma is just a miracle. She will be much more useful. And the guy told in detail about Irma, her talents, what he could see in her. The elder was very interested in this and began to think. Zemo showed him a secret spice that he exchanged with Irma for 50 skins, thanks to which their sales would double. The elder was shocked and asked if Zemo was sure. He confirmed that things were going well for the Osawa tribe, and everyone said that it was thanks to the female Irma. If they lured her to their side, she would raise their tribe to the skies, an idea that the elder liked. And if they don't get it, then no one else will get it. Meanwhile, Irma clapped her hands happily. They sold everything. It's a pity that they only found out about mountain potatoes today. Jono praised his wife. Even like this, they would easily survive the winter. In addition, they helped other tribes, and he kissed her lovingly. They were interrupted by Zemo, who, with a kind smile, asked for a minute. Irma replied that he must have liked something after all, but he replied that he came for another purpose. Zemo wanted to make amends for the incident that occurred. Irma blinked her eyes in bewilderment, asking again, not understanding what he meant. He repeated once again that he was apologizing again. He was ashamed of his ward's misconduct. Then he opened the box, and there were beautiful, precious stones, and he asked to accept them. Jono whispered to her not to accept it. It had never happened before that a tribe did not have its own goal in giving something. Irma heeded her husband's advice and refused the gift, saying that an apology was quite sufficient. Zemo did not know what to answer, after which he mumbled that he was the manager. Then Irma added to his words that as the manager he had already punished Mia, and that was quite enough. Zemo was clearly upset. She didn't accept the gift, so he needed to change tactics. He asked Irma what plants she had made the spices from which he had exchanged them with her. It was her unique recipe made up of a dozen plants. To achieve such an effect, you need to sweat a lot. And out loud, she simply answered that of course it was a secret recipe. If he liked the spices, he could order more. Zemo asked that they would need the skin for a long time. Perhaps she wanted to exchange it for something else. Irma asked what he was proposing. Zemo assumed a businesslike and confident air and declared that goods from the distant plains should interest her. He led her to the crypt of the Kwe tribe, which was guarded by many guards. Zemo explained that things brought by their caravan from the distant plains were stored here. Irma asked again about the caravan, and Zemo, letting her inside, said that they had selected the best traders from the tribes and were sending them to trade all over the continent. Seeing the contents of the vault, Irma gasped at what she saw. She had never seen such abundance. There were fruits, precious stones, flowers. Zemo said that most of what she sees has already been promised to other tribes, But each year, they add more and more interesting things to the treasury. He approached the girl and said more quietly that much attention was paid to the needs of the trappers, and then, lowering his voice to a whisper, he added that special attention was paid to the needs of the females. Irma was shocked by the wealth of the Kui tribe. It is not surprising that it is so powerful. It can be said that it controls the external economy. It is interesting that the Osawa tribe will be able to achieve such prosperity. Zemo told the girl that he noticed that she had deep knowledge of medicine and herbs, and her mind was sharper than most men. Irma modestly replied that she was simply attentive. It is a pity that in her tribe, she cannot fully realize her full potential and could live much better. To which Irma again simply replied that she likes her tribe. Those she loves live there, her family. Zemo then asked permission to show her something. Irma irritated him with her behavior, and he turned away and said angrily to himself, "Well, luckily, if she becomes his mate, then you will live here and work for his tribe." After which he showed her beautiful flowers of bright red color. They are from distant plains and are very popular among females. Irma took the flower and confirmed their beauty. But why do they need them? He took her hand in his and croaked quietly that they make hunters even more beautiful. The girl blushed and froze. Zemo, pleased with the effect produced, took the flower from her hands, after which he crushed the buds in his hand, and touching Irma's face, he said that it is done like this, by rubbing the petals on her lips. Irma stood as if in a daze. He thought that was it. She was in his arms, just a little more. His lips were almost with her lips. His finger lay on the girl's parted lip. And then Irma touched her lip with her finger and happily said that the color of her lips had changed, wondering what it meant that women from the plains used flowers as lipstick. Taking out a pocket mirror, she looked with delight at her lips painted in a new color and began to chatter. So there are other colors. Zemo stood not knowing what to do. All his seduction was reduced to zero. Irma's thoughts ran through the ingredients for making lipstick. She remembered that it included wax and olive oil. Her cheeks were flushed with nervous ecstasy. Her brain was generating ideas. And you can also make blush. No woman can resist such cosmetics. What sales will there be? Zemo stood there completely lost, trying to attract attention. She finally finished him off by bombarding him with questions about what other flowers there are, and in what plains they grow. Pulling himself together, he replied that there were no others, and they had only managed to get these with difficulty. Okay. Irma sighed in disappointment, but then she said with a businesslike air, "Let's see what else is here." Zemo, pale, did not know how to approach her. He could barely contain himself from the anger that was overwhelming him. He didn't believe that Irma was so unavailable. And then, Zemo decided to repeat his attempt at seduction, taking her by the waist with one hand and holding her hand with the other, and looking passionately, asking her to touch the fabric that interested her. The fabric was on Zemo. The girl touched it and looked at it, realizing that it was thin to the touch. You wouldn't wear it in winter. Suddenly she screamed, looking to the side. But this is quite suitable. She ran to feel the soft material, similar to wool, from which a sweater could be made. When they left the storage, a satisfied Irma asked to send the things as soon as possible, and Zemo looked at her and thought she was a fool, or pretending to be one. If she really was stupid, then he would definitely get her. When she was about to leave, Zemo suggested celebrating their collaboration with a delicious dinner. She thought about Jono. He was not here, and he would probably be very worried. As he was worried when she went to him in the storage room, Irma thought that it was worth being vigilant, and said that she couldn't. It was time to go home. Ricky and her mother were waiting for her there. He didn't have time to say anything before she, leaving, added that he could come visit them, and they would feed him deliciously. And then she ran home as fast as she could, complaining about the late hour. Returning to the tribe and meeting Jono, she told him about Zemo's proposals and about dinner. The guy heatedly replied that he was trying to seduce her. Irma noted that there was nothing to worry about, since she had turned him down. But Jono was clearly worried. The Kwe tribe doesn't just give up without getting what they want. In the end, they agreed to be doubly careful now, and when Ricky returned, it would be safer if two trappers could fight back. At this time, they heard their names. The elder was calling them. They ran up to the woman and reported that they had returned. It was obvious that the elder was nervous and wanted to tell them something, but didn't know how. But there was no need to speak. Reich appeared and waved his hand to Irma. Irma was very happy to see her friend, unlike Jono, who was burning with jealousy. When they found themselves in the elder's house, Reich told them that Mia had given away the location of the mine. That is, everyone understood why she lived in such comfort in the Kwe tribe. But Irma and Jono could not understand how Mia found out about the mine. Reich was angry, reporting that Mia had picked up one of the patrolmen, who told her about the salt, after which she ran away. The Fallen did not have time to catch up with her. The Kwe tribe beat her off. The elder understood why the Kwe tribe had recently been frequenting the forest of animals, until they found the mine, but it was a matter of time. Reich understood what this meant for the Osawa tribe and suggested to the elder that he take the trappers away from the mine. The last thing he needed was a quarrel with the Kwe tribe. But Jono boldly declared that there is no place for cowards in his tribe. They are ready to fight. Although there are significantly fewer of them, the elder also supported her son. They cooperate with the Fallen, and therefore will be together until the end. But Reich reminded that by collaborating with the Fallen, they set not only the Q tribe against themselves, but also the other tribes. The elder, Irma, and John looked at him, not knowing what to answer. Reich was right. Here Irma spoke up that it was time to change their thinking. Before Kwe found the salt, they still had time to get it. The elder agreed. But would they have enough time? Irma suggested setting off a false trail to gain time. Jono patted his clever wife on the head and added that he would gather as many males as possible in order to take all the salt from the mine as quickly as possible. Reich asked anxiously, even if they managed to get all the salt, how to transport it without being noticed. The elder reassured him the salt could be stored here, because the Kui only knew about the Fallen, so no one would even think about them. Irma supported her. When Kuye saw that there was no salt, they would return it to his tribe. Reich agreed. He stated that he completely trusted Irma, and therefore her tribe. When Irma and Jono approached the house, the girl was happy, but her husband stood there frowning. Irma did not hide her joy at seeing Reich, and so soon. Looking at Jono, she laughed good-naturedly at his displeased face. Poking him in the cheek with her finger, she asked why his face looked so dissatisfied. He hugged Irma like a child and shared what was bothering him. At dinner, she fed Reich. Irma really wanted to please her friend with delicious recipes. Irma gently patted her husband on the cheek and calmly replied that Reich was their guest. And so what if she fed him? Once again, passionately grabbing Irma into his arms, Jono said that now she needed to make amends with him. Her question was answered with a passionate kiss on the lips. She couldn't resist his caresses. The next morning, Irma was still sleeping soundly when she heard someone calling her in her sleep. She really didn't want to wake up, but she jumped up when a voice screamed calling her, as if through a speaker. Rubbing her ear, which was burning from the loud scream, she asked Ben what happened. He, sitting with a pile of books, seriously stated that there was a problem with Reich. Irma immediately began to defend her friend. Reich would not hurt her. You can't think that he is bad just because he is fallen. But the boy replied that he didn't care whether he was fallen or not. He felt that he was under the curse of his master. Irma immediately remembered the legend about the curse, which means it's true. It turns out that the current situation of the fallen is connected with their punishment. She asked what they did wrong, but Ben didn't know. But he knows for sure that he checked all the information. And 5,000 years ago, the fallen did not exist. This was a revelation. It turns out that in Ben's time, there were no fallen ones. Ben confirmed that he thinks their curse is related to the death of his master. In the morning, Irma stunned her people and Reich by declaring that she needed to go to the Dark City. Jono and the Elder tried to dissuade her. The Ku tribe is now especially careful to watch the Dark City. And besides, she is pregnant. But Irma was adamant. The keys to the solution lay in the Dark City. Moreover, she will learn why the fallen are cursed. Reich asked her hopefully if she could remove the curse. The girl explained that, as Ben said, if you find the root cause of the curse, then you can remove the curse itself. Of course, Reich agreed to help, promising to protect at the cost of his own life. Irma asked her husband and the elder not to worry about her, as not only her fate depended on it. Jono eventually said that she was his mate, and he would support her in everything, and was ready to go with her. But Reich immediately cut it off. He can only take Irma. He explained that the feud between the trappers and the fallen had not gone away. The Q tribe was keeping a close eye, so there was no point in attracting unnecessary attention. Reich explained to Irma that she would have to pretend that he had returned her so as not to arouse suspicion. Jono asked Reich to protect and defend his wife, reminding him that she was his responsibility, and he swore that he would rather die than let her be harmed. After saying goodbye to Jono, Irma promised to return safe and sound. Jono kissed her goodbye and said he would wait. A few days later, Irma and Reich found themselves at the walls of the Dark City, which struck Irma. How long did it take to build such walls? Reich warned that they were starting a game for everyone. He deliberately said loudly that the Dark City had been here for centuries, passed down from one generation to another, so he shouldn't even think about escaping. Irma quite pitifully shed a tear, begging to be let go to her partner. Reich, grinning at the public, declared that never. Then he threw the girl over his shoulder, saying that now she belonged to him. The patrolmen were delighted with the leader. He's cool. Irma heard what the patrolmen were saying about her, that she was the same female that everyone was talking about, and that the chief had returned her. She whispered to Reich, "So this is what the city of the fallen is like." Reich replied that his house was ahead, where they did not need to pretend. Yours appeared in front of them, the one who was at the head. Staring at Irma with a grin, asked Reich why the female was with him. The guy realized that he himself had forbidden anyone to be brought in, and now it turns out he himself is breaking his own rules. Reich turned to the smug guy, stating that he didn't tell him what to do, so why was he meddling in his business? Reich's answer made the guy lose his temper, and he rushed forward with his fists. He rushed about in anger, trying to hit Reich when he heard his voice that he had gotten carried away. Reich moved very quickly while he turned his head in search of the head. The guys watching the action shouted at the guy to be more careful, pointing their fingers behind his back. Too late. Reich answered behind his back, his eyes flashing. The next minute, the impudent fellow was flying with splashes of blood. Reich stood there with an unperturbed expression, throwing the attacker at his friends. Irma stood with Reich in a daze, everyone looking at them. Suddenly, a young man came forward with joyful cries addressed to Reich. He unceremoniously ran up to Irma, declaring that this was the same female. Had she really found an approach to this ice cube, wondering if she had found Reich as a partner for the kids? Reich, pushing the unceremonious guy away, said that he would talk to him later. Arriving at his house, which amazed Irma, who was turning her head looking at everything, she asked why that guy was behaving like that with him. Reich Sitting the girl down so she could rest, explained that he was under the patronage of a priestess, and that was why he did not feel the shores. The guy named Lori jumped up to Irma again, cheerfully declaring that he had never seen Reich treat females like that. Apparently, she really was his wife. Then Reich tried to introduce them to each other. It was his brother, and he was also the head of the Dark City. He explained to his brother that this was the same female from the Osawa tribe that he had told him about in his letter. She had taught them how to store food. Lori became even more inspired and rushed to Irma, because she knows how to cook all sorts of delicious things. Reich, pulling his brother away, explained that Irma was here to remove the curse, but he did not understand what curse they were talking about. So I had to sit down and tell Lori everything to bring him up to speed on what was happening. They told him about Irma's abilities and how they met. Lori became serious and said this. Irma sadly said that the Dark City was so big, she didn't even know where to start. But Lori encouraged her that she needed to go to the High Priestess. Irma's eyes widened. This is the same one who patronizes that guy who attacked Reich. Lori confirmed that the priestess has great knowledge and power, so she will tell you where to go. But Reich interjected that the priestess had never been particularly interested in the city, allowing her subordinates to break the laws, so he doubted that she would say anything useful. Suddenly, one of the servants ran in shouting that the high priestess was sending a message to the head of the Reich. Then he bowed and said that the priestess wanted to see the female he had brought. Irma, flushed with surprise, only asked again if he wanted to meet her. The guys wondered why the priestess needed to see Irma so urgently, and the servant, looking at Irma, wondered if she knew the purpose of his arrival. Reich barked that the high priestess could not order him around, and therefore no one would go anywhere. The servant was horrified by this answer. Lori asked his brother why he was so angry. They themselves wanted to go to her. Irma also interjected that they could all go together. The one who entered from behind added that this girl, pointing to Irma, was better informed than the head. He flatteringly praised Irma's appearance. She looks good, and her eyes are blue like those of a messenger from heaven. He had already extended his hands to lead the girl to the high priestess. How Reich abruptly grabbed his hand with a menacing cry not to touch her. Then, covering Irma with his body, he threw him away so that he flew to the floor, claiming that he brought this woman, and by law she belongs to him. A beaten servant with a broken face tried to threaten Reich, but he ordered him to get out. Lori seriously noted that although the priestess would not do anything to him, the southern part of the city was still under her power, and it was not worth treating her servant like that. Irma didn't understand why Reich didn't want to go to her, but he explained that the priestess had always not cared about them. But when Irma appeared, she became strangely animated. Gently embracing her, he quietly added that he couldn't let her go to her alone, and if they all went, then the situation had to be under their control. He said this, looking deeply into her eyes with the strength to be with her and protect her. Left alone in the room allocated to her, she consulted with Bino. She needed to sort out the southern part of the city and still come to the priestess voluntarily. She would have to wait 5 days. The boy replied that he had waited 5,000 years, so he would definitely last 5 days. The main thing was that she was safe. Then his eyes lit up with a joyful glow from the fact that the priestess's house was located in the southern part. Bino said that something was wrong with this priestess. He felt some familiar vibrations, and they were coming from the southern direction. They were trying to understand whether the priestess was their friend or enemy. Suddenly they heard Reich's voice outside the door, asking if she was asleep. When he entered, the girl was surprised that it was so late, and he was still doing business. He said that the temperature difference in the desert was great. She was not yet used to it, so he brought her blankets. The girl was pleased with his care, but Reich gently corrected her that she shouldn't thank him for what he was obliged to do. They were followed by Lori, who shouted to his brother not to give up. He is cool. He was able to bring the woman back, realizing that his brother clearly needed help in the love sphere. And he jumped out and ran towards them with the thought that he was helping his brother. Reich managed to catch a glimpse of him, realizing what he could expect from him. Shouting cautiously, he covered Irma with himself, who did not understand anything. Their faces were so close to each other, they blushed. He remembered Laurie's words that since the curse would soon be lifted, it was time to think about marriage. Irma would be a great wife. And then Reich seemed to only now understand the meaning of becoming his wife, and he pressed his lips to hers and kissed her passionately and lovingly. Irma jerked back, realizing what was happening. The word with his name escaped her lips. He said that he would do everything for her happiness. Would she give him a chance? Irma pulled her hand from his, saying to forgive her. Irma didn't know what to say, and Reich was wondering what he should do now. As soon as she wanted to speak, he put his finger to her lips and asked her not to say anything. He understood everything then. Then, smiling softly, he asked if they were still friends, and Irma nodded, of course. Then she hastened to throw him out of the room, citing the late hour and the fact that he was tired during the day. Smiling shyly, she wished him good night and hurried to close the door. Reich also said good night with an embarrassed smile. When she closed the door, his eyes were full of pain and despair. He said good night out loud to her again. He needed to be alone with himself. He looked at the starry sky, trying to collect his thoughts. Irma sighed with relief. He finally left. She needed to keep her distance from him in the future. Ben didn't understand why she had to keep her distance. This Reich liked her so much. Why not just accept his feelings? Irma sternly replied that she was a civilized person and would not tolerate polygamy. She did not need 100 husbands. But the boy reminded her that she was no longer living in her own world. So why not accept the rules of the new one? Bino reminded her that according to the rules of her time, don't interfere with someone else's monastery with your statutes. In this world, hunters start harems for themselves, and she will have to accept this sooner or later. But the girl firmly replied that she was not going to accept such a thing. At this time, Reich was still thinking about his feelings for Irma. As I felt someone's hand on my shoulder, it was Lori who was confused as to why his brother was not in Irma's chambers. Reich looked at him and asked if it was he who had set it all up. But he didn't even think of denying it. He wanted to help him. Lori, in his usual style, began giving his brother love advice. But Reich, smiling sadly, replied that Irma had made it clear that she would only accept one partner. Lori flared up. And this is his brother speaking. This is not the Reich he knows who would fight. Reich replied that Irma had made him this way, but Lori did not calm down. He was not sending him to his death, but wanted him to take advantage of the opportunity. Reich didn't understand what Lori was talking about. What opportunity? He smiled slyly and whispered to Reich the possibility of leaving her in the dark city. It was deep night, and Irma, tired from the busy day, was fast asleep. The door to her room opened, and a figure in a black robe appeared, almost merging with the darkness. The figure approached the sleeping girl and extended its hand towards her. The stranger's hand reached for her face. The girl was sleeping, but did not manage to reach it. Someone's determined hand intercepted her. Irma jumped up in rage and screamed who he was and what he was going to do to her. And then she pushed the stranger with all her might. Irma mentally thanked Ben for waking her up, and Irma used the inventory from which she got the hemp to neutralize the alien. The effects of the cannabis were supposed to help knock out the person who entered the room. Irma was scared, but she approached the lying stranger to remove his hood and see who wanted to attack her. But he grabbed her hand. He was still conscious. But when he stood up and grabbed Irma by the hands, the girl could not even scream from the fear that gripped her. At that moment, Reich ran into the room. He freed Irma's hands from the stranger's hands, ordering her not to be touched. And then he struck with force at the enemy, who did not expect such resistance. Reich was very worried that he had done something to Irma, but the girl assured him that she was fine. He hugged her to himself with such relief, and Irma noticed that she was no longer such a softie. The criminal wanted to take advantage of this and escape, but Lori blocked his path and asked him where he was going. Reich and his brother demanded that he confess who sent him to capture Irma, promising an easy death. But the mysterious stranger did not answer, stating that they still hoped to catch him. And when Lori wanted to grab the impudent fellow, to everyone's amazement, he turned into a crow and flew out the window cawing. The brothers immediately understood that this was the high priestess, who would not give up trying to meet Irma. But they did not understand why she was so determined. Then Irma said in a firm tone that they would no longer guess, but would meet with her. Reich was concerned and asked his friend what she was up to. The girl answered cheerfully. Since she had sent her subordinate, she must be waiting for news from him. And the subordinate, with a bloody hand, walked through the temple of sacrifice. He entered her hall and apologized for not being able to complete the task and bring the female. But the majestic woman sitting on the throne replied that he had done an excellent job. The one she needed was already here. Afterwards, she told the head of Reich louder to go through since he was already here. Reich and Irma, standing in the corridor, looked at each other in fear. They had been noticed. Before that, they planned that Reich would go out and detain the priestess, and Irma would have time to escape if Lori helped her. But Irma was worried about Reich, but he calmed her down. It was not the first time for him. Now he stood in front of the priestess, who asked how he was. He answered that everything was fine until the moment when her subordinate burst into his house. The subordinate reprimanded him for disrespectfully addressing the high priestess, but the woman said that she and Reich needed to talk. The confused and angry servant obeyed. When he was leaving, Reich mockingly added that the priestess had a very obedient dog, but she needed to be watched, otherwise she might not leave someone else's house. Reich suggested that the priestess talk in the inner chamber so that Irma would have a chance to escape. But the priestess asked that his female also join the conversation. Listening, Irma was amazed. As she learned that she also came with Reich, it was time to resolve everything. Reich began to deny that there was no female with him, but Irma appeared behind him and, in a decisive tone, declared that since the priestess knew that they were here together, she would also talk. Standing next to Reich, she decisively declared that she was listening to why the priestess needed her. The woman, not believing her eyes, grabbed Irma by the hands, shouting that she had come. She did not believe her eyes. Ben got in touch and told Irma that this woman was not alive, but some force was holding her in a dead body. Irma, realizing that she was talking to a living corpse or a ghost, hid in horror behind Reich. Reich added that apparently the priestess was mistaken. Irma had just arrived in the city, but the woman said that she was 5,000 years old. She was the one chosen by young Master Ben. Irma was shocked. She knows Ben, asking the boy if he knows this woman. Ben's eyes widened as he recognized such familiar features, but he did not dare to speak. Irma was afraid for her ghostly friend, but the priestess said that she was the young master's servant. Ben burst into tears and stretched out his hands to the elderly woman, calling her sister. The woman saw the boy and tears rolled down her cheeks. She cried, remembering the words of the beast god that she would see Ben, and there would be someone to avenge him. Irma breathed a sigh of relief. If the priestess knew Ben and was his friend, then he was not an enemy. Ben and the priestess cried with joy. Irma tried to calm them down, saying that they should be glad that they finally met. Irma and Bina recalled the prophecy of the beast god and asked who killed Bina. It turned out to be his three sisters who found out that the beast god wanted to pass the throne to Ben, so they decided to eliminate him. So the sisters united and attacked the beast god. The battle was devastating. The mountains shook. The sea raged. After that, the continent turned into ruins. The legacy of civilization sank into oblivion. The god beast understood that if the battle continued, the world would be destroyed. He then used the remnants of his soul power to suppress Ben's sisters at the foot of the Black Cliff, and in the same way, he trapped Ben's soul in his body. The woman squeezed the boy's hands, remembering how the master promised that even after thousands of years he would return. And she headed to the vault to give Ben everything that was left of the beast god. The boy was surprised that the master had really left him something. The priestess walked down the long staircase, and Ben followed her like a ghost. Reich, as always, was on the edge of caution, so he told Irma that he would go first. The girl understood that Reich cared about her very much, looked after her, and she was annoyed that she could not give him anything in return. When everyone came to the huge stone, Ben asked the guy next to it what kind of boulder it was. The priestess replied that it was a totem stone. Everyone looked at it without taking their eyes off it, and that this stone was bequeathed to Beanie. When the boy touched the stone, it began to glow with a bright yellow flame. The light began to cover the entire cave. Irma was blinded by the bright light, and Reich immediately rushed to close it. Ben stood as if in hypnosis, not reacting to the voice of Irma who was calling him, after which he grabbed the priestess by the throat, yelling that she was even thinking of joking like that. Irma was very worried about Ben, and also asked the priestess what was wrong with him. Despite Reich squeezing his fist on her neck, she croaked that the young master was fine. He had simply removed the seal and was now receiving a revelation from the beast god. The girl asked Reich to let the priestess go, thinking that since she didn't even resist, her feelings for Bene weren't fake. The boy obeyed, but still warned Irma that she shouldn't come close. She asked the priestess what was so special about the totem stone that it was sealed. It turned out that the totem stone was a common thing in the world of trappers, and whoever wanted to use it had to be blessed to gain power. This means that the stone contained great power, and now that the seal has been removed, this power is in their hands. Ben began to cry and muttered, finishing his dialogue with the spirit of the god beast, that he would definitely restore the fallen civilization. It was a pity that he was still too young for this. Irma told the crying child that she would definitely help, and that he shouldn't be upset. They would do it together. Ben muttered that he would definitely cope, and the priestess admired how he had matured. The god beast would be proud of him. By the way, the fallen were also given to him so that he could remove the curse. Here, Reich yelled that she was saying such things now, which meant that the god beast cursed them intentionally. Apparently, he wanted to beat a confession out of her again. But Irma stopped him, and the woman had not yet finished speaking. The priestess replied that the beast god would never curse without reason. He loved his children. His ancestors were guards, whom the eldest daughter of the beast god incited to rebellion. The curse was passed down from generation to generation, but the beast god is merciful. If they help Irma restore order, the curse will be lifted. Irma took his hand, saying that she would definitely help the fallen ones remove the curse. He hugged her in gratitude. Yes, together they could do anything. Irma wondered if they were violating each other's boundaries. But on the other hand, as a good friend, she should console him. Ben told her to put the totem stone in her inventory, since it would be inconvenient for them to take it outside. Irma thoughtfully looked ahead and said that Ricky never returned, so he would be surprised to learn that everyone became totem warriors. Suddenly it dawned on Irma that Ricky had said that there were partial totems in the city of the Trapper Lords, but the priestess said that there is only one real totem stone, and there can be no others. Our heroine assumed that someone had revealed the secret of the real totem and erected an incomplete one. Perhaps she conspired with the city of Beastmasters. The city of the Trapper Lords is the most prosperous city in the world and has enormous power. Not only are there countless masters, but there are also legends that the four kings are the descendants who inherited the blood of the gods. How complicated it all is. But Reich encouraged her, saying that everything was fine, that he was there for her, and would definitely help. As a sign of his words, he placed his hand on her shoulder, on which Irma placed hers. This gave Irma strength, because now they have the support of the fallen, and if their hunters become totem warriors, they will be able to compete with the overlords. Bena and Irma understood that this city was located far away on the plain, so news from the Osawa tribe would not reach them quickly. Their dialogue was interrupted by the voice of the priestess, who began to peacefully melt into thin air, saying that since everything was getting better for them, it was time for her to retire. Ben rushed towards her, with tears in his eyes, as if trying to hold her back. The woman reassured him with a smile. No need to cry. She had died a long time ago, and was just a ghost waiting 5,000 years to see him again. As she disappeared, she pointed to Irma, saying that with such a witty companion, he would overcome everything. She completed her mission in the Dark City, and Irma will be followed by people loyal to her. Dissolving, her last words were that she believed that she would be able to revive the legacy of the beast god. All that was left of the woman was her veil, which Ben hugged and sobbed. Irma calmed the boy down. The master and priestess would not like to see him in such a state, after which she turned to Reich with the words that they needed to leave the Dark City. The rulers might become suspicious. Suddenly, a trapper appeared in front of them. Reich immediately began to cover Irma with shouts of who he was. It was Mo, who was responsible for the safety of the priests. He stood with an imperturbable look, his arms folded across his chest. Reich saw the rage in Mo's eyes. This is the priestess's subordinate. I wonder how long he was here and what he heard. Reich decided to ask the guard directly how long he had been there. Irma and Reich were worried about how to explain the disappearance of the priestess who was with them. But now, she was gone. Irma decided to take on the explanation by stepping forward and trying to explain, but her words began to falter. Mo replied that the priestess left absolutely calmly, so Irma asked again. Swallowing, the girl added that the priestess had told them that she had finished all her business. But what struck Irma most was when Mo knelt before her and greeted her as the new mistress. The guy said that the priestess said that Irma is her successor, and the beast god, as well as the mistress of the fallen, they will follow her to wash away the shame of the betrayal of their ancestors and return to their former greatness. Irma thought that the guy was mistaken, that Ben was a follower of the priestess and the beast god. But the boy told her that he was just a soul, and without Irma, he couldn't do anything. But Irma still raised Mo from his knees, asking him not to call her mistress. She was simply Irma. Then, thinking that she would not hear anything more shocking, she asked if the priestess had said anything else. Mo calmly and imperturbably replied, yes, that she and Reich should have a wedding ceremony. Reich and Irma were staggered by these words. At Reich's house, Mo assured that he had found a person who would pose as the high priestess, so no one would know about her death. The hunters from the southern part would guard the head's house and obey him. Reich promised Irma that he would help her. They would have an army no worse than that of the masters of the trappers. Mo noted that it was necessary to take care of the ceremony. It would be a grand celebration. Everyone in the city would know about it. Irma jumped up, blushing. No, she had already said. There would be no ceremony, period. She then hesitantly explained that she and Reich were just friends, and that they pretended that he had kidnapped her. Not knowing what to do, completely confused, Irma said that she should at least think everything over. She didn't understand at all what to do. Mo calmly replied that he understood her, and the girls sighed with relief. Then Mo added that he understood that she needed to cope with her emotions and make a decision so as not to regret anything. The more they delay now, the more problems there will be in the future. It seems the priestess's servant did not understand her, but she couldn't say anything because Lori, as always, came in with a beaming smile and was glad to see everyone. Lori said that there was some kind of chaos in the city, so he needed troops. Irma whispered to Ray that they go for a walk and not disturb the boys. Reich nodded and they left the room. But before he could move away, someone grabbed him by the arm and stopped him. Lori whispered to his brother that this was his chance, and he couldn't miss it. Then the guy continued to talk with Mo about business, glancing every now and then at his brother and Irma. Reich was depressed by Irma's reaction to their ceremony, and his brother's voice was playing in his head that this was his chance. He kept his eyes on the girl as they stood in the yard of his house. Irma, looking at the sky, said that the temperature here at night was really different. But if they grew fruits, there would be a stable source of food. And then she froze. She says we, if this continues. Reich pulled her towards him and asked if they were going to get married. Irma froze. She felt good with him. But then a blush covered her face. She began to speak but did not know what to say. Reich turned her towards him again and answered for her. Yes, he knows that only Jono, but the priestess could not be mistaken. Irma didn't understand what the priestess had to do with it, and Reich explained that she assumed that if they got married, she would become the wife of the city's head. Mo would become her subordinate on legal grounds, and that meant they would be able to get the support of the entire city. The girl answered, but wouldn't they obey her if they didn't get married? Then he noted that she was not fallen like the people of the Dark City, even if she introduced herself as the heir of the beast god. He was hated here. Irma said that there had to be another way. Reich said with such hope in his eyes that she still needed the status of the wife of the city head, and it would just be a formality. He gallantly kissed her hand, saying that she deserved it. Irma again did not know what to answer. Again, the image of her husband appeared before her, but their dialogue was interrupted by the cry of a subordinate who shouted that there was trouble and help was needed. Irma and Reich froze in horror at what it could be. Problems with salt. But things were more serious. The Kwei tribe learned that the Fallen were collaborating with Osawa. A few days ago in the Osawa tribe, Jono was talking to a familiar trapper while working, who shared that his sister had fallen in love again. Yes, not everyone is as lucky as Jono. Jono smiled awkwardly, thinking that this was true. At that moment, he saw in front of him Yuki, one of the sons of the elder of the Kwei tribe, who called Jono and his tribe traitors. But he forced a smile and asked in surprise why they hadn't warned him about the visit, and he thought that they must have found out about the mine. Jono gave Yuki a friendly hug, stating that they needed to talk. The guy needed to buy time so that his people could hide everything. But Yuki pulled away from Jono. He clearly had no intention of joking. Sharply pushing Yuki's hand away, he said that he knew everything about collaborating with the Fallen. Then, as if in a fever, he pulled off the rag covering the trapper's basket to prove his case. Then Jono replied that there was no need to slander. Yes, they found salt deposits, but they had nothing to do with the Fallen. Yuki remembered Mia, who said that the Fallen had found the deposits and mined salt a long time ago. So it was just a coincidence. Of course not. And there was no need to make fools of them. A fight was brewing. Yuki was beside himself with anger, declaring how the Osawa tribe had agreed to go against all the trappers. It was a disgrace. Jono was ready to fight. Jono's preparedness amazed Yuki, who reminded him that he had not come alone. Two tribes stood opposite each other, ready to fight. Jono gave orders to his assistant to fly and inform the other tribes that Kwei had decided to start a war. Yuki blushed with indignation when they wanted to start a war. Then Jano asked for proof of cooperation with the fallen. Yuki pointed his finger at the trapper carrying the basket. Jano didn't consider this as evidence. It was just a setup to get the salt for himself. The son of the priest Kue was angry with himself. He just needed to find the mine. And now Jano had driven him into a corner. He understood that if a war began, dozens of tribes would unite. He put on a mocking smile and told Jono that he considered himself the smartest, and he gave the order to his assistant to tell all the tribes that Osawa wanted to use the mine alone. Jono was speechless. The anger that had taken over him pushed him to attack Yuki with his fists. The smug head of Kue said that he was just helping to share, since the mine could not belong only to Osawa. Jono discussed the current situation with his mother. They understood that the Kue wanted to appropriate the mine for themselves, spread rumors. Other trappers looked at them as crazy for collaborating with the fallen. Jono was on the verge of despair. How were they going to take out the salt now? If they didn't come up with something, it would all be over. Suddenly, someone behind in a black robe said that there was a way out. It was Irma who added with a smile that she knew how to take out salt. Jono was so happy to see his wife that he hugged her in his joy. She looked at her, trying not to miss anything, how things were in the dark city, and she had lost weight. Irma also wanted to tell so many things. Reich stood and looked at Irma and Jono with pain in his heart, while the girl told how Reich brought her back as soon as they learned about the situation with the spring. An argument began between the guys. Reich angrily noted that Irma ate well, and Jono declared that he knew his wife inside and out, and would notice even if a hair fell from her head. The priestess approached Irma and asked if she really knew how to secretly transfer the salt. Irma wanted to share the plan when Reich stood up with her and declared that they would go together. There would be no problems. Jono immediately approached his wife and stated how he imagined it. There are many eyes in the forest. The priestess agreed that as soon as they were seen with the fallen, the Ku tribe would start a war. But Irma had a plan. She would try to get through, and then we would see. Irma went out. The guards asked if she was going without Jono, and the girl nodded. Yes. Her husband was busy. She was watched in the bushes by hunters from the Kwe tribe. The elder gave orders to another to watch her. Irma repulsed him. He was angry and could not remember why this female seemed familiar to him. And then he remembered. This was Jono's partner. A couple of minutes later, he told the head of Yuki about this. He was confident in his words, since many people had seen Irma at the market. Yuki was anticipating revenge. Jono thought that he had let his guard down and would not know about his female. Taking out his sword, he gave the order to the elder to gather the hunters. This will be a great excuse to get rid of Jono. At the entrance to the cave, the trapper reported to Yuki that he saw a female enter the cave. They did nothing. They waited for the chief. Yuki checked to see if anyone had entered or left the cave, but he was assured that there was no one except Irma. He was already imagining how he would catch the Osawa tribe and its leader red-handed, and gave the order to surround the cave and not let anyone through. A great time to destroy both the fallen and Osawa and get the salt. Jono approached along with the head of the Black Tower tribe, Hei, and the elder of the Red Valley tribe, Olin, as well as the head of the Blue Moon, Sioro. Seeing the heads of these tribes, Yuki's face reflected fear and dismay at what they were doing here. Jono replied that his partner was lost in the forest, and the tribal leaders kindly offered to help. He then asked Yuki what he was doing at the cave, and if he had seen his partner. Yuki said that there was no need to pretend, and that 3 chapters would show that Osawa was in cahoots with the fallen. The heads of the tribes repeated in chorus, as if in collusion with the fallen. Jono told Yuki not to tarnish the name of his tribe. He just wanted to take their food and make them look like traitors. Hei and Olin sternly asked Yuki if he was sure of his words. Such things are not to be joked about. He confidently suggested entering the cave, where Osawa and the Fallen were mining salt, and the female Jono entered to warn. At that moment, Irma jumped out of the cave, screaming for help. She screamed that there were fallen people in the cave. Jono shouted more carefully, and Reich was visible from behind in the darkness of the cave. Irma rushed to her husband, who covered her with his wings, half turning. He picked her up in his arms, rising above the ground. The elders looked at what was happening in bewilderment. They saw a group of fallen ones emerge from the cave. Reich and his trappers looked at those standing. He was calm, pretending to be a little surprised by what he saw. The tribal leaders said that it was true that the Fallen were operating here, but it didn't seem like the Osawa were cooperating with them. But Yuki publicly declared that Jono was putting on an act, so he attacked him, pointing at the frightened Irma. Then one of the leaders shouted that now was not the time for arguing. There were more important matters, and these were the Fallen, he said, pointing at Reich. Reich, pretending to be pleased, said that the trappers had surprised him and that he had no intention of killing today. But apparently he would have to. Jono shouted that 5 tribes were with him and that the one who would die was Reich and his Fallen. Reich narrowed his eyes at the guy. Well, the power of the 5 tribes sounds good. Then he rushed into an impromptu fight with Jono, shouting that he would now demonstrate his strength. Jono hit him, calling him a creature that strikes from behind. Reich moved very quickly, calling it strategy. He then rushed at Yuki and grabbed him by the throat. He lightly squeezed the head of Quay, as if he were a chicken, calling him a vile creature in front of everyone. They shouted to Reich that this was the son of the head of the Quay tribe, and if something happened to him, he wouldn't get away with it. Jono said that even if Yuki was wounded, the Fallen would not be able to escape, so there was no need to threaten them. But the tribal leaders stopped him. He shouldn't provoke the Fallen and act rashly. Reich stated that since they did not want a massacre, his Fallen must first leave safely. The trappers were given the order by their leaders to move aside. Now the Fallen could leave. A corridor was made for them. But Reich again grabbed Yuki by the throat, delightedly declaring that they had not yet sorted out their affairs. He backed away and shouted that they were strangers. What other business? And then Reich declared that they had once collaborated in salt mining, and now Kuo wants to appropriate it all for himself. Jono picked up on this, so the Quez themselves collaborated with the Fallen, and they blamed the Osawa tribe. Yuki tried to justify himself. It was a lie, but Reich pushed him away with his tail, saying that he wouldn't let it go. As he was leaving, he asked to tell the old man, meaning Yuki's father, that if the Quay tribe ever set foot in the dark city again, they would have no peace. They tried to cheer Yuki up, but he was terribly angry after experiencing such humiliation. Everyone pounced on him, demanding to explain what agreements the Fallen One was talking about. The enraged man tried to prove that the Osawa tribe had conspired against him. Then he ordered his men to quickly examine the cave. Osawa's trappers must be there. They couldn't have dragged the salt so quickly. When one of the trappers came out, he reported that there was no salt in the cave. There were Osawa trappers. But he did not have time to finish. Yuki interrupted him and declared with glee, "Here is the proof. Now they won't find fault." He shouted that these traitors needed to be captured, meaning the Osawa trappers. Irma stopped him in anger and suggested that they first look at the trappers. Finally, the trapper who had examined the cave was able to insert that the trappers from Osawa who were in the cave were tied up and beaten. Coming out of the cave, they approached Jono, complaining that they had been tied up and beaten during the hunt. Yuki's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it, and he continued to insist that they were playing a joke on everyone. Jono and Irma continued to console their people in front of everyone, declaring that they would not let the Fallen get away with this. Jono then accused Yuki of conspiring with the Fallen to kill his compatriots. He began to justify himself. The Fallen were lying. The Kui tribe had nothing to do with it. Irma, shedding tears, turned to the three elders, who saw with their own eyes how her partner was wounded, and the trappers were tied up and beaten. The elders surrounded Yuki with a menacing look. He nervously tried to prove that he had nothing to do with it. After all, he had suffered too. Jono walked away, giggling, and told Irma that their plan, although cruel, at least they had diverted suspicion from themselves, and Yuki would now stay away from them. But Irma cheerfully took some blood from his finger, saying that it was not real blood, and no one was hurt. Jono, without taking his eyes off her, said with rapid breathing that the berry was sweet. Irma, also looking into his eyes, quietly replied that she could collect it for him. When they stood like this, her heart always beat faster. Jono was already looking forward to the evening, whispering to her to apply the berry juice to her body. The elder was pleased with the work done, praising the boys, but she did not understand why Irma's face was so flushed. Irma hesitated awkwardly and blamed it all on the heat, quickly turning the conversation to the Kui tribe. But her expression was distant. Jono always said so many things that made her blush with shame. Irma and the elder discussed the situation with the mine. There was no evidence of cooperation with the fallen, so the heads of the neighboring tribes took their word for it. But the priestess was haunted by the question of how Irma managed to transfer the salt. Jono was also curious about how she managed to transfer the salt in such a short time. Irma burst out laughing and admitted that Ben's ability helped her. The system inventory could hold a lot, and she dragged the salt through it. But of course, she couldn't tell about the inventory. The priestess also liked the plan, and most importantly, its successful implementation. Suddenly, they saw a hooded figure standing behind the door and shouted who was there. They were overcome with fear. This someone had been standing there all this time, which meant he had heard the conversation. But when the mysterious visitor removed his hood, they saw a smiling Reich. Irma exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him, and Jono asked disappointedly whether the leader had left. Reich gently patted Irma on the head and said, "How could he leave without saying goodbye?" And then he added that she didn't have to return with him, saying that their ceremony would take place without her. When Jono heard about the ceremony, he lit up like a match. He immediately pounced on Reich, knocking him down and calling him an asshole. There was no stopping him. He didn't trust his wife to him just to get her into bed. Reich tried in vain to explain something, so he warned that he would have to use force. Jono was excited by these words. "Let's fight. Great. Stop dodging." Reich, wiping the blood from his lip, said that Jono left him no choice. A fight broke out. Irma screamed for them to stop, but no one listened to her. The guys were beating each other up, not paying the slightest attention to the girl. Then Irma called upon the priestess to do something to break it up, but the woman stood there with a blissful smile. After which, she simply turned around and said that this is the business of males. They often fight over females. Well, they beat each other up and go their separate ways. And she has business at the mine. Irma was terrified of how to separate them. What should she do? Here, Reich's tail slashed Jono across the face, and Jono scratched Reich's chest with his sharp claws. The girl blamed herself for everything. She needed to stay away from Reich. Then she decided to get between them, shouting, "Enough!" She closed her eyes, because they were in such agony that they might not notice her. But to her surprise, the guys suddenly stopped, and all attention switched to her. Whether they had hurt her, whether they had touched her, why had she taken such a risk? Irma told Reich that he needed to leave, and she would explain everything to Jono. Reich agreed with disappointment, and leaving, said that he would wait for news from her. His heart sank as he saw Irma tenderly ask Jono if his cuts hurt much. Reich walked past her abruptly, throwing out an apology for his recklessness. Irma felt very awkward. She should be the one apologizing. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Jono looked with concern at the girl's tired and worried face. He realized from her reaction to Reich's wad that it seemed he was no longer the only one. At home, Irma was applying ointment to Jono's wounds. His body was stinging and the boy grimaced. Irma, with the air of a professional, blew on his wounds, covering them, and the guy reminded her to take the ointment to Reich. Irma jumped up. What is he saying? They weren't going to get married. Besides, Reich has a cure. But Jono stopped her by holding her hand. Pulling her towards him, he stated with all seriousness that everything was fine. Let her take the medicine to Reich and tell him that he accepted their marriage. Irma affectionately called him a fool. She and Reich have nothing. The marriage is fictitious. To enlist the support of the fallen. Kissing him on the cheek, she playfully said that the main thing is that he is happy. But Jono, taking her by the face and looking into her eyes, conveyed to her that she already liked Reich. Irma repeated his words in complete bewilderment. She likes Reich. Jono gently confirmed that perhaps she herself had not realized this. Irma began to deny it. Stop joking like that, but Jono calmed her down. He reminded her of the day she rejected Ricky, saying that one-sided love was unfair to him. But when it comes to Reich, she worries about him, whether he is happy. She hasn't thought about that. But did she really think about it? Remembering her moments with Reich? For a long time, Reich seemed to her to be the one who could protect her and help her when needed. Nothing like that. But why then was her heart beating like crazy when he kissed her? And when she found herself in his arms, she wanted it, convincing herself that he was her friend. And now, looking down, she realized that Reich was more than just a friend to her. Had she really fallen in love with him? As if reading her thoughts, Jono added that she agreed to the fictitious marriage because she fell in love with Reich. But because of her character, she cannot accept such things, because he is right. Irma buried her face in Jono's chest, muttering as a last resort that Reich treated her well, but then fell silent. He kissed her, adding that if she was suppressing her feelings for Rai because of him, then there was no need to do that. He was ready to accept him. Irma was confused when she heard such things, but she had promised to love only him. Jono corrected her. Yes, it would not be entirely fair to say that he was not against it at all, but as long as she was happy, he was ready to accept everything, including sharing her love. Covering her with passionate kisses, he croaked that no matter how many partners she had, he hoped that he would always be in her heart. Continuing to kiss her, he praised her for accepting this fact and asked her to repay her love. She tried to stop him. What about his wounds? But there was no stopping him. They were separated. He missed her. Didn't she want that? After a passionate reunion, the next morning Jono was capricious and did not want to wake up. But Irma wanted to take the medicine to Reich. Irma didn't know how Reich was now, whether his wounds were serious, and this worried her. But her husband's hands on her waist brought her out of her thoughts. He said that she had deceived him. He wanted love again, Irma said. But he himself sent her to Reich to take the medicine. Jono, once again burning with passion, began to cover her with kisses. After such stormy love games, Irma felt like a squeezed lemon, complaining about such endurance of males. It is unscientific. But Ben replied that everything is fine with Jono. It is she who is weak. Ben reminded him of what Jono was especially good at, but Irma asked him not to say it. But he did not calm down. But if she gives medicine to Reich and then invites him to her place, then in the future, But Irma lost her temper and ordered him to leave, and everything turned upside down. Approaching the house where Reich was housed, she saw that the door was not locked. She stood for a moment, not daring to enter, to see if he was there and what he was doing. But when she finally decided to enter the room, she saw that the bed was made, but Reich himself was not there. Irma felt a rush of heat. Could he really have left? She felt sad. He left without saying goodbye, apparently hurt by her words. Oh, what is this? It's the same letter that was lying on the table. The girl unfolded the skin and began to read his letter. Reich asked her for forgiveness, but what happened yesterday made him realize that they cannot remain friends. The longer he is with her, the harder it is for him to contain his jealousy. Her heart sank. Reich had misunderstood her, but she began to convince herself that it would be better this way. But suddenly she heard such a familiar voice calling her by name, and there in front of her was Reich with a bouquet of flowers. Irma was completely perplexed. But how? And his note. Didn't he leave? He admitted that he really planned to leave, started writing a letter, and Jono came and cleared everything up. Jono explained in his own way he is ready to share his partner, but will kill him if he dares to offend her. And so, in his joy, he forgot about the letter on the table. Irma understood everything, and she thought about it, but the girl did not finish. He approached her without taking his eyes off her, and said that she thought he had left. But he was so happy now. Irma felt somehow awkward. She didn't know how to behave now. Reich said that he had learned that it was customary for trappers to give a bouquet and court the female in order to obtain her consent. Then, handing her a bouquet, he lovingly asked if she would become his partner. He swears to love and protect her at the cost of his life. Irma blushed shyly and accepted the bouquet. Reich, overjoyed, picked her up in his arms and spun her around. He was so close to her, whispering words of gratitude for her consent. When they kissed, Irma thought that Jono was gentle, but with Reich it was different. And Reich's kiss is passionate and drives you crazy. Your legs give way. At this time, the elder of the Kwei tribe was beating Yuki with all his might, calling him a complete blockhead. Not only did they not find the mine, but now everyone is accusing them of conspiring with the fallen. The son tried to justify himself. It was all Osawa. They set them up. The father replied that he already understood this. The question is, where is the salt? How are the Osawa able to transfer it? Yuki shouted that it didn't matter. Osawa had more salt now. They couldn't leave it like this. The elder answered in a calm tone that they certainly would not leave it like that. He said that he had already sent a message to the Black Wolf gang. Irma planted potatoes and told the tribe's trappers how to plant and care for them. The hunters repeated after her in chorus like obedient schoolchildren, so that it began to irritate Jono. Irma was a patient teacher and answered any questions several times. Jono began to displease the curious students away from his wife. After which, with an innocent smile, he asked for further instructions. Next, Irma pointed to the sprouted potato tubers, and she explained that you can't just throw them on the ground so that they sprout and you need to bury them deeper, but you can't plant them too close to each other. The girl showed step by step how to land. She also shared tips for better potato growth, such as using ash as a fertilizer. You need to fill it with soil, sprinkle it with ash, and water it from time to time until the potatoes sprout. Finally, the potato training came to an end, and the tribe's trappers had to repeat everything after her. The males were delighted. They knew that the skills of growing potatoes were possessed by the inhabitants of the plains. And now they would have potatoes too, and they would be able to eat well in the winter. They praised Irma so much that she felt embarrassed. Everyone was trying for the good of the tribe, not just her. However, it was Irma who taught them everything, and everyone unanimously agreed with this. Jono came up to her and gently wiped the dirt from her face. Irma didn't even notice how she was covered in dirt. Jono sarcastically remarked that apparently all her thoughts were about this snake, meaning Reich. But the girl replied that all her thoughts were about how to grow medicinal plants. And anyway, why is he so jealous? Reich treats Ricky well, but Jono walks around with a sour expression. Irma liked to tease him. Jono would immediately get angry and look like a hurt boy. At this time, Ricky was walking through the city market in the city of Beast Masters. Suddenly, his gaze stopped near one merchant. Could it really be Jade? The guy lowered his hood as he approached the merchant, his eyes sparkling with joy. The stone was large. The seller asked for 5 bamboo sticks of salt, or 5,000 skins. Two trappers behind were talking about how the stone was beautiful, but the price for it was high, and Ricky offered to exchange it for sugar. The merchant took the sugar suspiciously and muttered that it was something new and that he should just try to deceive him. But as soon as he chewed the sugar, his face changed, very sweet. A pleased Ricky offered to make a deal if everything was to his liking. But in the blink of an eye, the quiet salesman transformed into a ferocious predator who pounced on Ricky. He indignantly shouted that he was violating the rules of fair trade, and the residents would not let it go. But everyone in the square looked at the guy like a wolf, and the merchant, smiling, said that the saint had ordered the one who came for the jade to be killed. Ricky didn't know what to do as the crowd rushed towards him. The city had changed, however, and greatly, but it was impossible to allow his identity to be revealed. He ran, but he understood that in such a situation with Jade, it would be difficult for him to escape. The merchant attacked with an axe, shouting that the saint would reward him. He managed to wound Ricky with a blade, and the others arrived in time. The guy understood that he alone could not cope with everyone. He began the transformation, while the merchant announced that he might even intercede for him before the saint. Taking on the essence of a lion, Ricky roared so loudly that everyone ducked and covered their ears. When he took off with the jade, he heard the words that this was not just a lion, but a descendant of the king of flying lions. But he went against the saint, dug his own grave. Ricky wandered around, tired and wounded, and had not been pursued for several days. It was still a day or two to go to Osawa. He was very tired. The image of Irma appeared before his eyes. She was counting on him, and he would not let her down. Suddenly, he saw smoke and a whistle. It was a signal that the tribe was under attack. He saw burnt houses and killed trappers. The entire clan was slaughtered. It could have been his pursuers. And he walked on. There was no one left to save. Irma felt it while planting potatoes. The girl staggered. Everyone tried to persuade Irma to go and rest. She shouldn't overexert herself. She's pregnant. They already know how to plant. Jono was worried. Irma had not been herself for the last few days. She had a premonition that something bad had happened. Jono said thoughtfully that everything was fine in the tribe, but with Quay. Or maybe there is something with the cubs. But Irma denied it. She went and checked on them. They are connected. Everything is fine with them. Suddenly, Irma and Jono screamed in horror. Ricky, something must be wrong with him. Irma broke out in a cold sweat. If something happened to Ricky, it would affect the cubs, because he was both the father and her guardian. She reproached herself for letting one go, but Jono hugged her and declared that it was their common decision, and therefore their common fault. Wiping the tears from her eyes, he said that he would gather the trappers, and they would find him safe and sound. As the cry lit up the clearing, one of the tribesmen joyfully reported that Ricky had returned. How happy Irma and John were, as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Irma ran to meet him, followed by Jono. He kept his word and returned. But when she saw Ricky's condition, he could barely stand, was pale and exhausted. Irma barely held back a cry of despair, and Jono screamed how this had happened. Ricky held the wound, wanted to answer something, but he had no strength at all. But seeing her face, he smiled and replied that he had brought Jade, after which his strength left him, and he leaned on her, losing consciousness. He was lying in the infirmary, and the priestess was treating his wounds. She reported that the situation was not very good. The wound was deep and could not heal normally. The woman said with undisguised sadness that she would give him medicine, hoping that it would help. Irma looked at Ricky and could barely hold back her tears, imagining what he had to go through. Putting her palm on his body, the girl saw that the wounds were from blades. But who could hold a grudge against him? A familiar voice said that it was the Black Wolf Gang. An elder was standing on the threshold. The woman looked at the boys with all seriousness. She shared that before losing consciousness, Ricky said that on the way back, he encountered Black Wolf's bandits. The gang wore distinctive wolf head tattoos. Ricky fought bravely, alone against a bunch of attackers. The leader even invited him to join the gang, promising food, clothes, and a bunch of females. Before he could escape, he heard that the gang was planning to go to Osawa, knowing that they had obtained salt and many other interesting things. Ricky took off in horror, and the target of Osawa, his tribe, he needed to warn at all costs. While he was hesitating, he received a severe spear wound to the chest, bleeding. With the last of his strength, the boy understood that he had to get to his tribe. Jono was furious. They had to avenge Ricky. He would gather the guys and they would go to the Black Wolves. But Mother stated that the Black Wolves outnumbered them. Osawa's main goal now was to protect the women and children, as well as the supplies. Irma took her hands, firmly declaring that they would fight. The best defense is a good offense. Anyone who attacks them will get it from them. War is not only a confrontation with strength and intelligence, but they will make ranged weapons using poison and more. In addition, Ricky brought Jade. With the blessing of the totem, the Osawa tribe will fight back the Black Wolves. The boys convinced the elder, and she decisively declared that Osawa was accepting the fight. Ricky hugged Irma and said that he would definitely protect her. She knew it. Irma looked at Ricky, hoping that he would witness their victory, that they would avenge him. Irma, pointing to the ditch, told the trappers that in order to incapacitate the enemy, it was not enough to just dig a trap and place weapons in it. The Osawa tribe was on alert. Their arrows were laced with poison, but the most important invention was the catapult. Irma demonstrated how, with her help, they would smash the enemy to smithereens. The hunters rejoiced. This was power. They promised not to let their mentor down. The night before the battle, the totem was almost ready for blessing. The warriors of Osawa bowed their heads before the altar. Irma offered prayers. Irma mentally conducted a dialogue with Ben. She finished the prayer. What next? The boy said not to be nervous. Put her hand on the stone, and with all her heart say a blessing for the tribe. The girl did just that. She really wanted all the inhabitants of the tribe to live peacefully and happily. Animal sacrifices were made, and the jade began to glow. The light was so bright that it was blinding. Irma was jubilant. It worked. Thousands of glowing lights illuminated their village. The warriors, led by Jono, were amazed to see these shimmering particles enveloping their bodies. The surge of strength was as if they had been training for 5 years. The power of the totem was great. Irma and Ben were happy. After the first blessing, dozens of hunters became totem warriors, and some even moved up to the second rank. The fighting spirit was high. Jono twirled the girl in his arms, calling her amazing. She asked him to put it down, and everyone was looking at it, although she was pleased with his concern and faith in her. The guy took her in his arms. She would carry his wife home herself. Everyone admired his care. Jono said that how could it be otherwise? He only had Irma. Irma even felt ashamed. Everyone was telling him to really take her. Jono took to the skies, and soon they arrived home, while the king of the flying lions knelt, awaiting his sentence. The female listened with a smug face to her subordinate, who was justifying himself by saying that none of his people had been found to have jade. She smiled and slowly said, "It turns out she is lying." The man in horror began to deny it. The mistress reminded that jade is needed to create a totem. There is one in the city, thanks to her. But this is not enough. Showing magic in the form of a flow of energy in her palm, She smirked at the fear of this male. Without taking his eyes off her hand, he swore and vowed with a whirlwind of energy that he was not hiding anything. Suddenly, the night sky was illuminated by a flash of bright light in the form of thousands of shimmering particles. Both the servant and the mistress listened with wild horror to what was happening outside the window. The mistress quickly pulled herself together and said that a totem blessing had occurred to the north of them. And without turning around, she gave the male the order to send someone and bring the stone. Then she added coldly and with contempt that he should not forget that she created this city, and the 4 kings, including her dogs, and dogs must be loyal. It seems the man understood this very well, he agreed, addressing the mistress as a saint. Evil lit up the beautiful face of the woman who said that she couldn't wait to meet her brother. Meanwhile, the Black Wolves gang approached Osawa. There were no guards in sight. Yes, it is clear that this tribe is really small, since there are not even guards. One bandit suggested that the leader simply break in and take the food and salt, while another reminded him about the females so that the road would not be boring. But the leader was very uneasy. If this tribe was so weak, why couldn't the Ku take the salt from them? After which he shouted to kill everyone. No matter what this tribe had in mind, his gang was invincible, and so some of his hunters fell into an earthen trap. The rest, not understanding what was happening, looked at their injured comrades, and Irma was already coordinating the archers to shoot straight at the target. Giving the order to fire, dozens of arrows flew at the Black Wolves. The arrows wounded the bandits, who screamed in pain and helplessness. But what enraged the leader even more was that the arrows contained poison, which quickly affected his servants. Those who were still standing suggested that the leader retreat. There were many wounded, and they could attack at another time. In anger, the leader hit the impudent man on the jaw, causing him to cough up blood. They won't retreat anywhere. It looks like Osawa has run out of arrows. While he was rejoicing that it was time to advance further, Irma was in charge of the catapult, setting it into action. Huge boulders knocked down the bandits like gnats. Those who remained ran screaming. The leader angrily looked around at what was flying towards them. He then used his paw to knock down the wooden ceiling, which inspired his remaining hunters, who again hoped for victory. Jano led the way as he prepared for battle with a call to protect his tribe. The Osawa warriors rushed into battle, their strength at its peak and their motivation to defend their territory. Here the leader began to doubt. It was time to retreat. Apparently, Kuo had deceived them, calling Osawa a weak little tribe. He noticed that Irma was giving the commands. Apparently, this female had a special honorary status here. The Osawa boys, pleased with the rebuff, said that these Black Wolves were not as strong as they were described, but ordinary weaklings. But they said that it was not safe for Irma here. She herself was nervous. She was a burden here. She was worried about Jano, but the guys supported her. Jano had good advantages, and the wolves had big losses. Irma felt something behind her, a sticky and disgusting feeling of animal fear covering her. Turning around, she saw the leader's clawed paw raised above her. Jano saw his wife and screamed as if he was frozen in place in horror. When the clawed paw was a millimeter from Irma's face, someone intercepted it. Irma screamed. It was Ricky, bravely covering her with his body. With furious force, he roared, throwing back the leader, that no one would dare to offend Irma. The bandit recognized Ricky, so that's what happened. He managed to warn his fellow tribesmen. His hunters were falling one after another. The situation was clearly not in their favor. Finally, the leader of the Black Wolves gave the call to retreat. Jono watched the fleeing bandits, realizing that they had always been cruel and would definitely return. And rushing forward, he shouted to the soldiers to catch up with them and not let anyone escape. Ricky also wanted to rush, but a familiar and dear voice stopped him. Irma begged him to leave this matter to Jono, since he was wounded. to which he was very surprised. Irma put her hand to his forehead, muttering that when he returned, he was covered in wounds and shaking with fever. Even though there is no fever now, it is still worth taking care of yourself. Ricky was embarrassed. She was taking care of him. This is the first time. The girl pulled him by the hand towards the priestess so that she could examine him. His face was flushed with embarrassment. He was pleased by her concern, but still. And the guy cheerfully said that he was absolutely healthy, blinking his eyes. Irma could not understand how. He said that he himself did not know. He was lying unconscious, and then he felt how strength was flowing into him. When he woke up, all the wounds were healed. It was comparable to a miracle. Moreover, he is now a third-rank warrior. So that's it, this totem blessing. Even though Ricky wasn't at the altar, it descended on him too. She looked into his eyes and tears welled up in her eyes. The guy gently took her face, saying that he was okay. No need to cry. Trying to calm down, the girl sobbed and said that she was very worried about him. When he was unconscious, she couldn't imagine his pain. Inflamed wounds, fever, what they and the priestess hadn't tried. They thought Ricky wouldn't make it. Grabbing his hands, she said that no matter how valuable the jade was, his life was the most valuable thing. He should think about himself first. After all, he is her keeper. It will be hard for her without him. The guy asked if she would allow him to be with her. Irma smiled. Where would she go? She herself thought that it didn't matter how many partners she had, because she had already married Reich. Ricky grabbed her in his arms. Of course he would take care of himself. And he will also protect her. She is the most precious thing he has. At this time, Yuki and his men were hiding in the forest. This was the only way to retreat. If they caught a couple of hunters from Osawa, they would be able to find out where the salt was. One of the trappers asked if the black wolves couldn't take everything out there, since they had already attacked. But the son of the leader of Quo Business, stated that he had sent his spy there. The spy said that the salt was hidden in another place, after which he fell silent, and the sound of footsteps was heard. Satisfied, Yuki signaled for everyone to freeze, whispering that the hunters were coming. With cries of, "Grab them!" he and the rest of his tribesmen jumped out with clubs, hoping to capture someone from Osawa. But it was the leader of the Black Wolves who was surprised by Kui's behavior. Yuki, having met with the leader of the wolves, froze with a weapon in his hands, asking what they were doing here and where were the Osawa trappers. Then he asked them what they had lost since they were here. The leader of the bandits looked at the guy sullenly, and it began to dawn on him. This old man from Quay wanted to use him to destroy Osawa without putting in any effort himself. And then a burst of anger prompted him to grab Yuki. Jono and his warrior hunters ran after the gang, shouting that they would pay for invading the tribe. The leader cursed. Now he was no longer the leader in the position, but rather the one caught in a trap. Yuki clenched his knuckles around the club, muttering Jono's name, which the leader caught, realizing that they were at odds. With a sweet smile, he approached the young head of Ku, and then he asked him if the young leader wanted to cooperate with them. Yuki looked at him with a surprised and uncomprehending look. He didn't have time to answer, as the leader of the Black Wolves barked, pointing at the arriving Jono, that he and the others needed to be killed. Then they would give Kaveh all the salt they found at Osawa's. Jono wasted no time and began to address. The Black Wolves must be eliminated. Otherwise, Osawa will have a hard time. Some were killed immediately. Some were tied up and begging for help, asking not to kill. Irma covered the prisoners with her body, shouting that the battle was over. There was no need to kill them. The dirty work could be dumped on them. But the elders said that these were Black Wolves who robbed and killed. They plundered and burned entire villages, each of them with blood on their hands up to the elbows. Irma offered to make them slaves, but the elder asked if she could guarantee that they would not escape. They were too merciful. But our heroine was full of confidence that the surviving and pleading bandits must atone for their sins. She was asked how. She remembered what Ben had explained to her about the totem. With its help, one could put a brand of slavery, which would seal the desire to rebel. When Irma handed all this over to the elder, she was very happy, and the number of warriors will increase, and there will be workers for planting potatoes next year. She also did not forget about the construction of defensive structures. Suddenly, she asked why Jono had not returned yet, since they had chased the black wolves. But the elder reassured her that everything would be fine with Jono. Suddenly, the elder's face was filled with horror. She turned pale like a ghost. Irma screamed, "Is something wrong with Jono?" The warriors returned and were surrounded by hunters. Irma fought her way to her husband, shouting for everyone to move aside. When she saw him covered in blood, she didn't know what to think. Jono couldn't get a word in because Irma was screaming that he needed to go to the priestess to help with his wounds. He needed treatment. The guy smiled cheerfully and wiped the blood from his face, saying that it was not his blood, but the black wolves. The hunters discussed the battle. It was amazing. These bandits can no longer be feared. It's a pity that they will no longer see the power of Osawa. Jono scratched the back of his head and replied that it was their common merit. While everyone around was rejoicing, Irma noticed that Jono was thinking about something. Left alone and hearing from him that Yuki was dead and the Kue tribe wanted to take revenge on them, she was horrified. She was so nervous that Jono squealed in pain. When Irma pressed hard on the wounds, these Quais first set this gang on them by leaking information about the salt, and now they want revenge. Jono agreed. Yuki began to cooperate with the Black Wolves, not thinking that Osawa would be able to fight back. The image of the leader grabbing Yuki's hand, who didn't understand what was happening, flashed before his eyes. And he plunged the tip of the sword into his heart, cold-bloodedly saying that it was Yuki's father's fault. He wanted to profit from the Black Wolves. Jono tried to stop him, shouting that even if Yuki died, they would not escape. The leader took out his bloody sword and exclaimed that he had always been ready to part with his life. He thought it all out, that now the Kue tribe would not leave Osawa alone, who already considered themselves better than others. Irma said that yes, that is true, but the Black Wolves underestimated them. They are no longer the same Osawa tribe that they used to be. She winked and added that they needed a little more time, and then Kue would understand who they were dealing with. Jono's eyes lit up with delight. It seemed his wife had a plan, but she was in no hurry to divulge it. First, she needed to try something. In a fit of desire and passion, he closed her mouth with a kiss. Irma muttered that it was unfair, and Jono wheezed. So what was she going to show him? In his impatience, he pushed her onto the bed, saying that not everything is always fair between partners. But Irma grumbled that sometimes hiding something strengthens the connection. At the entrance to the Osawa tribe, a protective wall was being built in full swing, and dozens of trappers were working tirelessly. Jono told his mother that there was a quarry nearby, and he thought it had enough stone to build a wall. The inspired elder pointed her cane at the captured bandits, calling on them to take them. Noticing Irma's nervousness, she suggested that she go home and rest. She could handle everything herself. But Irma, trying to calm down, said that everything was fine with her, and she would work with everyone, silently scolding her weakness and Jono, who wanted love at the wrong time. Approaching the wall, the girl put her finger to it. A wall made of compacted stone and earth will not work. It is too flimsy. She thought that the mud between the rocks must be stickier and more durable to grab. It dawned on her, of course, she needed clay, which when hardened would make the walls strong. Irma ran up to the elder and asked if she knew where there was soil that could be shaped. It was still a little sticky, but the elder had no idea what kind of soil it was. Suddenly, Ricky, who had heard their conversation, said that he knew where such soil was. Irma, her eyes burning, grabbed his hand and asked where. Ricky replied that the mud she was looking for was on the shore, but Irma knew it might not be clay. She immediately wanted to go to the nearest river, but the elder noticed that it was dangerous to go alone. They decided to go with Ricky. While they were walking, the girl asked how he knew about clay. The guy replied that there were many rivers on the plain, and when he went in search of jade, something kept sticking to his feet on the riverbank. Irma enthusiastically asked if he had encountered anything else interesting, but Ricky simply threw up his hands. Everything else was quite normal. Although he remembered that merchant and those hunters who spoke of the wrath of the saint, what kind of saint was she? He didn't hear Irma calling him. Those hunters said that this saint of theirs ordered to kill the one who comes for the jade. Finally, he flinched at Irma's touch, asking what he was thinking about. And the guy decided to share with her that when he was looking for jade, something very strange happened. And he told her everything. Now this saint, whoever she was, knows that the stone is in the tribe. But Irma cheerfully declared that they had now become much stronger, and if that saint decided to approach them, she would run away. Ricky wanted to object, but the girl grabbed his hand and dragged him to the river. The first thing they needed to do was strengthen the walls for the prosperity of their tribe. She inspired him with her enthusiasm and belief in victory, and he smiled and agreed with her. In fact, Irma was very worried when Ricky left. She contacted Ben and said that they seemed to have been exposed. Ben replied that no outsider could know this. It was definitely his sister Leah who went against the beast god. At this time, Ricky, sitting by the water, called Irma, showing her the mud to see if it was the clay she was looking for. Taking the dirt in her hands and scanning it with the system, she realized that it was clay. She suggested taking a little with them first, and then coming with the trappers. Her attention was drawn to a dark shadow under the water. What was it? The next second, the girl screamed in fear as a fish with needle-sharp teeth jumped out at her. Luckily, Ricky managed to grab the fish and close its mouth, after which he threw the fish aside. He ran up to Irma asking if she was hurt. The girl had no idea that the fish in these parts were so fierce. She sat down next to the fish, thinking out loud that something tasty could come out of this fish. She turned to Ricky, chirping happily, to ask what he thought about it. To her horror, the guy swayed and began to fall. Irma was overcome with heat. Her body was shaking. Was he really hurt? What was going on? Ricky laid his head on her chest, breathing heavily and wheezing that the fish was poisonous. In horror and numbness, holding Ricky, she looked at the flowing fish. Sweat was pouring